go. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile a quién fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
With it. They try to reference it, wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist, trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk, walk away, walk away, walk away. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play, cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I'll make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just cause I make it look easy.
Yo con lo mío quiero gozar. Dale pa' acá, dale pa' allá. Se prendió la fiesta, se prendió la fiesta. Yo quiero esta noche gozar, yo quiero gozar. Gózatelo una vez más, solo una vez más. Yo quiero con lo mío bailar. Echa pa' acá, echa pa' allá, bebé. Este ritmo está como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. los fines. Pásame un shot que cobra estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas. La familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy. La rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party. Vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar. Quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela. Vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar. La vida disfruta. Vente para mí. Deja la pena. Déjala, déjala. Deja la pena. Déjala, déjala. Deja la pena. Y vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Vente pa' acá, pa' acá. Echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'm never right for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man, that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on the Twitter page, yeah. And I'd advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Now for you and I, now for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You got to go. For the love of God, for the love of God. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Now for you and I, now for you and I. too short to waste a minute. I'll walk you out that door. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Hey you should give yourself a break, forget the stress. Hey you, they're chasing dreams, let's slow the pace, take a breath. Time to make a change before you burn out, can't wait another day. Life is flying by, seize every moment. Come on, turn that key, let's drive. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, oh baby, don't. Right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Why do you call me? Only after hours, leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter how much you adore me, oh baby, don't. Right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Why do you call me? Only after hours, leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, could you see me falling?
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
everyone, and welcome back to ESL Impact. It's Season 8, Brandon. Can you believe it? I can't, but I'm still extremely excited to get the action underway.
Yeah, big number, right? ESL Impact Season 8, only a couple away from the double digits. And we've got, obviously, new faces returning. We've got old school stars linking up. And, of course, we've got a whole lot of roster mania. There's a lot to dive into, and we should probably get to it.
Yeah, let's take a look at our teams here in Europe, because obviously we're kicking off here in Europe. You'll get to see kind of all of the teams that play when this comes up. There's some new faces, some old faces, as you mentioned. So a lot of moving parts, I think, and maybe this is... no, I think this is fair to say. I think this is the biggest roster mania that we've had in ESL Impact. Like, I think this is bigger than like the summer of 23-24. I think the changes we've had across the spectrum have been so significant that no team, except for like Imperial and FlyQuest, is the same.
No, that's not true. Imperial's changed.
No. Imperial the same from last season.
No, they're not. Are they not? No, they're not the same.
Oh, yeah, They're not the same. That did happen. That felt like it happened so long ago, though, that change.
No, it didn't.
So, yeah, everyone in Europe has changed. So we've got a completely different entire field of teams and combinations of players, including the ones that we have on tonight that I'm very, very excited for.
Yeah, I think the only team that hasn't changed is Furia, if I'm going to be honest. And MIBR has also changed as well. They're going to be featured a little bit later on the stream. They're going to bring back Olga, which is really exciting. I'm not going to spoil that one. I'm gonna leave that one up to Sam and Freddie, because I know they've got a big feature piece on that one when MIBR take on Atrix a little bit later on. I promise you we'll have the graphics in a minute. Unfortunately, you're stuck with me, and I've got a standing desk, and I really wanted to actually stretch, but I can't do that now because I've got the graphics. So it should be a good one. We've got Shimmer versus Black Mold over on NA as well. That is featuring on this stream too. And then our game, of course, is going to be Team Nemesis taking on Big Equipa. Team Nemesis, a new entrant into the organizational little shuffle. It's really nice to have them here with us. Team Nemesis entered Counter-Strike only a few months ago, and now they've got 3 teams, one of them being an ESL Impact one. So thank you very much for your support. And of course, that is ex-Zarant and a few new faces in Juliana and Ramzin.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, it's still technically a French team. Like, I think if you go on like HTV,
yeah, the call's
French flag, because the call's French, right? Yeah, but English speaking now. Not that any of these players are not used to that, but really cool to see. Giuliano back in the fold, as well as Ramzin, right? There was a lot of questions of both these players. I think when both of their respective projects or teams made changes. Obviously, NIP, your little poster child team, made a huge roster move at the end of the season, or start of this season, I suppose, with Zana joining that team. Crazy. I know we'll get to talk about NIP throughout the season a lot, I know. Although they are actually playing today as well, if you guys don't know, because we have, obviously, the NIP versus 888 Aura. That one's going to trip me up. 78's in that name. That's the other game going on today while we have this Nemesis Big Equipa game.
Yeah, and 888 Aura, for those of you that don't really know, are a little bit unfamiliar. We got some familiar faces in there. We've got Unknown. We've got Ronica, who was on Team Spirit. We've got Sunside, who was also on Spirit for a little bit. Was also on Leather Cook. Iveri and Nemeza as well. So actually quite a talented team, to be honest. It's just whether they'll be able to deal with NIP Impact and the structure that they've got, because they've been on an absolute tear recently. I'm not going to bang on about NIP Impact, because I will do it when we actually cover them, because this one is a little bit more interesting to talk about, because there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, we've spoken a little bit about Team Nemesis. We should probably talk a little bit about Big, and as you mentioned, as you alluded to, Zana, one of the longest standing members of Big Equipa, no longer is in Big Equipa. She's actually on NIP, and I don't want to say I called it, but I did a few seasons ago in the green room. But Big Equipa, now that you've got a very stacked roster, to be honest with you, I think this rebuild is one of the best rebuilds coming into this season, and I'm excited to show it off when we can. When we can bring it up.
I'm ridiculously excited for this team for obvious reasons, because we've got basically Na'Vi core back together, at least the core from the end of last year, and that was a team that I know we both really wanted to see go on and continue, but obviously Na'Vi made changes, and yeah, we didn't get to see that 5 continue, which is really sad because there was a lot of potential. But this team is just as good, like maybe better actually when I look at it. So I'm ridiculously excited to see what this bigger keeper is going to look like in the server, because you look at this list of players and you think this is a team that can make playoffs. This is a team that can have a deep run in their debut. Like I'm so excited to see this team in the server, because it's a big move to completely revamp. They had to go through the qualifiers. Like they had to completely revamp because they just built around Hanker again. So yeah, whole new big, very excited.
Yeah, it should be a good one. I think we've got the veto ready as well to take a little look through. And perfect. Right, we can just, to be honest with you, I think just slam it across the screen, because these are brand new rosters, sort of. I'm expecting Nemesis to go into Ancient a little bit. Bigger keeper picking Inferno makes sense. Old Na'Vi core. That under Astra with the Na'Vi core, they went on an 8-win streak, I think, in ESL Impact, 100% win rate. That sounds right, so I'm going to say it with confidence.
Yeah.
Anyway, really good on Inferno. Nuke coming out for Team Nemesis. I didn't expect that, but I absolutely love it. I don't know how good that's going to be into bigger keeper. I'm going to be honest, because you've got the likes of Emsan on this team. Kiosa's really good on Nuke. And then obviously you got the core of Hanker, Viku, and Astra on this map. And Hanker is such a menace outside. Train gets banned for bigger keeper. Makes sense. And now that's what you're left with, Ancient and Dust 2. Of course, it's going to be Ancient as that decider. Are we going to need it, though, based on the veto? Oh, I don't think so.
Exciting. Yeah, okay, Nuke is crazy for so many reasons. But first of all, to be picking it when you... Oh, did you find out, by the way, who's IGLing on this team? Can you drop the Gus, please? IGL and Orc for Nemesis?
So for context, is that Lucy messaged Ramzin, and Ramzin wouldn't tell Lucy. And then I messaged her, she told me instantly. Of course, Ramzin is Orpin, and Kayode is the in-game leader, with Juliana being that second voice. Okay,
yeah. So obviously, when you look at this team, there are a lot of players that can take up this responsibility. You have 3 players that are primary opt in previous rosters, right? And two who have IGL'd. So Juliano gets to be freed up. That's pretty cool. I'm excited to see what they look like. I think Nuke is a very surprising pick for them. But we'll see how it goes, especially up against the Na'Vi players that were very good on this map back in the day. But maybe we can now bring up that graphic we were looking for earlier. It's the Team Nemesis. It's actually an S, but the Z for Zerant. Also the Z for Easy. There you go, Nemesis Social. You can use that later. The Easy for the Easy and Nemesis. I don't know. There's something there.
Something is definitely cooking there. But yeah, you've got the core of Zerance with Julie, with Kayode, with Rachel, and then you've got Juliana and Ramzin on the end, sort of making a French sandwich, if you will. But Ramzin coming in, I think, is really good, because it was so much better. Ramzin coming in, I think, look, she really deserved an org. It felt like Nork Device, but in ESL Impact, and funnily enough, that was also involving NIP, where you get Zana, you say to Ramzin, look, sorry, but this opportunity's here. And Ramzin goes, okay, look, I understand. But finding the way back in this team, I think, is really useful. Giuliano brings a lot of experience. I was a little bit worried when I didn't see Giuliano during the open qualifiers, but I mean, this makes a lot more sense. I'm really happy that she is here and that she is playing now under Team Nemesis. And I'm really interested to see sort of how this works, because you're going to have a lot of ideas. You spoke about the 3 players that have in-game led a little bit before. Rams has done a little bit of that. Juliana's brought in a little bit of that. It's going to be interesting to see. Is Kayode going to be sort of, what's the right word, sharing all of the ideas, or is she going to be the one to sort of have all of the authority? It's going to be interesting looking at the dynamic of this team and how it develops over the next coming weeks. We can take a look at that bigger keeper team. Lucy, I'll let you run through that, because obviously it is your love child.
Yeah, side note, the Team Nemesis jersey, really cool. This team obviously is incredible. You have some of the most talented up-and-comers. Kiosa was a player that we've praised plenty of times before. Took a break from bigger keeper, actually. That was her last roster. She, a year ago, in fact, took the last 2 seasons off, essentially, or that season off. Returns now under bigger keeper after that spill on Eco Warriors. And Emsan, who is another young superstar in the making, right? We've got 2 really exciting players to watch. And I think Emsan in particular has really flown up on our radars in the last 6 months. I think she's had an incredible 6 months in terms of her impact, Obviously saw her playing with Team Sweden, which was really cool, and did really well on that roster at ISF. And yeah, Astra in-game leading with players that she's played before. Hanker and Viku reunited. Viku, I've said so much, I think she's one of the best, if not the best AWPer in the entire scene. So there's a lot to be excited about. Plus, another storyline, because there's so many, it's Astra versus her former team.
Yep, and that leads us nicely into Astra being our Kadia player to watch. And look, she's got the Na'Vi chair, but wearing the big jersey. It's fun. What I really like here from Astra is I didn't think, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, and this is probably the biggest compliment I can give to Astra, I didn't think she could get better. And I really worried that when she started in-game leading, that she was, and moving away from the AWP, that she was going to struggle a little bit individually. In fact, her moving off the AWP might have been the best thing to ever happen to her in her career, genuinely, because she can secondary up on this team, not going to too much, but her rifling is absolutely superb. Is one of those in-game leaders that loves to take the space, loves to sort of create a lot of chances and opportunities for the rest of her team to have that flexibility in the mid-round. You spoke about Team Sweden. I'm going to talk about M-Tan quite quickly because I really hope that she is actually anchoring in her previous team. She was doing the anchor roles. She was more of that support player. I hope that is her role here in Big Equipa because for my money, I think she's one of the most reliable anchors we've got in ESL Impact, and she's got an awful lot of potential. Please don't fall off your chair.
Yeah, I think we don't really know what these players are going to look like because we haven't had this combination before, and I think so many of them can play so many different roles. When you've got 4 really incredible riflers, because we haven't even spoke about Hanker yet, right? Like we talked up the young guns of Kiosa and MSAN and Astra, who's been averaging a 1.31 rating this year. Ridiculous. But then you got Hanker, who we've been talking about as maybe the best non-Imperial rifler in the scene for like 2 years. So and then you got Viku in there. Like, there's just so much that goes into this. But, you know, I think expectations need to temper them a little bit because there are a lot of moving parts here. And seeing how it all falls into place with this 5, that's the true test that we're going to find out today.
I need to talk about one more player for Big Equipa, and then we'll move on to Nemesis, I promise. And that is the new coach that they've got because they were trying out new coaches. They've actually landed on MSN, who was playing in Wolfsung for a very long time. Latvia coach, Heku, shout out. And now we'll move on because I'll talk about him a little bit more as we get into the game, because now we should focus on Nemesis. We'll focus on Cowday, the in-game leader for this team. Was in-game leading in Zorance for a little bit when Astra was there. They sort of shared the responsibility a little bit. And it's cool to see her back in the in-game leading role. Again, another opportunity for Cowday, another player that's actually moved away from primary AWP and now moving on to the rifle. Giuliano is always fantastic to see Giuliano just in ESL Impact. I feel like, again, a player that has a lot of responsibility. I feel like she puts a lot of responsibility on herself, but now not having the leadership reins, now not being restricted to just primary operating as an AWP, should be flexed up a lot more as the rifles. I'm interested to see what Giuliano is like unleashed.
Look at the numbers for Ramsey, 1.53 rating. Obviously, that's just playing for Team Denmark, but that's with 2 losses. Like, that's 3 LAN games, and 2 of them are L's. So 1.53, yeah, she was brilliant on LAN, and I hope that she gets to thrive here. We got to see it in flashes on NIP, I would say, but that was a team that felt a bit more focused around their riflers, right? In the twins in particular. Rachel's just getting that perfect position for the webcam. Went to her at the worst possible time, but she is maybe the best player on this team. So definitely a player worth talking about. You can see her numbers there. Felt like last season, I think particularly when we got to Dallas, I didn't quite see what I thought I would out of Rachel. I think particularly because of the precedent that she'd set before. But we know when it comes to kind of the regular season that she'll be outputting game after game.
Yeah, I think for Rachel, where she took that time off, she needed that adjustment period. I'm hoping that last season and obviously the EEC over in Kosovo was enough time to get her back in. Now she's playing a lot more consistently. Now she's been under this banner of, well, not Nemesis, but ex-Zarance and Zarance for quite a while. I hope she has been embedding herself quite a lot. A player that, again, I made the comparison on Big. I said to Astra's just getting better and better and better. A player that keeps surprising me and a player that we should stop undervaluing is Julie. Because she is just outputting an awful lot. I'm really impressed with how selfless she is, especially when it comes to the closing of rounds. And just in general, she's more than happy to go on an SMG. She'll drop the AK over to star players, and yet she still finds a multi every step along the way. Watch out for her this season, because we don't talk about her enough. And Season 8, we're starting the conversation.
Yeah, such an important piece to this Nemesis puzzle in terms of just the pure opening, entering impact that she has. So, yeah, I think Nemesis, one of the teams that I'm looking at, we didn't get to see the groups there, but definitely in this group, a team that I'm expecting to be going neck and neck with a team like Big Equipa, and this could have huge ramifications. So let's decide, Brandon. Let's cast our votes as to who we think is going to win this. I've kind of already maybe given away my prediction in terms of how much I've been gushing about them, but how can I not, as the biggest Na'Vi fan in the world? We've essentially got that core back together, and I want to see it work this time. I want to see it stick. I got Big Equipa as my team, and I think they're going to go this whole season without dropping a best of 3.
We'll see. But look, I'm going to go with Nemesis because I had to choose before the game started and I didn't see the veto. But also, the jerseys are fire. They're an esports jersey that you can touch grass in. That's how they're advertising it, by the way. We've got Rams in and we've got Giuliano back. So I have to back Giuliano and Rams in. So we'll go with Team Nemesis, a new inductee into the long list of orgs that have joined ESL Impact over the seasons. And hopefully they get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. And both these teams, as I mentioned just then, this is an incredibly important match to kick off the season because they are in a group with Imperial. And you got to remember, you've got to be pushing for that top 3 to get through to either the play-ins, kind of, you know, within the online sphere, or just straight through to LAN. Remember, the team that tops the group goes straight through. And we know both Imperial and Big Equipa will be eyeing up that spot, especially Imperial, who I think are kind of used to that, even if it hasn't always happened. They'll be expecting to be there. So very tough over here in Group B. And these two teams, 2 of the strongest competitors.
So hang on. So it's just to get this clear, Big Equipa obviously in the same group.
Yes, so I'm saying they will beat Imperial.
You're saying they'll beat Imperial. Week 1, day 1, not seen them play.
Day 1, before I've even seen them play.
And you also said you got to give them time. Okay, cool. I'm glad we were on the same page.
Yeah, the time I'm giving them
about that one.
Is this
now.
Pregame, I believe. Yeah. I'm already... I'm full in.
I'll be honest, there's a little behind the scenes magic here where we get production in our ears talking to us. I didn't really hear what Hedwig said, but if we've got time, I would absolutely love if we could actually bring up that big graphic of all the teams across all the seasons, because that's the one that we missed because we had some technical magic. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Here we go. And the reason why I wanted to do this is because we can bring up the groups. And as you said, look, Group B, you've got Peekaboo in there as well, which is a really fun team with Letty and Naylor. Naylor making a ESL Impact debut. Got Overpeak, Shinigami in this group as well. And then in Group A, you've got AK Hero KO, Leda Cook, who's got Geniar. And you've also got Hindsight, which is like Jenkin and those players too, or with Pullux. So I think hard groups overall, I think it's pretty balanced.
Leda Cook's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to see them. But for now, let's lock in for our opening game of the season. I can hear gunfire, which means we're underway. K&A has drawn first blood onto Hanker. Bit of a fight in towards Banana to get things going.
Oh, we kept the banger HUD from last season. Let's go. Giuliano, smoke dropped in towards short. Flashbang was affecting her temporarily, but it doesn't matter. She still finds 2 kills. Astra now has to try and jump over this baby gate in towards the apartment, so she can't even move a muscle. Kills coming back in immediately. VQ thrown into a 1v5. Look at that pistol start from Nemesis.
Yes, it's too late to take back my bold prediction. I'm kidding.
No.
I'm kidding. I'm not that fair weather. I'm not that fair weather. Yeah, Viku's trying to do some damage here, but a lot of players going to swing. I think we got some tiny answers to our questions. Giuliano starting in pit, so I wonder if she's going to be anchoring that bomb site. If so, great start to it with a triple.
Yes, it's one of those where these flashbangs, the reason why this apps play doesn't work is because it's so rushed. And it's because Nemesis are putting pressure down Banana. So the flashbangs are a little bit skew-whiff. You've got then Giuliano putting the smoke down in towards short. And she's just able to completely isolate and tunnel vision her approach on towards the apartments. Great stuff from Nemesis. The Equipa didn't get the bomb down, so they're just going to eco.
Might be a bit of a slow one here. Or not. A lot of noise in towards the apartments. Thought maybe they were just going to pop on that, but I'm just baiting out some util. And now they are going to pop out of it. Astra gets one little flying Glock kill. That's nice. But Ramsden cleans house with a quad, which is even nicer.
It's interesting to me. I just paused for thought there because I was trying to figure it out. But I think Giuliano is obviously playing over towards apartments. So she's done that in the second round. So is she anchoring in this team? That'll be quite interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing on in the pistol. It seems to be the case.
We'll see. Yeah, she's straight in towards apartments again. I like it.
Yeah,
reliability and
sense.
experience in the team. Yeah, I like it. Ooh, I like the nades. And then the Wally just flushes Rachel forward. Hank is able to get the trade, and they are just straight up Banana. Rotates her so far away, and although the bombs are a little bit far, it should be fine. It should be a Nemesis round. No, a bigger keeper round. Oh, dear.
Now, definitely with Kiosk getting the alert kill, that should more or less lock it in. Kiosk is already getting ready to go hunt. Nice and easy in Banana. Just a little jump up and nade out a player. Scale off it quickly. Good util. Etc. Starting fun round with a bit of pace. And now the hunt continues. VQ catches out Julie and it's on to Ramsden to try and hold on to her gun. Which is actually pretty necessary. They want full rifles into the next. She's got plenty of cash to drop in.
Terrorists win.
Good decision.
I mean, one player
goes
goes wanting.
Yeah, it's a good decision actually for Big not to hunt that right at the very end there, because sure, you keep Ramsden on a rifle and you know the force buy is going to come in, but at the same time, your money's the priority. Keeping 5 alive on a round like this is fantastic, and we get the classic Banana control that we're so used to seeing out of Astra and Hanker. Nades placed incredibly precisely. Then you got the Molly just to throw them forward into the fight. Rachel wants to fight, but definitely not on that timing. A good response, all things considered.
Great utility back the other way. 70 damage done almost instantly out the gate with 2 players. Rachel might be in a bit of trouble here. Astra will flush her forward and VQ trades Arcade again. Just blasting up Banana. 2 go down instantly. I think Nemesis's commitment to fighting forward here. It feels like Big have got really good utility to counter where they want to approach this Banana control.
Yeah, and look, those kills were so deadly that we got scared, and now we're just hiding in the corner, just waiting for the round to be over. And that's what Nemesis are doing as well. They're bundling up. They're just trying to save on to what little weaponry they have. Kiosta this time, because you had the luxury of 5 players staying alive in the previous, you can then go for these hunts. So she's got rid of both Giuliano and Cowarday. Ramsden, last player standing, immortal is Ramsden. But I feel like that journey might be a little bit short-lived. He needs to just cower away, tucking towards Boiler. Just hope and pray that Kiosta doesn't find her. You're right, no damage.
I guess they just walked around and just headshot 2 players instantly. I'm really glad to see her in this team. Very exciting player. Pretty simple stuff in the Banana, so we get to see it play out. There's Kiosta on that hunt. Fast shot.
Sharp.
Yes. It feels we're trying to kind of, I guess, work out the roles as things change up. Kiosa often playing that more lurky extremity-based play, so that makes sense here. Hanker and Astra doing a lot of work in Banana together.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it'd be what, Hanker, Astra entry in. Probably Astra going first, and then Hanker going just behind, and then Kiosa won't be packing. It will be Viku just and Emsan on T side, and that allows Kiosa, as you say, the space to lurk out. It will also give a lot of flexibility when Viku could be on the AWP. Not really going to happen too much on that T side. Pause being taken immediately by Kana. Obviously, coach for Zarance for a long-standing period. Gets kept over and brought forward into the Nemesis banner. It's nice that there is that little bit of consistency there for Nemesis in that period of flux where it felt a little bit topsy-turvy. Cowardé will get rid of Astra. But this shouldn't be anything further. And it's not really. Ramzin will get involved for one. The bomb has been dropped, but it still should be okay. Emsan should be able to scoop it, but is taking damage. On the way, she's fine. She scooped it up. The A-bomb site's open, and you've already got Kiosa on the lurk in their spawn. Everything is fine.
Yeah, that's just a little overeating. It's like, you know you're up against USP, so you're just like swinging them, knowing that you got the better weapons, but it's still pretty sharp shots, and a few headshots with the USP, definitely deadly. Some rifles would be nice to pick up. They really... I guess there's a kid on Ramsey. So actually, it's not so crazy, but Hanker, her headshot accuracy, pretty good. Into that swing out, and she'll even remove Julie. So nothing to be saved, but that's fine. That was just USPs into that round. Anyway, Ramsey will prioritize the AWP. So we get to see that out uncontested, as mentioned. No, contested. Viku is dropped one.
Okay, no, that indicates to me, look, you've done the early conditioning here for Big Equipa up Banana. And yes, there will be faux pas with me and Lucy saying Na'Vi and Big. And I just want to put a PSA that I'm sorry if you're listening, Big, because look, these girls used to play together
Did
all
I
the
do
time
that?
on Na'Vi. No, but I'm just giving it a preemptive that we might.
I'm definitely going to say Zarance.
I wasn't even thinking about that one. Giuliano in the window. Oh, get shimmied on by Emsan. Really important kill in towards the apps. And this is what I'm saying. You've got all the early conditioning being set on top Banana. You immediately go into a faster play in towards the apartment. That's going to get the rotations going. And you don't have to commit into this Big Equipa. You can always reset back in towards B. You can get Viku on that deep angle, not only over towards Car, but also onto this one that Kayode is occupying in by CT.
Yeah, they're going to re-clear that space now, but the CT is proactive as well. They push in towards short. It's walking slowly, going for contact. Situation in Banana. Oh, this is a real deep push. This is going to be spotted. No. Okay, yeah, Viku was holding for it. You know, there had to be someone on that line, but two players in apps. It kind of looked like no one was.
You can go A now because you don't know about the apartments players. It's a really cool round out of Big Equipa. Really slow staging. You wait for the mistake to happen. We'll come back as to why this push comes forward in towards top brackets in a moment. But you got Rachel still on site. 25 seconds. Time now starts to become a little bit of a burden, but she's completely alone. But maybe she doesn't need any help. Rachel dancing around the box. Finally gets removed by Hanker. Bomb down. 2v2. Rotate to here.
Yeah, good util for the T's, though. They can re-smoke this. That's going to land now. Ramson's line blocked off. Kayode, it's going to be on her to try and find this space in from the short side, but Viku's gotten very aggressive. She wants to have a very forward angle on this. Kayode, though, will spot her, but not fast enough. And Ramsin, again, it's a sad situation. She once more has to just try and save. Big have done a great job of avoiding her and her AWP. Rachel, great try to bring that one back. Good damage from Ramsin to get rid of the AWP, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Still plenty of money here. Equipa continuing a run of rounds. Every round since they got their guns out has been theirs.
Yeah, really, really cool from Big Equipa. And the reason why I was saying, look, it's cool to discuss this timing in top brackets and going for it a little bit early is because if you just think back to the G2 Vitality game, that deciding round before it went into overtime and G2 won it, it's because G2 took a more proactive line in towards top brackets, started pushing, started going for that flank, and no one accounted for it. That's how they won on SMGs, on pistols. Here, it's all by design. You get the early control in towards apps, you then start putting the utility down in towards top banana, and you elicit that response because it's so fresh in everyone's minds, and VQ's then just holding in from bottom ramp. Easy kill. The players in towards apps are completely undetected. You gain all that space by the element of surprise. Sure, it gets a little bit close, but it's VQ with the bailout, not once, but twice. Now it's twice the scoreline for Big Equipa here on the T side against Nemesis.
And this one's just a saved AWP with some pistols. Going to hit onto A. Looks like it's going to be pretty decisive. The AWP not in position here. Now Rap's good against the pistols. Better angles. The lurks come in for success. Rachel's just going to tuck in. Try and go unnoticed. And she had a chance there on the jumping Astra. 1 HP. That's what she stays with. And she'll get taken down. But that's the only casualty for the T side. They are more than happy.
I love the way they're playing this. So I really, really love the way that Big Equipa are playing this right now. And it's got to give a lot of credit over to Astra as the in-game leader, but also the structure of this, I think, is heavily being influenced by MSN. A really cool storyline on his career. Didn't play in too many teams over his tenure as a pro player for, I think it was about 5 years or so. Last competitive game on HLTV in 2023. But he played under the Prodigy's banner for a little bit. Gizmy was in that team from UK, and they played some incredibly structured Counter-Strike, and structure is definitely improved over the seasons for ESL Impact, but this has been really well drilled on Inferno, a map that was already incredibly good. That smoke is a little bit wonky, but it also still provides a lot of cover. Cowday can't really see without breaking. Ramsey going for an advanced search, and while she finds one, it's yet again VQ to trade.
A little 1-for-1. Astra caught on her little rotate. There to save face. Rachel solo over at B right now. Drops the smoke. They just look to converge on this position. There's no rotate right now. You've got 3 players over on A, but currently not looking for any information. So just gambling, really. Rachel will drop her counter util, but this won't be respected, you imagine. Little gap on the smoke. I think the molly actually kind of disrupted it, which has allowed that space, but can't capitalize on it anyway. So bomb allowed through. Will be planted. CTs start to arrive. There's maybe a chance for a retake here in the 4-on-4, and you feel like they need the round.
Yeah, look, there's only a couple of flashbangs here. That's your danger, and there's not really any true space here for Big Equipa, which is why VQ's now gone back into Banana. Speaking of the util, it gets thrown out. M-Sam playing anti-flash, but not even needed. Kiosa and VQ chime in with kills, and Kiosa just wants even more. She is savaging all of this defense. And for Big Equipa, they are just barreling over them round after round. And as you say, ever since the guns have come in, they've not stopped.
Yeah, they just have so many really good aimers. Like, the time to kill on this team is ridiculous. And VQ's timing on that clear towards Banana also perfect. Comes back to watch the CT smoke as the contact comes through from Coffin. So it's instantly 2 kills going the T's ways. Oh, it's a classic. Everyone loves the nades down mid and then the charge forward. T's holding for this with ease. So I know the team's called Big Equipa back in.
Yeah.
Coming from Equipa, which was the Spanish-Portuguese team from Season 1 of ESL Impact that got picked up by Big. But, you know, it's kind of like, is it Theseus? How do you spell his name? Theseus' ship. you know, when is it still
No.
Big Equipa?
Well, always.
It's
It's the
just a
identity
ship.
of the team,
You know,
right?
it's,
Like,
it's
I
when
know.
you know the ship.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Look,
Well,
I understand what you're saying. I don't know it. I understand what you're saying though, because obviously Zana left, and that was the last Portuguese player
Yeah.
on Big Equipa. But I like the fact it's still called Big Equipa.
Just call them
Still
Big
gives
Team.
the team. No, it's just the identity of it still. Uh-oh. Don't block each other in towards the apartment. So I like this. Look, we are still getting variety here out of Nemesis. Whilst things aren't going according to plan, we're still trying things. Double apartments push doesn't really work. At least Ramsey's out. At least Giuliano's out. They waste an incendiary. Cool. Doesn't matter because, look, you've got the info and he didn't take any damage.
And Big just don't give them the fight, but Ramson stays on the lines. They're still getting that information, and now a faster wrap it looked like to start with. Causing a whole lot of a ruckus. Oh, Hemsan deletes Ramsey. And now you know the orb's down. You can look for the space elsewhere. And Astra knows Julie's going to walk this. She knows her former teammate. Exactly the sort of play Julie's going to make. Smoke's a little awkward for her to hold that angle, but the wide swing, and it's the orb that gets one through Hanker, I think. I'm not sure. Did look like it went through her teammate. Now suddenly it's Kayday and Rachel alone, and Kayday wasn't noted, so she will get one. She'll be undone by Astra. And it's Big just running over Team Nemesis right now.
The biggest compliment I can give to Big Equipa right now as well, apart from all the other pros are obviously dumping on them, is the timing of when they're going for these executes. Because on Inferno, you can really easily get undone by the amount of delay utility that the CTs can put down. You can also think a little bit about when you want to go because the timing potentially can be wasted. The rotates can come over. Every single time Big Equipa have gone into a bomb site in this half, it has been on exactly the perfect timing.
Okay, a bit more success in Banana, at least a 1-for-1. A third player brought over to ensure this. Kiosa sees this timing to get ahead of the smoke, and Sam actually takes that first contact. So Kiosa's just going to scale. Identifies that there's some space here. And Giuliano, yeah, she can get the punish. She won't be noted. Gets her one kill now. VQ's holding for this swing. This is a dangerous position for the AWP. I think especially with the bomb, she acknowledges danger of her position. Still kind of sticking around is Giuliano. They're holding for it.
Oh.
What?
Nice.
How did
Now
she
you got
find
Rachel
that?
up on Banana. She can get Kiosa too. Off angle. Little jiggle. Still fine. Giuliano's being so annoying, but that's potentially the overstep. Rachel has allowed VQ this pathway in towards the B bomb site. Not that she knows it yet. Giuliano drops a nade to cross. In fact, they're both going to gamble over towards this B bomb site. 1v1s are currently being presented. Giuliano doesn't know whether to stick or twist, and Ramsey is only on a little bit of HP. Can swing, will swing, and the no-scope will not connect. So the thanks to Giuliano, Nemesis are able to get a third.
Yeah, brilliant run from Giuliano. That kill onto Hanko was ridiculous. It looked like she just hit 2 running instant headshots on that little peak. I don't know, it was crazy. We'll get to see that back in a second, I think. Yeah, just precision accuracy with the MP9. And then in the end there, Ramsey, despite the low HP, the AWP in hand, not the weapon, need to hit that no-scope instantly for a chance. So a little bit of Giuliano magic to get Team Nemesis back into the action. T-sided map, of course. This is still a very dominant half from Big Equipa and could still be more dominant.
Right, time to be critical because we've been glazing Big Equipa too much. The reason why that round went wrong is because there was miscomms. Because obviously Kiosa's up long and she drops a smoke in towards library. And VQ was also leaving the scene of Giuliano's crime in top brackets, and she'd made her way safely out over towards top brackets. If she had just gone knife out with Hanker and they walked all the way back, Kiosa doesn't ever smoke library. That round's completely different. Boost up. And a success story. Everyone is so blind. Asher will burn out Rachel, and then Hanka will completely nade herself and her teammates. Banana control established temporarily by Big, but Nemesis want it back.
K-Day's in a good position to get some frags. They're going to push through. She's ready for them. And the Hanka's still incredibly low, so well fought from K-Day. She can pick up that extra smoke. Oh, no, it just got blown away. Unlucky. Should have picked it up quicker. Oh, no, she's found it still. It's fine. But now you can just rotate players over. Ramson's here with the AWP. Big start to look back after showing a bit of this presence. Considering setting up Kiosa, thinking better of it. Four on four, but Katie is completely alone and she has used... Okay, she's found a second smoke to drop. She'll need it. Because they are about to commit onto her bomb site. She's the only one here.
They got to disrespect this smoke. They got to just go. You can't wait for this smoke, otherwise you're going to be in danger. But Equipa, they are going to do exactly that. Now, Cowardate will need to get this multi. First kill is hers onto M-Slam, brought down to about half HP. Now the pressure still being applied. Kiosa will hit that trade instantaneously. Players are low, but it is a true 3 versus 3.
BQ, you really got to swap this all with one of your players with the rifles. Look at the HP. At least there's no utility to flash out either of these low HP players, but it means VQ needs to do a lot of the work here. That's only on that scope off. Oh, and then the flash through is perfect. So now you've got 19 HP between these two players, and it's just Hanka remaining. Oh my god, Hanka! Can she really do this? Against the AWP, a defuse in the smoke, the nade goes forward. Hanka will reveal, and will find it with the taps. An outrageous 1v3 to close out the half.
Still see your things in my apartment. We're in the places where your heart went. Traces of the night got me thinking maybe you love me, but that's just how it started. More things and problems that I don't need. Toothpaste, your cigarettes and heartbeat. Taught me to whisper when I'm sleeping, saying you love me, but that was just a daydream. Hot sun fall and hot sun wine. You were standing right in front of me. Museum of our lost time, where you had me on display, yeah. All the while I wondered why never saw you in the daytime. The view through glass, I almost tried. Now you keep me in your archives.
Well, Hanka the Horrible. At least that's how Nemesis are going to view her, because that was a sickening 1v3. They had hope, and it's the hope that kills you. They got the pistol, they got the conversion, and then Big Equipa ran away with 9 rounds on that T side.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy way for the half to end. And they get the second pistol. Team Nemesis, that is. Got the first one. Looked like they're off to a good start. And a fast play in towards A could be a good way to get things started, but VQ gets the first kill. Kiosa with a fast headshot. Oh, and the follow through. It's on to Rachel. He's hounded down in the back of sight. With so many players running out here, it was only a matter of time. VQ with 3 to close.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And look at the way that round happened. It was so simple for Big Equipa, because you've got pressure being applied as soon as the contact's taken out long by Nemesis. You've got Viku then just pushing top mid, being really annoying, cutting off this rotation. And suddenly it's just completely one-dimensional. You then got that split in, and Viku and Kiosa just completely destroy. Rachel tries her very best, but Viku has gone all the way around the world. It's the apps that betrays Nemesis not once but twice in these Inferno pistols. We've got an eco. M-Stan drops the incendiary. No barbecue happening for the T side. Instead, they're going to look to regroup through second, mid, and boiler.
Gonna have a little looky-loo. Fading out that bit of util. With 4 players of the CT side over here on A. They're in the perfect position to deal with this. MP9s can get some money. Keep up.
Oh.
Getting bored. Astra wants to show that her MP9 also pretty laser sharp. Headshot. Couple little headshots. This will be 11 for Big Equipa. Their map pick, of course, been very solid on it. Feeling like the Inferno from Na'Vi last year that you alluded to. Definitely still in full effect with this squad.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what it is, but a side tangent is whenever I go, obviously Astra streams quite a lot. In fact, all of the ESL Impact players, the vast majority of them do stream on the regular, so go and support them, number 1. Number 2, I don't know what it is, but whenever I think I've checked into Astra's stream probably like in the last 8 times, she's always on Inferno. Like, always.
Just loves it. The only person who does. But they make Inferno fun to watch, at least. Getting some revenge of Banana. Let's keep pushing. Astra decides to take the fight to her, and that one's not quite the laser-sharp MP9 from the round before. So with 2 quick kills from K at A, that should be gun round going the way of Nemesis. CT is just looking to hold on to what they've got. For Team Nemesis, they have a long road ahead, so can't commit too many resources to hunting.
No, I mean, look, we saw Big Equipa not really hunt in that position where they had 5 alive, because suddenly that fan mass has just become an AK, and Kiosa is deadly with it. But a step in the right direction. Don't call it a comeback, because we're nowhere near just yet. It's good to see Cowarday getting a couple of kills. Entering over towards B, that's all it takes. Keeping it simple as well. Good timing, just to scale up Banana. Big Equipa trusted the utility, but Nemesis had already beaten it.
Banana fight goes this time. Exchange of util leaves the T's a little worse for wear. Anchor and Astro don't want to be too forward in their approach. It's going to mean they're playing a little in the dark on this CT side. Very passive positions right now. Let's go down. A lot of pressure now on this A-bomb site. Perfect time to hit it because only 2 defenders. DQ is rotated back over, but locked out by the smoke. Kiosa and Msan, though, trying their best to hold on to this, and VQ comes out for 1. Kiosa misses her mark. Rachel's managed to find 2 kills, putting it into the 2-on-2. Bomb still to go down, low HP on Ramsin.
Bomb has been
Planted, and with a re-smoke going down, it's still not the easiest retake.
It isn't, but they're here quick. Rachel does fantastic to get these opening kills. Can't swing short directly because then you're giving up the advantage. She will give it a little look, and that's the mistake. Asher will capitalize upon it. You mentioned low HP. Now for Ramsin with 21 of it. Tucks in behind the box. Looks to get a favorable anvil. Looks to get a favorable fight, but can't do it. It's the bane of the old team once again. It's the old IGL on new pastures, finding that 12th and map point for Big Equipa.
Yeah, well done from Msan as well, getting at least 2 kills in that position. I feel like Kiosa was the one that was actually set up, but it's Msan with the MP9 of all weapons. Actually, it's a lot of the work. Rachel just feels a bit too much pressure on her shoulders to keep fighting forward. I like the idea from Ramsin to kind of crouch behind that box and utilize some of the off angles, the headshot position if she needs to bounce up, but the wide swing out on the approach to site just makes it all too easy. 8 map points. Who goes for a chance, doesn't get the opportunity. Mayday wants to try and take one in banana. Flashbang, not coming. Just jumping up and down. Again, Hanker and Astra, you're okay with conceding this control.
Yeah, especially after the amount of damage you've done with the HEs, you've got enough block utility, at least for the moment. Though as I say that, smokes get replenished and recycled instantaneously. That will scare Nemesis off. They're going to look to reset. Maybe going back in towards top brackets, but second guessing it, Cowarday recalls the troops over, and this is the perfect call. Going into B right now. But you got to contend with a boost.
BQ rotates. Boost up. Astra gets hers from the top and then repositioning on the angle. She just keeps bouncing up and down and going left and right. It's so hard to deal with, especially with the AWP. Eventually gets that kill and surely the flush out comes in, but no. Hanker and VQ find the final frags and Big Equipa storm across their map pick of Inferno.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I tell you what, it looked good for Nemesis for about 30 seconds. And then Big Equipa completely took over. Was really impressed with the structure that we got out of Big Equipa. It's really clear that MSN, although not been announced, has been working offline with this team. Because even though Big Equipa have historically, as a core, have had a really good Inferno, this looks an awful lot better. And I mean easy, like 2-3 times better than what I'm used to seeing out of them on Inferno. Everything felt very precise. Everyone knew exactly what was going on. There was a really good synergy in this team. And I'd be worried ESL Impact, and your prediction doesn't look half bad, Lucy.
Yes, Big Equipa storming through things. This is a great debut for this brand new roster, but with very familiar faces together. Only dropping 2 gun rounds throughout this, and the clutch factor on display, as we can see, the Hanker 1v3, chef's kiss. Everything coming together nicely. I didn't get to see much of MSAM, but not really a requirement because everything else was just coming together so well for them. Inferno, I think we expected this at some level just because this team has so much experience on this map. The individuals, the core, didn't have any doubts, and Kiosa as well, right? We think back to all the teams she's been on before. I think everything made sense for Inferno to be strong for them. Still have to see how that's going to play out on the other maps, but that was a dominant win nonetheless.
Tell you what, I said it will probably be Astra going in first. Look at that, 7 entry kills on Astra as your in-game leader with 78 ADR. And you got VQ and Hanka basically on 100 or just over. Everyone was performing and firing all cylinders for Big Equipa. The balance of this team feels really good. And I understand and I appreciate what you're saying, Lucy, about, look, we kind of expected this on Inferno. I didn't expect it to that extent, I'll be honest. I didn't expect everything to click in just so instantaneously. The fact that this is, what, a 13-4? That is pretty outrageous, but it's also an incredible statement for Big Equipa.
Yeah, 13-4 when you lost the first 2 rounds, right? The pistol, and you had to eco into the next, right? So they dropped 2 rounds after that for the rest of the map. It's a very impressive run from them. On the other side, we saw some flashes from Giuliano and Ramsin, but definitely felt like the team wasn't quite clicking against this Big Equipa roster. There were 2 players we really wanted to highlight. Brandon, we threw him up onto the head-to-head graphic, and that's the 2 ex-Na'Vi superstars, now Big Equipa superstars, and still doing the same darn thing. VQ and Hanka, top of the charts.
Yeah, it's a big reunion for these 2 players. And
that's good.
I know it would have been a little bit upsetting for Hanka not to have been playing with VQ, because I think for most of her career she's been playing with VQ. So the fact that they're now back together again, they're now delivering combined on average about 95 ADR between them. It looks really good. It feels incredibly good. And I'm really happy that Big Equipa, obviously going into this season, wanted to have a big rebuild. They say, okay, Hanka, we're going to put you at the helm. Notice that she was in the middle of the graphic. That was deliberate. She's the glue that holds all this roster together. We will rebuild around you. Who do you want? Well, I want my old teammates back. I want the Polish reunion. And Hanka and VQ, undeniable on Inferno. Got to remember as well, Inferno is not an AWP map, and yet VQ gets 17 kills.
Yeah, huge amount of impact from VQ. I think it was mostly those kind of... She got all the equalizing kills, right? It felt like she was always there, ready to kind of get that next frag to make sure they were never at a disadvantage. Like, you think of any time an opening pick came through from Nemesis, immediately there was a rebuttal. And if that wasn't VQ, it was the players in Banana getting those trades. So across the board, looking very cohesive. We got to see the roles coming into play as well and kind of how that maps out. Looks how you'd expect. It feels like there's been a lot of thought put into the players that they've brought into this. Obviously not just that Na'Vi core, but Kyosa and Emsan. Feels like they fit into the pieces of this roster really well.
Yeah, look, role cells would be pretty happy because it really does round it out completely, because Kiosa's a really good lurker, Emsan's a really good support and anchor player, so it all just sort of clicks, it makes it work. I'm still interested in what we're going to get out of Nemesis, because we did mention on it, we did talk about the fact that Giuliano is maybe playing a little bit more of anchor roles. I don't know, I feel like you could definitely put her in a better position there. You could definitely get her a little bit more responsibility. That was the big conversation we had before we even came into Inferno. We said Giuliano is unleashed, and you put her in pit. Hopefully she can take up a better role on their map pick, because Nemesis have picked in towards Nuke, and judging by how that map went for Big Equipa right now, I'd be trembling just a little bit, but they've got plenty of time to reset and refocus. We will reset and refocus too as we throw it to a break. When we come back, it is map 2 just after this.
a dominant debut on Inferno for Big Equipa. Brandon, you had VQ 1.67 rating. Astra 1.64, the whole squad showing up. Yeah, pretty much as good a start as you could want to the series. But that was just Inferno. That was their map pick, as we kind of mentioned. Expected them to look good on it. Maybe not quite so lights out good. Nuke, this one I think should be pretty good map for them, I would say. And you also, when you saw the veto, were a little worried for Nemesis. What gets you worried?
What gets me worried about this is the fact that you've got Hanker outside. If she's taken on that same responsibility, will do a lot of damage, in my opinion, because she's just so good at taking space. We just saw how good she was on Inferno doing that. VQ as a mobile AWPer can also just play the rotation position. But what's good about VQ, and what's one thing again, guys, if you play Face It and you want to play rotations, actually call what you're going to do. Because if you say rotation, it doesn't actually help your team. What VQ does, and what you should learn from VQ, is that she'll say, this round I'm going to go over towards ramp and I'm going to take the early pick. Then I'm going to rotate and help out where's needed, over towards heaven, for example. She'll be very authoritative about where she's going, and it'll be communicated very clearly, and it will help the whole team get into a more rigid structure. The fact that they start CT as well, because this is Nemesis's map pick, there was a lot left to be desired there for Nemesis on Inferno, a map that requires good fundamentals. Nuke, you'd argue, requires the same level of fundamentals and also good communication, and that's where I start to get a little bit worried, because obviously, look, the core and the coach have been around for such a long time, but for me, when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, could there have been a safer map you could have gone into?
Well, I might be wrong, and I'm just double checking, but they were not a Nuke team. Like,
no,
Zerats was not a Nuke team. Like, I'm just looking now. This year, 2 Nuke games for the French roster under Prototype Blaze. So before they were Zerats, one against Spray and Slay, one against Imperial Valkyries, and they lost both. It was an OT loss against Spray and Slay, but a crazy move to completely change the veto coming into this season. So I hope they've been cooking, because they're going against some very tough customers on this map.
Correct me if I'm wrong as well, but I don't think K-Day was really playing Nuke with FlyQuest Red all that much either. So yeah, it feels a little bit spicy, but let's see what some of the ex-chefs from Ladder Cooker have been crafting as well. Rachel, one of those. Astra also one of
Played
those.
it 3
Kiosk
times
jiggling
across an entire year with FlyQuest.
Okay. Well, doesn't feel great. Kiosk dualies. That feels pretty great. Only 1 kill, and there is Rachel chiming in for the immediate. They swarm B. Astra swings open the windows and is able to take away Julie and shuts the door very politely on her way out.
Yeah, a nice little kill onto a difficult to hit player jumping across. So player advantage. Bombs allowed to go down. They don't have a kit. They got a lot of util instead. Smoke could be disruptive, and a crawl fall from Hanker finds Ramson. That one's easy. K-Day takes back some space, allowing them a bit more freedom in this post plant. Smoke hasn't gone down on this bomb. Instead, they're just fighting forward, and yeah, maybe that's the answer when you've got the shots like that. They haven't taken any damage.
No, sure, why not? And I love the way she approaches that. It got a little bit scary when she swings open decon early, but she takes 1 kill, falls back, waits for the support of her teammates, and they can just go around the corner together as a unit, together as one. Good teamwork immediately from the outset here from Big. That's what I'm talking about. You get the kill, you wait for your rotates, then you all go in together. K-Day is able to get rid of VQ, but at that point the damage is already done. 1-0 starting Nuke as they left Inferno.
It's an investment in at least the 3 Galils looking to cause some damage outside. Hanker is in this position still. It's exactly where you want her to be. You're also on ramp. Okay, yeah, this is interesting to see. Well, that would be a great M-Sand position. Hanker's caught. That one's easy to life. K-Day takes a headshot, but she'll stay standing. Actually, it might have just been 3 body shots. Same result regardless. Now outside, a bit of an issue.
Now we look to Big Equipa, see if they're going to have a response. They're going to start pushing in towards lobby, and so it's Viku having a little jiggle out towards heaven. Doesn't see anything. Goes around the corner just in case players are scaled up towards heaven. Misses that time in. Cowday thinks about forcing the issue. VQ comes back, and Cowday will now reveal that she's here. VQ more than happy to take this fight after getting over 100 ADR on Inferno. Thinks better of it. Time ticking, and all this space that was initially created has gone to waste.
There is still plenty of room down on B, though, so it's fine. And they've also walked ramp before this contact from KD outside. It's given up this space, so Big Equipa going to be in a tricky position to retake this. That bomb's going to go down. There's nothing that can be done to disrupt it. Can't even go down the vent. Giuliano will go down, though. Bomb's still not planted.
Yeah.
Taking a crazy amount of time to go down. Will eventually, with seconds to spare. That's now 4 on 3. And a chance now. Rachel fighting on forward. Nate goes behind her and hits Julie straight in the face. Good swing from Rachel. VQ goes down. Rachel still the point woman in this, but she can't get any more. And it's on to Ramsin. Just got that kill into M-Sands. They know of her location. No kit. Time ticking heavily. Ramsin has managed to reposition cheekily Astra's stickiness, and it's so easy. So Ramsin, they did not anticipate that reposition. No kit, no time. Gets a little dicey, but the round will go their way.
And I think Kiosa will go down with the ship as well. No, lives on 4. But what a fantastic response. It really is worrying how long that took to first figure out that you wanted to go down B in the first instance. Secondly, putting the bomb down once you've managed to get down in towards B. Obviously a little bit apprehensive for the fact that there's no contact, but as soon as Giuliano sees and communicates that there's 2 players pushing ramp, you just go. And you should be planting there immediately. It's, I think a bit fortunate for Nemesis that no one from Big Equipa rotates down the vent, but they can't because they don't have the direct info because they had no one down B in the first instance. I think they get away with one there.
My favorite spot to go, where Hanker is. Oh, and that's why. Deadly weapon with the 5-7. That's the Patton and Julie wide swing. That trade back. Still got Kiosa back garage, though, and if they don't cross, which they won't, outside's completely under control of the CTs.
Push lobby. There you go. Yeah, good reaction here. Because as you say, right, there's no info.
Big kill. But they still need to get the bomb here. Ash just hit a second headshot as well. So the crunch has gone extremely well. Well, Astra kind of left out to dry. Maybe M-San can help her out. Just the smoke. They're going to disengage. That's kind of surprising. Giving a lot of space here for the T's.
I don't hate it because it gives Astra a way out. Also, Astra can remain here. Nemesis now have to second guess themselves because you're going to get immediate rotations. Kiosa's already gone down secret. You got that rotate down vent as well. And Astra, in theory, can go in towards lobby, get info, and also hold in case they go and wrap it over towards heaven. Time ticking. Time still a factor. Kiosa will now hear that they're rotating down. Smoke on the doorway, though, is going to be a little bit troubling. Astra will now join her down the vents, but they plant 4 where the smoke is. Ramsey will at least scoop that one up. Hands busy, means that Giuliano has got a lot to contend with by herself. Spray on the Galil. It's good for at least 1, and whilst the dink comes on M-San, she gets both kills.
Just slides around with the 5-7. I can't believe she gets the second frag. So the full spike goes back and forth. Kiosa, yeah, that's a little bit of a silly one there. I think that plant position, thinking the smoke's going to protect, but Kiosa is like a, I don't know, I was going to say hawk. I don't know, something big ears, an elephant. Here's Echo locates a bat, perhaps. Regardless, gets the kill.
The elephant
Astra.
echolocation.
Hey, no, yeah, that's what elephants do, right? That's what Dumbo does. Oh, good shots from M-San.
If you think about it, Dumbo's just a big bat, so that's fine. It works. We got there in the end with the analogy. Rush ramp, straight into Viku, straight into the util, and Viku is not even really needed. Kiosa gets a hat trick. Giuliano, last player standing. looks at the top right, sees all the kill feed light up, and then her name joins. The same fate as her teammates. A flawless round from Big Equipa. They are back in control.
I guess that's why Chaos is at ramp. If I'm Nemesis, I'm like, why are there 2 players ramp? Like, come on. Every time you call the fast ramp play, there's 2 players that start here. I can never get that call right.
Neither can Cowardly.
Unlucky.
That was the Force, by the way. That felt like an eco. This is the eco in round 5. No util whatsoever. You feel a little bit helpless. There's, in theory, no way that this round should be going wrong, and it won't. Hanker cleans up 2, is somehow alive for a little bit longer than anticipated, but Astra, of course, steps in. She wants all the kills. 4-1, as quick as you like. Got an update for you as well on the other game. It was 9-3 to NIP against 888 Aura. Then it went 9 rounds each. And then NIP were able to close 13-9. But a little bit scary there, NIP. A little bit nervy, your first game of the season.
Yeah. Mirage is always going to be a tricky one against teams like 888 Aura. NIP able to get it across the line. It's our B stream game. First community stream game. Little leg shot. Oh, BQ. I don't think she meant to do that. Got hit her head, and that got her stuck. But at least she got the trade, but I murdered him. Trading yourself. Oh.
Spotted. Hanker won't actually get the best of them. Nades go both ways, and they don't get any kills apiece. But at least the information is exchanged. Akiosa thinks twice about committing down in towards that B-bomb site. Astra still remains. Hanker goes for the wide swing, gets rid of the high HP player in Cowarday, and Astra pushes door in the same moment. Yuli will find Emsan. It gets tricky in the 2v2. The only information you don't know is about Kiosa that then just arrives in from the rafters. Bomb scooped up, bomb recovered from Yuli. And now she's got to run for the hills. And because you know that Kiosa was over towards rafters, ramp is open for business.
Yeah, this is very doable, but they've both rotated down. So Julie in a tricky position, and I think done for. Yeah, they're immediately here, not even giving her a chance to get that bomb planted. A little bit spooky after that 1v1. Hanker's swinging back out through credit. Because Riku just gets stuck on the main lip. I can't believe she swings from credit and gets the high HP player.
Yeah, I can't believe she has a high HP player, but the swing is the correct thing to do. If it was accommodated by a flashbang, it'd be even better, right? But she's trapped in the position. She needs to find further info. It's annoying, actually, looking at this game, because I understand what Nemesis are trying to do. I actually think some of the calls have been correct. The timing of when they're going, that's the wider issue here. It feels like not everyone is on the same page. You're going to get that with some teething issues. It's going to be this A-pop. Rams is lining up the util. She's got double flashbangs to help accommodate this. Astra's going to drop the counter utility. Let's see if Big can hold on.
Well, he goes down. Astra has to smoke herself, and we'll give her space to work with. Anchor and Emsan dealing with the doors. Closing them, metaphorically, with bullets.
Oh, you're going to get knifed. Don't get knifed.
Yeah, okay. Hanker's just ready. No, Emsan's denied the knife. KD was definitely going to try and slip down the vent.
There's still time.
She's going to get a knife kill. Surely this is the play. I don't know. They can't really get out there, though, is the problem. She got bored. Sort of stuck to your guns. Emsan looking solid. We didn't get to see a lot out of her on Inferno. Just wasn't really necessary in her role. But as the A-site anchor, definitely putting up the numbers. And it's nice to see, you know, as much as like to praise Kiosa, it's good to have Emsan playing an anchor position where she can have a lot of action early, because she's a very solid player.
It's nice, look, we highlighted Hanker and VQ in map 1. It's nice to see that Kiosa and Emsan are now stepping up. Obviously, everyone's having a good game for Big Equipa, but notably those two players. It's a joint effort. The It's a whole team unit, and that used to be what Na'Vi Javelins used to implement. It used to be the old Polish squad that used to do that as well. The sum of their parts. It's not just individuals having big pop-off games. VQ at least gets the info outside, and Hanka, look at this. So confident. So determined to try and get this kill on Ramsin, and she has got no help whatsoever. Hanka goes back round red. Ramsin isn't looking. This timing is absolutely horrendous.
Oh my god, she's gonna be.
They're gonna have no idea.
Oh, this is golden. However, there is actually now no longer the window because vent was open. So, yeah, Hanka, Kade goes back to clear it, but it's fine. She's still standing. They're going to try and charge her down, and that nade somehow gets the kill. I don't know how it did enough damage.
It was misthrown and it bounced back off the wall. It was a rebound, 3 points for Hanka.
Oh, yeah.
And Asher just keeps going, slam dunk onto Julie. Ramsey will at least get one back, but it's a lurk with the AWP, and you've lost all your teammates in the meanwhile. I was worried about Nuke, and now I've got good reason to be. 7-1 for Big Equipa here on their CT.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it as a pick to kind of start leading into, to consider picking up. Because, you know, maps like Nuke, like Train, like Overpass, I think, especially during the online stage, can be really powerful pocket picks against some of the newer teams. But sure, these 5 is new together, but these players are Nuke specialists. So a risky map pick for Nemesis.
Run out of ideas now as well on the T side. We had a couple of good ideas in the early stages, and now it feels like the game plan's gone completely out the window because none of it's worked, and now we're just hoping for individuals to try and find kills. Double ramp swing. VQ holds a timing shot. Giuliano's made it out in towards the vent. This is a good lurk. She can catch off Astra. Meanwhile, the ramp pressure's being applied.
It's a freebie for Giuliano, and Kado's found hers onto Kiosa. Giuliano's doubled down. We removed after that, but Msan, oh, here's that player outside, or at least it's calmed over. A chance of VQ in the clutch. You can't lose a 1v4, surely not. Surely not, you're giving her opportunities. And you can't give VQ opportunities. She's aware of the possibility. Julie pauses. VQ, patient as ever. PT50 in hand. The timing looks to be against her, so the clutch denied. But you could see the way she was putting that together.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, even though she doesn't win that round, look at the amount of damage it's done to the economy. Ramsey can afford an AWP, sure, but Giuliano's going to be on the Galil. Rachel's on a Mac 10. It's a bailout. Giuliano does so much work here, and yet VQ's somehow able to transform that into a near-perfect clutch. So Big Equipa able just to reset this, and the money's gone yet again for Nemesis. It's still dangerous territory. We're still entering like 9-3, 10-2 territory here. And look at VQ. Now pushing forward over towards Hut. Rachel's moved off the angle. That gives space for the AWP, and Cowarday has taken so much damage crossing outside. And there goes VQ.
So kill she was waiting for. Kiosa spotted out at ramp, has to fall off, and they know the AWP's not going to be the rotate. So good response from Team Nemesis to get this space at ramp. Question is, what do you do with it? You feel like you want to link up on B where you know Kade has gotten down. Kade looking for this kill, but Kiosa HP advantage, easy enough for her. I feel like maybe you needed a faster acceleration down ramp with such low HP on Kade. She could not be the one to take the first initiative there, but 2 quick kills. Ramson finding M's out on the rotate, but you never clear double. And that's where Hanka finds her success. Holding for this swing too. It falls to Ramson to try and work this out. Bomb picked up, swaps the AK. Tap on it, hoping to bait this out. It's Rachel that goes first. Ramson just spams to get the trade. That's tricky. Both these CTs are grouped up together. Does Ramson have a way out? If she goes up the vent here, they've already seen, they've already looked. Astra's already making the moves to head her off at the pass, but Ramsey fast shots. And now she's the one in the position to clutch. Bomb to go down, VQ. Another 1v1 opportunity, fast up this vent. She zooms up, and Ramsey disengages. Sound cues both ways. Smoke goes forward. Ramson thought about swinging ahead of it. Is she going to walk this? Viku crawling forward. Standing on each other in this smoke. Where's that bomb planted? She's in the open. Surely easy enough for Ramson to find her, and she will. So Ramson coming through with a big clutch of her own.
Absolutely unbelievable clutch from Ramson. I love the way she plays that. She had to do something, right? She had to do anything to make it a Nemesis round. She finds the way out. She wall bangs the player in towards double doors for that trade. Hanka getting tricky with it because you've just killed Kiosa over towards the double door steps. So you're never expecting a second one there, are you? Brilliant work from Ramsey. Her decision just to go in towards the smoke. Hiding in plain sight. VQ goes for the stick. It's not going to work. She's not directly in that smoke. Who needs an AWP? And you got Ramsey on the AK. Relentless in that round. And that gives a little bit of hope, potentially, for Nemesis. As the money's starting to wear thin now, they can get 5 out of this.
Yeah, 5 would be a great position to be in after, you know, the way this map started. Getting reset early, using the pistol. Some very close rounds coming through, but Viku denied on both clutches. The bomb not quite where she hoped it was when that smoke went down. I think if it had been a smoke on the bomb itself, that would have been really hard to spam out, to be honest. Some extra money are Big Keeper to make sure they've got that investment into the next should things go wrong here. Already down the vents. The AWP starts outside. No smoke, so at least it's the default cross. So VQ has a good line and, well, had a chance there.
You know the AWP's outside now, so that means that the other rifle is either going to be down in towards the B bomb site or on A. You've got to make a decision whether you want to go for this A play. Here's the thing, you got to go for something. And also, if outside is occupied by the sniper, that means that one player is probably over towards ramp. Cowday tries to take space. VQ's actually rotated over, just drop a bit of utility just to hold them back. And Hank has now walked up the vent. That timing yet again for Nemesis gone.
Oh, but Juliano spots Hanka coming up, trying to throw that smoke. So that's a nice freebie. Kiosa, you can't walk through this. You can't walk through this. Yeah, you can't walk through that. 2 kills is gifted.
I'm worried. This might send them back in towards A, which means you'll be going back in towards the lobby push. You still got this outside lurker of Rachel, but Bigger Keeper in a position where you're not actually going to be affected by that play. And Astra gets rid of Giuliano. Julie, you can't go around that corner with the bomb. 20 seconds left. Needs to find the outlet. And we'll get it, but you're never ready for M-San. Big Keeper set the trap. And Nemesis are walking into it. VQ needed to hit that shot. M-San left all alone. Cowarday the bailout. But it's that push directly or indirectly from Kiosa that sends Nemesis scrambling nearly into their own path.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation that they found themselves in. Just walking through, 2 players ready for that. Great setup from Big Keeper here. Astra not able to get 2, but bomb completely caught off VQ. That was the chance. Just misses her opportunity. If she gets that kill, there was a player still walking on her in heaven. So the trade would have come not too long after, and it still would have been very tricky to put back together for Big. Very scary situation. Kiosa has walked through the smoke successfully this time.
It doesn't dare go around the corner this time, though. Yeah, it's one of those where the sweet irony of it all is that VQ missed the initial shot on Cowarday outside. And then it was her to miss the shot on Cowarday again at Heaven. He just removed her. That wouldn't have happened. Flashbang. Well, there was an attempt. Giuliano will get M-San. Feels like Giuliano's doing absolutely everything to keep Nemesis in this alongside Ramsey. It's the new blood, and it is working. They're out on A.
Hanka, though, not cleared. In towards Mage, just playing around that smoke, and she spots out Ramsin. A little tap through it to reveal her. And so that will be that 8-4 half in the end, bailed out by the smoke.
Press play.
You know I feel the same way. Something crawling under the surface. Snap your fingers, we'll go there. We can find your inner furnace. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain fall. No need to know tomorrow. Run into the light. Run into the light. Run into the light. You don't have to hide no more. Melodies will guide you. Take my hand to the dance floor. Feel the energy make you new. Keep racing to the mantra. Don't stop, get what you're after. No rush to find an answer. Let it all out. Stay moving as the beat goes. Feel free and let the rain pour. No need to know tomorrow. Run into the light. Run into the light. Run into the light. Run into the night. The sun's reaching so far. The sun so far. The sun reaching so far. Reaching. The sun reaching so far. Reaching. Run into the light. Run into the night. Into the night. Run into the light. Run into the night. Into the night. The sun reaching so far. So far. Reaching. The sun reaching so far. Reaching. The sun
Some individual heroics for Nemesis earn them at least a little bit of a safety cushion on their T side of Nuke, but 8-4 doesn't feel like the best, especially with the form that Big Equipa are in. Two sets of dualies, more pistols, more problems, hopefully, for Big Equipa.
Yeah, it's from the CT side now for Team Nemesis. And, Astro reveals a little too much, some leg, but be able to get away. Ramsin trying to fight out, and the dualies only get the one. Scaling quickly is Kiosa. Hanka's found hers as well. Bomb to be planted just about. Some attempted spam back, and Hanka's got the information on lobby, which they've lost the control of. A tricky retake to find themselves in, and especially with Kiosa walking through the smoke and getting one. It's all now onto Rachel. The bread is in hands, but 3 frags to find, and can't get past Kiosa, who comes through with a bang, a triple. She's sitting on 15 frags right now.
She's so good at pistols. It's actually quite scary because, look, ex-Navi Javelin were always very good at pistol rounds. So to have Kiosa in the mix, and remember, Kiosa was so good in pistol rounds to Eco Warriors as well. Astra normally quite notorious. So it's nice to see that Kiosa is also just angling for that responsibility. Another full eco at a Nemesis. I love the stack. It's very fun, but I'm worried it's not going to pay off.
Yeah, it's an unusual place to stack, which I think makes it exciting. But for Big Keeper, they've gone for a great round when you're up against the eco, which is scale outside. They've thrown the smoke towards hell. Just walk around. VQ's got the prime position to just farm up. Gets a little trigger happy, jumping down to her demise, but taking down 3 secures the round, and Big Keeper will find themselves on double digits momentarily.
Can Rachel get any? It'd be nice. Unfortunately not. Hanker is there. And I don't think we're going to see too much of the T side out of Bigger Keeper. But I do want to give attention to the way Hanker is going to play outside. I'm assuming she's going to be outside, so I'm just going to go with it because she just creates so much space. The fact that you then got Kiosa that can maybe even follow up, maybe take use of that outside space, going towards garage, start these heaven flanks, or maybe just take the timings and walk ramp. It's a very scary prospect in the future. I'm excited to see what they've got cooking. We might not see all of it in this match. This one's just fast. Emsan has just about made it, not quite down the vent, but she's alive. There we go.
A bit louder than she hoped.
Maybe it's all by design. Look at these rotates.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's unlucky for Hanker. Just about him down. Okay, today. And oh, that was fast. Just quick on the trigger as K-Day walks by. Surprised that she wasn't quite looking for that angle. Rams in, dodges the flash, and goes 1 for 1. There's still Rachel down here, and I think they have no idea. They're expecting.
No, they have no clue.
They're expecting that to have been the B player, and Rachel almost gets 2 for free. BQ in a sticky situation. That bomb stuck in towards Shadow. Rachel looking for the space, a little span to try and distract, but doesn't get the job done. Rachel baited to perfection.
Yeah, baited by Cowarday trying to rotate down to help her and die in. Actually works out really well. And then Ramsin stepping in at ramp. Really good proactive rotations there from Nemesis. It's a little bit unfortunate for being a keeper. We feel like they've done everything right. We're getting Emsan down the vent, getting that trade in towards ramp, but you're never expecting Rachel. Completely unaccounted for. I mean, Emsan never saw her when she went down the vent. Emsan didn't see her when she took that peek in towards control windows. How on earth would you have known that she was there? Good response. First gun round, first success story for Nemesis. Maybe they picked this map because the CT side is cooking.
Okay,
I'm just going to say that Cowarday dies. Yeah.
Yeah, not in the kitchen right now. Viki's rocking the Glock. So I guess she's hoping to get a gun off one of her teammates. I don't think that kill will allow a retrievable weapon. Ramsin's fully aware of Hanker's decision. Should be a good position to go for at least one. She'll get a little nervous at some point. She is completely exposed if any players walk by, and Kiosa gets her second. Just a bit of patience in the lobby. She's getting more from this position. Oh, yes, she can. 3. Oh, but Ramsin does find that multi as mentioned. And now you know where Giuliano was. She just got that trade back in lobby. Group up and approach this as a unit. Viki's still just rocking a Glock. This is the big issue now. She can't get that gun. Maybe she can find one in lobby. Okay, she's found herself an M4. I think Giuliano's got the sound cue. So again, VQ in a 1v1, but this is not favored. Surely, Giuliano swings open this door and ends her immediately.
Brilliant round out of Giuliano. Just the presence of mind, the awareness of knowing, look, I got this coming towards lobby. That means I know exactly where I am. Where are these players going to come from? You got the outside player to deal with. Just isolate a fight. But a nice idea here for Bigger Keeper. They just fall back into a really passive default. They wait for the mistakes to be made. And let's be honest, the mistakes were made. And then Giuliano just does this. Exceptional stuff. Makes no mistake as soon as she swings open. Puts a graffiti down. I'm not sure what it said. That resets the money out of Big Equipa. Kiosa lucky to dodge the flames. Doesn't give away the audio. It feels like a fast play into A.
Give it a shot with the util. Giuliano trying to get into the corner so she's safe from it. Burning out is Julie, who gets spammed as well. Down has managed to thread through. Flashbang into the roof. Astra's removed K a day, and the fast pace could work out. But Giuliano in the back lines finally activates that push through the door to find two. Still difficult to get these players in, but Hanka so focused forward on Heaven. Giuliano has undone them all by herself. Doesn't need to fuse the bomb, but it's planted for Heaven, so it should be easily done. There's no way for Astra to get through here. Oh, there was really a small chance. Giuliano, again, the savior of the round.
Yeah, really well done from Giuliano. That's back-to-back now, just monumental impact coming out from her. Love the way that she's been approaching these rounds because she's almost just taken that responsibility, said that she needs to be the player that takes on a lot of the burden of responsibility, and she does, whether she's forced the hand into with the clutch or in this round where she recognizes that they're going to be coming quite quickly. There's a real opportunity here for her to trade places with the T side and strike for a multi. They were completely bamboozled. Again, it's still her and Ramsey and really single-handedly dragging Nemesis, whether they like it or not, through this map. Now 10-7. That was just Tech 9s though, and it's still packed a punch. This time Cowardé will fall early. Another opening kill for Big.
Was that 4 1v1s that have gone the way of Team Nemesis?
1vx's.
Well, some of them were attempts from big players to clutch. He almost pulls off the 1v4. Yeah, clutches have all gone the way of Team Nemesis into this. Ramson prowling forward. That is an easy frag for her. Sticking around, this could be dangerous. But she's such a wide angle. Yeah, she's going to get swung on. Rachel cannot help with the MP9.
Oh, but Julie can.
There's the response.
Steps in. Yeah, immediately through Heart. Puts the player advantage back in contention. Hanka, that's so risky. And Emsan can't follow suit. Hanka will at least get the bomb. Information directly known here for Nemesis. Hanka will at least punch the digits in, get a little bit more money for her team, and won't be able to get by that MP9 at range from Rachel. And you can also delay time on this defuse to go and upgrade all the weaponry. What a response, what a swing out of Julie, and it felt like a little bit of a rush of blood to the head from Ramsey after she gets the opening kill, but she did have teammates in support, and they did come in and swing.
That was with the first kill going the way of Big Keeper as well. That was a 5-on-4. So, yeah, Team Nemesis bailed out. This first kill comes through. It's a repause back into lobby. Ramsey gets this nice equalizer, but then punished immediately. But this swing, the lineup, perfect timing. All right, all right. Within 2 now, and again, Big Keeper put onto the back foot.
Oh, go on then. The big croc. Waiting in hut. And it feasts. So much money now being made. Astra will find kills. Well, one of them's on the XM. Viki will start to wield it, but good luck getting through ramp with that.
But right now there is space here, so I suppose they can make their move. Rachel's gone up to Heaven. Ramson's rotated down B with the AWP. Not quite the weapons to try and clear up towards Heaven. I think it's going to be very tricky for them.
It can be accurate on the ladder. I've seen it happen.
I suppose that is true. It is stupidly accurate. Gun, but yeah, not the angle. Rachel will get some quick kills. Chaotic ones.
Don't save the XM.
No, she'll save the import. All right, we are within one. This is causing Big Equipa to, take a breather. They're not becoming their way on this T side. Despite some good starts to rounds as well.
Well, it's actually following a very similar pattern to Team Nemesis, except we haven't really seen too much variation out of Big. We've seen them go A. We've seen them go A. And we've seen them drop down the vents. We've not had this deep outside control where you've got the smokes you go down as 5. We've not seen a ramp burst. We've not seen them taking deep control outside and going in towards garage. We've seen a main split once. But that's it. Like there's a whole lot of options that you can do for Big Equipa, and they're not doing any of them. And I'm surprised. Astra, she's definitely got it in her locker.
Kill disparity is remarkable as well. Everyone on Big is out-fragging almost everyone on Team Nemesis within one round. Those clutches really having a big effect. Keday's angle.
I don't think she can see there.
She's not going to see it. Hanka surely should be ready for this possibility, but not.
Oh, why?
So a freebie offered over.
That's lazy. I'm sorry. That's really lazy. And you've made noise by dropping the molly on the floor. Now they know you're here. Go next. Equalize the scoreline, 10-10.
Still a way to recover this.
Maybe not. Yeah, they've not reacted at all. And the players are boosting up Hut. At probably the worst time. Astra around the corner. They're not looking. They're worried about Heaven. And they shouldn't be. Cowarday's dropped out. Oh, Cowarday disconnected. That's why they were worried about Heaven. Bomb planted. 3v2. Big Equipa recover this through just sheer unfortunate internet issues. Ramsin starts to potentially go up towards the ladder, but you can't go for this. What an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of an impact it has. Like, I know they boosted up still.
They wouldn't have boosted up Heaven. I promise you, they would not have boosted up Heaven.
But that space was always there in towards main that they walked in towards door. But yeah, still, that is so unlucky.
The setup would have been completely different. That makes so much difference. Giuliano's also never looking at Heaven there. She's looking at the door. That's so unlucky.
Well.
Oh, that's horrible. That completely changes this from the game being equalized, the money being broken, to now you're one round away from series end.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, obviously. And has had a massive impact. Doesn't quite offset the 4-1v1s. All the not all the luck can go your way, I suppose.
Ramsin wouldn't have been down secret either, by the way. Oh.
No, I think she'd already rotated down there because they weren't watching the cross. So she was always going to be out of position. Yeah, a key player to lose. Well, in good news, I guess, for you, Brandon, or other news at least, NIP, update on that series, have closed out 2-0 versus 888 Aura. That was a 13-4 on map 2, so a little bit more in their favor on their map pick.
Good. Much better. Nemesis have also been much better on this CT side. Emsan, going loud. VQ gets the opener on Ramsin. It is a leg, but it's not a conversion out of the CT sniper. And Cowarday now taking damage as well. There's been a lot of distraction here to get Emsan over towards top main. We can't really make use of the position because this utility is being quite intrusive. That smoke has now missed. Oh dear. That's not going to help Emsan at all.
Yeah, that's not quite it. They have no lobby control either. At the very least, they've forced the rotation down. Giuliano is currently just sat at single. VQ in charge of prowling outside. Team Nemesis not really holding any active lines right now. K-Day going to be taking contact initially. That was a good chance, but now they're going to drop on her, and Emsan will find that kill that she's been waiting for. Rachel gets one onto VQ, who was the low HP player, but now they can just converge in this position. The issue is they have none of this lobby controls. They're a little bit worried, and Rachel reveals herself out at hell. Anchor removed, a 3-on-3, and Hut still an issue. Kioska's going to come back down, but not maybe even necessary. Now they'll know where this final player is. And bomb to be planted safely. Julie, 100 HP, picks up the AK, spam out, trying to get that player that's flushed forward. Emsan's low. There's a chance for her in this. A kit you can see that she can pick up on her way through. Emsan's elevated position, dealing with Hut, but means that Julie might have an opportunity to catch her off as she skirts around, not spotting any of these players. Oh, and she misses the opportunity. Too many angles to clear, so uncomfortable. Emsan with a quad kill to get Big Equipa onto series point.
Yeah, what a round. What a round from Emsan, because I honestly thought Big Equipa were losing that round because they lost the timing. All the praise that we gave to them on Inferno about taking their timing, taking their moment. As soon as you get this main kill, yeah, sure, you don't have lobby info, but you got to go, because the entire intent of the round is to split in towards main and go. And it's that slight hesitation. It gets the outside player rotating over, but Emsan just bails them all out. Fantastic result from her, but that's a little bit nervy.
Emsan continues. Astra goes 1 for 1. Still on the back foot and with such lesser weaponry. They have a lot of work cut out for them here to Team Nemesis to stay alive. Full ramp control for the T's as well. Hankett walks back through with the bomb in lobby, so seeing that's not being reclaimed, they threw the outside smokes to draw attention that way. Which means there's so much room over towards ramp right now. They just commit down to B. There'll be nothing that Team Nemesis can really do.
You're almost just waiting for this game to end at this point. That sounds horrible, but that is the reality of it, because you've got Cowarday down here. Is now revealed by dropping that smoke. Hank is just going to stick the plant anyway at the Astralis corner. And our Big Equipa are looking to make inroads in towards the double door. Surely this round is done. Emsan is even diligent and spams the smoke. They try and walk their way through. Julie will find one, but that is surely it. VQ hits the trade. Too many players for Big Equipa, and they will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, a bit of a nervy one for them, though I'm not sure they were expecting this map to come through of Nuke. Certainly unexpected from the side of Nemesis, who we have not seen this former team really play the map much, but definitely showed up in that second half. Some unlucky situations. Big Equipa, they will take the series, and they started so strong on Inferno. It did feel like it was going to be theirs. But a great debut from this new look Big.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Inferno. Got to give a lot of credit to Nemesis for the way that they adjusted, especially on the CT side of Nuke. The individuals definitely gave them a little bit of a stranglehold onto the game. Ramsden and Giuliano in particular, I think, were at the helm of all of it. But unfortunately, not enough. Didn't give themselves enough to work with. That Cowarday disconnect is unfortunate. But the reality of the situation is Big Equipa will take this 2-0. They get off to a brilliant start here in ESL Impact Season 8. Still a little bit rough around the edges when it comes to the mid-round, but Inferno, always a safe haven.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting to have to play this map so soon, and that was definitely a tough part. But you can see just the kill discrepancy. Mentioned this during the map. Even when the comeback was on, it did feel like Big Equipa were finding the kills, but it was just some of that mid-rounding. The Team Nemesis was catching them off, finding those extra opportunities to bring the rounds back. Not to mention all the clutches that come through. If you compare the opening kills, on these two teams.
Yeah.
Big Equipa were finding the openers in almost every single round. It was the closing that they weren't able to do in different situations. And Team Nemesis showing the clutch factor that they have. And great to see both Giuliano and Ramsen looking so good in this new roster.
Yeah, it's nice to see. And again, I'm just really happy at how balanced this roster is, because there could have been a variety of different ways in which you take this roster. If you're a bigger keeper, the fact that they go with Emsan, I think, is a really smart decision. And then you get Kiosa back, who's obviously got history playing under the organization of Big. It just adds a lot of firepower, and Kiosa thrives well in an incredibly structured team. Astra's going to give her that structure, so therefore Kiosa's individual output is going to go higher. I think this is going to be the best season out of Kiosa yet, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's the right sort of team for her to really thrive in. And that's with so many players that can output as well, right? There's so much firepower. I mentioned how everyone was showing up on Inferno. Kiosa brilliant on Nuke, but Astra only a few frags behind. It felt like she always finds impact. I don't know how, even though she's calling and often going for a lot more of the aggressive plays, she still manages to put up the most absurd numbers while you've got Hanker and VQ in the team, who weren't so required on this map. I actually did feel that VQ maybe could have had a bit more impact, saw her miss a couple opportunities in the clutches, which normally she's pretty good for. But yeah, couldn't quite bring it through, but the rest of the team stepped up, and one player that particularly stepped up on Nuke, which I think is why we had to pick her for our Kadia player of the match, that was Kiosa, who was top of the scoreboard on map 2. And yeah, her, I guess, debut this year with Big Equipa, returning under the umbrella of the team that she was in last year, and looking like she never missed a beat.
You got to give it to Kiosa, just because you can give it to Astra, but this is Kiosa's returning debut, playing new under this old core, and I think she was phenomenal. And I think, again, it just goes into what we were saying before. I think this is going to be the best season out of Kiosa yet. I think we're going to get a lot more results out of her and Emsan. I think they're definitely the underrated pieces of this roster that people should be talking about more.
Yeah, it's interesting on Nuke in particular that it was kind of the anchors on that CT side, Emsan and Kiosa playing ramp and A side, that were actually the ones that were really doing a lot of the work. If like most of the impact came through from those two, which was really cool to see, because we didn't get to necessarily see that so much on Inferno, which was much more focused on the entries. But you hear that ring-a-ding-ding, which means we have our interviewee. Hanka, it's great to see you again.
How good is it?
How good is it? Amazing. Yeah, a new debut for your new big team. Completely different big, but very familiar faces. I want to hear a little bit about how this roster came together and the sort of role that you had in getting this team as 5.
Like, to be honest, I feel like we have really good synergy as a team, but of course it came with time and with a prep. But on the very beginning, when I was kind of picking up players, let's say, I knew how this team should look like, that we can win it, win the whole impact. So basically I got the green light from Big, so big shout out to Big, because if not Big, it wouldn't be possible basically. But I knew that Astra, ex-Navi core, plus Kiosa, insane player, Emsan, young blood, it's it just has to click,
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's nice to hear you and speak to you again, on this time on the other side of the desk where you're playing, rather than joining us in the analyst role, because obviously we want to see you being on the stage as a player, right? But I want to talk to you a little bit, firstly, about the veto. We'll talk about the game quickly with Nemesis. Nuke, were you expecting that one? And if you were, what kind of went wrong on that T side? It was a little bit slow to close there, wasn't it?
To be honest, we had our secret plan about veto, so we wanted to outsmart everyone, and we did that. And basically Nuke was okay, like we have really strong map pool, so we were like, okay, whatever they're gonna pick, whatever they're gonna prepare, we're gonna win either way. So we have like really simple playstyle on Nuke, and in my opinion, it worked perfectly good, but we couldn't close the round out, and it happens like even in the best round we could ever play, if we don't shoot back, we will lose the round, and it happened. They won a couple clutches, and I think they just gave them a little bit momentum, but in the end we were, I think, really confident about this win coming into our side.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that you had a clear game plan throughout, and it felt like the responses were a lot faster than what I've seen in the past. And maybe some of that is attributed to your coach. I know there was a search for a coach. Can you give me a little bit of insight as how you've landed on MSN?
Yeah, like we were looking for like quite a long time. And after working with, for example, Alces, we had like, at least me, I had really high expectations, and we couldn't find better coach, I would say. MSN fits really good. He has experience as a pro player, basically. So it's what we need. He's really chill guy. He knows where to joke about some stuff, just like kind of lose us, you know, in the official match. So I appreciate that, and I really like how we kind of click about vision of the game.
You've obviously played a lot with VQ and Astra before, but I want to hear a little bit about what it's like having Kiosa and MSAN and what sort of the dynamic in the team is. Because I know MSAN brings a lot of good vibes.
Yeah, like definitely. Like now, I feel like each of us have like different role and have different personality. But of course, our ex-core have like I have no doubt about that. It's like one of the best like cores I can play in. And about Kiosa, like we wanted to get her from like probably beginning of Impact. So finally my dream came true. And about Emerson, like I don't know, like this kid is just fucking insane. Oh, sorry, this kid is just freaking insane. She is like, I don't know, like I see myself when I was like 18. You know, it's just insane. It's really like everyone have their own role. And it clicked perfectly.
I love that you say you see yourself when you're 18. That was only like a couple of years ago. You know, it's not like ancient history.
Yeah. But like definitely she has different energy than I have right now, you know, as a player, and like she has different vision. She brings this like new vision to the team, in my opinion, you know, because I'm kind of more experienced than her, of course. So it's like she's perfect fit, and like young blood who gonna experience everything for the first time, most likely, you know. So it's really nice.
Yeah, it's a great mix of players that you've got together. I know I'm very excited about this team. You mentioned when you joined this interview that you basically said, okay, this is the team that we're gonna win ESL Impact for this team. Is that your goal then? You guys are gonna be lifting that trophy at the end of the season?
Hell yes, Lucy. Hell yes. Bro, this team is just insane. Insane. We're gonna win this.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you so much, Hanka, for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you so much, guys. It was good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Oh, always lovely hearing from Hanka, isn't it? And I like the best thing about Hanka, and this is why we like interviewing her, she just says it how it is. She just says it how it is. Always wanted to play with Kiosa, finally playing with Kiosa, sees herself in Kiosa.
That's
a few years ago.
It's so valuable hearing that stuff, right? Because you know, we obviously know the individuals are good because we get to watch them play the games, so we know the numbers there, we know these players are solid. But hearing that other players know that a player is someone they want, right? They're like, okay, that's the player that I want to play with because I know she's so good. Like, that's really, really cool to hear from her, because we know Kiosa is a hot topic, and it's good to see her with Hanka in this squad.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. Let's take a look at the stand-ins. Obviously, the stand-ins are only after one game, so not too much to draw apart from.
Well,
however, NIP, they won 2-0, of course, 1-0. You said that NIP, sorry, you said the bigger keeper were going to win without losing a series. I'll go on better than that. I think NIP are going to win their group without dropping a map.
Oh, they're dropping a map. They're going to do the old Imperial Valkyrie special. Okay. That's a bold call. I will say that their group definitely feels doable. I think they've managed to dodge a few very scary teams. Partly because Bigger Keeper, obviously, brand new team, so don't have any of the kind of seed. Yeah, but good stuff for Bigger Keeper. I mentioned how important this series is because we look at both these teams as basically the second and third in the group on paper, because you've got to give Imperial that first, right? Obviously. But Imperial haven't looked invincible in recent events. So I definitely think that there's going to be a very exciting game versus Equipa later in this season that I can't wait for.
I can't believe that we have had to wait so long for the return of ESL Impact Season 8, and for the European section of it, it's already over for today. The good news is that there's still 2 more games to bring you on this broadcast. MIBR with new look Olga will take over and try and dominate against Atrix Esports. And then, of course, we've got North America a little bit after that. Me and Lucy will be back on your screens tomorrow for the second game here on the broadcast of ESL Impact Season 8 EU. It's going to be Sam and Freddie walking you through MIBR versus Atrix after this extended break.
Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat that. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1 million bucks. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. All wins, no losses. Watch out for my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice you never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say, hey, come on. We're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're taking over. We're made to win. Yeah. Say what we're made for. We're made for this. Yeah.
gamble. Keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world
mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased. Follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm of that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
Keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. Run through my veins, I jump in my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, when we got you can handle. Let out, no freedom, no standstill, no doubt. I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, top out, lights out, lights out.
I ain't holding my breath, but something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive, go hands up in the sky, and I love it how it was. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride, so hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We got it all. Got it all. Got it all. Got it all. We just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We just living for the good times. Good times. Good times. Good times.
Do it so effortless. Don't try to mess with it. They try to reference it. Wanna say they invented this. I know you can't resist. Trying to be like this. Don't even take the risk. Walk away, walk away, walk away. 'Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it simple. I'm not like the people you know. People you know. I make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it to be me. Just 'cause I make it look easy. Make it look easy, I do it in my sleep at night. Don't try to get it right, gotta stay alive. I gotta win, nah. I'm making a name, nah. Winning again, nah. Wanna play, 'cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Guess I got it fake it, to fake it, to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Don't even bother, try to win a liar. Real like no other. It's in my veins, like in my DNA. My vibe is like no other. Cause I got everyone wishing they had what they're missing, but no, never know. Yes, I got it simple, I'm not like the people you know. People you know. Make it look easy. I bet I make it look easy. Don't try to fake it, to be me. Just cause I make it look easy. Hungry for attention, you're so hypnotic. Take me for a ride, I'm feeling nauseous. Oh, I'm delicate, just like the pick-me flower that you're crushing. Feelings out of guard, you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the words you fought. Feel like I'm dying, deep down inside I'm crying, but I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, deep down inside I'm crying, but I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. Making jokes at my expense, you say it's funny, but the irony is you're so broke emotionally damaged. Have the nerve to tell me you can't afford to love me. Think about my body with somebody else, hope it feels like hell. Feel like I'm dying, deep down inside I'm crying, but I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. Feel like I'm dying, deep down inside I'm crying, but I'm holding it cause you say I'm a cry, baby. But I'm holding it cause you is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This war will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an arm of that third degree, I'm a kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
Keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This war will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can handle. Step out, no, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Watch out, tap out, lights out, lights out.
Feel it spilling over. You've gotta cry just a little. Cry before you let it go. Gotta take a moment, then move on. Leave the past behind you. You've gotta die just a little. Die before you learn to live. Let the magic find you and go on. And you might fall down a little, get back up again, fake it till you make it, and don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow, come on, let it show. There you go. Feel the fire burning. You gotta hurt just a little. Hurt for you heal the pain. Soon the winds are turning. Let it rain. And you might fall down a little. Get back up again. Fake it till you make it. And don't have to play pretend. Get into your flow. Come on, let it show. There you go.
Cut me out like a photo from magazine. Cold dead eyes, all tied up in the web of your fantasy. Little white
cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go. Drop some bass on the radio. You and me will drive through the night, cruising on the way to paradise. Jump right in, baby, let's go. Let's go.
Don't you know I feel you all around me? No, I can't control it. Never wanna let your guard come down. Where your heart and soul is. Talk to me, baby. Do you feel like something's wrong? I just wanna lift you up, hold you in my arms. I'm gonna need you to say it. Hold it in your mind.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone black. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Hello everybody! Welcome back! It's ESL Impact, it's Season 8, it's finally here, it is upon us. We've been waiting with bated breath, with none of the patience that anybody could ever muster, but it's finally here at last. So exciting. We've just gotten through Europe and, well, bit of a banger on that second map if the first one didn't go as well as maybe would have been wanted, but I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm so darn excited. I'm Naomi Mizuki, I'm one of your casters today, and I'm once again joined by the incredible Grimmy Rana. How are you doing, Freddie?
I'm doing very good. It's good to be reunited on home turf. And I don't know about you, actually, this season has crept up on me massively. It was like out of nowhere. It's like, whoa, Impact starts tomorrow. And it's like, okay, I can finally rejoice and find happiness again.
It was the complete opposite for me, man. I was like a kid with an advent calendar. Just every day. Is it Impact yet? No. Is it Impact yet? No. Okay. For me, it has been a long, strange trip to get here. But we have finally gotten here, so thank goodness. Now, I can go back to a little bit of what I was saying before. And let's take a look at some of the teams that are competing this season, because there are some new faces, there are some familiar faces, and while the other people are up there and they're all cool and whatever, we're focusing in on South America. And of course, the giants of Furia and MIBR are back. One of my favorite teams in terms of their logo with the Killers is back. But as mentioned, a couple of new faces there, Freddie.
I'm just happy that Capyvaras is back. I don't know about you guys. Like, it's like, oh, Furia, ESL Impact champions, MIBR, new squad, the Killers. However, Capyvaras just has undoubtedly the cutest logo, and it just brings so much joy to my heart. And I love Capyvaras, so it really plays in well. But yeah, some new organizations. I think kind of the main one I would say would be probably Team Nemesis, who, you know, it's a team that just qualified or were at TI, and I'm really excited for like the content specifically them and Cuba's going to be releasing.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our schedule as well for the day. And as I mentioned previously, we had the European game. It did end in a 2-0. That first map was very one-sided. The second map, it was looking like maybe we could take that a little bit further along, but unfortunately was not to be. Over on the second match that was being played out, Ninjas Pajamas also secured themselves their first win of the season with a 2-0 victory as well. So Europe being a pretty one-sided affair across the board. For us in South America, we're going to be heading over to MIBR and Atrix, and then later this evening you'll have Shimmer versus Black Mold. And of course, we do have our community streams running, so that you can always catch all of the games. You can go have a look on HLTV. They'll probably be able to direct you where you need to go if you want to check the other games as well. So looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out. Now, let's talk about the next thing that needs to play out, Freddie, because as I always say, a battle needs a battleground. So what are you thinking? Where are our teams taking us today?
Well, I guess one of the main interesting parts is that there's been a change in veto since the last ESL Impact season, right? So we've kind of got that to talk about of how teams are they going to incorporate overpass. There's a lot of, I guess, unknowns there. And I think with MIBR, especially since last ESL Impact season, there's two reasons why I would have thought they changed their map pool. The first is because they needed to change something up quite radically. I think that was very much proven in Dallas, and that's a conversation we will come into in a second. But secondly, they changed it to IGL, and Goddess was kind of like the foundation, the core of this team. She was an IGL who loved to kind of play around herself. She would create that space and everyone would thrive off it. She used to love Nuke. is Nuke still in MIBR's veto? That's like the map that it's been synonymous for me with the core of Poppins, Younger, and Goddess, and then their coach Darkside, who's also left. So Nuke, Overpass, I was just mentioning, Atrix pick into that one. A lot of unknown entities going into that. But no, MIBR pick into Dust 2, which for me is already kind of a sign of change.
Yeah, I mean, the last time that the cores of these two rosters played against one another, it was Nuke Dust 2. Dust 2 ended on a 13-4, and I actually vividly remember that game, and it was quite a intense one to watch. It was fairly painful if you were an Oplano fan.
It was also Oplano's pick.
That is, yeah, it was scary, devastating. So for MIBR, maybe that's the confidence coming in there. But as you said, right, the pool has changed quite a bit since the last time they competed. I'm loving seeing the overpass coming through there. Always sad not to see a train, but it is what it is. And the Nuke does come through, but only as the decider map, which is really interesting. And that's gonna kind of bring me to what you were kind of alluding to a moment ago and what you did mention before. But Olga has returned after 2 years abroad, playing for HSG, gaining incredible experience across the globe. She has come back to Brazil, made in Brazil, and back to her potentially winning ways.
Yeah, Olga's a player that for me has always been outside of this region, just like the best in the world, right? I think maybe in 2023 at the HSG Award shows, she was ranked within the top 3 players of the whole world. She was phenomenal. And then going to HSG was a real interesting one, because I think career-wise, fundamentally, not very good idea. But she still, despite that, and I say this with maybe a little bit of a harsh, it's she kind of brought HSG, a team that was not, in my eyes, a team that could make playoffs. She not only did that, but also beat, I think they were still Nigma at the time, so Imperial Valkyries. Like, she was so good, she could be one of the main reasons why a team makes a playoff semi-finals at an ESL Impact LAN. Her coming back after a long time, I don't know what she's been doing for the past year or so. We haven't seen her play for ages, and also changing into a new role. She's obviously played under some of the great IGLs in her region. She's also played under over in Asia, so it's gonna be really interesting to see how she can come into a team that's already deep rooted and also be then the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, Kodiak player to watch as well. Just, it's so important to just talk about her and her homecoming here. And as mentioned, right, she's taking over this IGL role, which is really unexpected. I felt like it. For those of you that have seen that, maybe if you haven't seen, I suppose there'll be a lot of people coming into this going, hang on, where the heck is Goddess? And she's somebody that we spoke about a lot, about how she's fostered so much of this young talent and helped them develop. Well, she's moved over into more of like a managerial, more of like a player assistance kind of performance coachy type of role, and that has opened up that avenue for Olga to return. And the sheer firepower that this team is now going to have with her added on top. You saw it on that graphic very recently in a South American LAN. MIBR actually took a 2-0 victory over Furia, who currently sit as the ESL Impact champions. So that is a really cool potential, precursor. I was actually saying a little bit earlier on, we said this at the end of last year, Furia beat Imperial on LAN, and we were like, not in one of the Impact LANs, in one of the South American LANs, and we thought, okay, well, does that mean anything? You know, it's a satellite tournament. Is it that important? Is it going to matter? Is it going to make a difference? And they rolled up to Dallas, and they swept that win, beating them out actually in the semi-final. Imperial didn't even get to make it to a final for the first time ever. So is this a precursor for things to come? You know, have MIBR made the changes that they need in order to, topple those giants? It's tough to tell, but we're now going to look at a little bit at Atrix, and they had a different name the last time we saw them. This is the old Oplano roster with a slight twist.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised just on the outset that Oplano didn't choose to stay supporting the ESL Impact scheme, because there was the short form and long form content incentive that came in this year, and Oplano won $15,000 from the short form video series. That's a lot of money. So I kind of saw that as a sure footing that they were going to stay in the league, but unfortunately not. So they're back with Atrix, which, if I'm not mistaken, is an organization associated with one of the players' family. But yeah, a little bit different. They've made one roster change. 11 comes in for Sign-On, and even though that's a big gap in experience, Sign-On obviously was a super experienced player from the region who's played at ESL Impact Finals for the likes of Black Dragons. 11 is so crisp, so sharp, that is just automatically an insane firepower boost. Question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that is the big question here. I always had my questions about Sign-On. I love her dearly, but she did have some inconsistency issues previously. But it's time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen and non-binary pals, everybody here, finally we can drag you through to our very first game of South America ESL Impact Season 8. It all kicks off here. And for Atrix, I think there's a lot to prove. You mentioned with 11 coming into the roster here, it has more than made up for any inconsistency deficits that they may have had in the past. But it's going to take a little bit more to come out all the way on top. So we kick things off here on Overpass, and already Kenny has spotted out a little bit of trouble. Nice flash to come through there. She's still going to be good for one, but does get traded out, and 11 is just cracking through these CTs, making space available, but there is a bit of a wrap coming through, and that's going to make things very difficult for Sophia. But look at where the bomb is. The bomb has made its way all the way over to the A site. The CTs, MIBR, are a little bit flustered at the moment, realizing they haven't actually found the bomb. Hasn't been planted yet, though, and Younger is in a really good spot here. Not going to be in time to deny that plant entirely, and that's really good news for Atrix. Can they clutch this round out? Still a bit of time that Poppins needs to take to rotate on in. And the bomb's not really planted for them. Well, it's kind of planted for them in Bank, and they can kind of use that pixel angle. Not going to be baited out just yet. And there you go, the counter bait to come through. 1-for-1. Poppins now gives chase. All 11 has to do is bide time. And she has done. But is there enough time here? Has Poppins done enough? She's going to try. She has to at least attempt it. But it seems not to be. Atrix should, maybe? Oh, no ways. Oh, that sucks.
Well, I mean, what a great start for 11, right? Doesn't that just legitimize everything we were saying? We were harping on about how 11 should bring more stability to the roster when it comes to frags primarily. And it's interesting because this is probably the best roster that she has been on, I would say, in the region. So it's kind of like we're fighting for a top 2 spot. Oplano came 3rd last season. I remember doing an interview with Bocker at the very end, and she was very much standing on business saying, we are making ESL Impact Finals in Season 8. 11's proven to be a pretty good addition to make that.
Cracking start for her. Ooh. Okay, well, Poppins returns. Yep.
Hello.
Poppins is back. Look at that. Yep. Season 8. She has arrived. Now, while we've got a little bit of a lull here, because let's face it, I'd be very impressed if Atrix dragged this one back. We didn't get to do our predictions. So, Freddie, why don't you go ahead? Give me your prediction for this match.
Prediction, as much as I am looking forward to see a contestious match, or I hope so, I gotta go with MIBR. They beat Furia.
They did. Can they do it again? Yeah, I'm really glad. Like, so I'm really hoping. Oh, I'm definitely sitting on the MIBR hype train, to be honest. I think it would be strange not to put so much respect on their name given how much they've managed to accomplish here. And we were actually saying a little bit earlier on, will 11 be the difference maker? We have to remember that for South America, it's all about top 2. Obviously, improvement is important. Improvement matters. Taking those baby steps to close those gaps. What?
Did you see Poppin's 2nd kill? That was ridiculous. Sorry to cut you off, but that was what?
I don't know, MP9 go bro, what can I say?
I thought it got nerfed.
Yes, but Poppins didn't.
I see.
There you go. That's the big difference maker. But yeah, so it's all about top 2 in South America. And will 11 be enough to help MIBR, or rather Atrix, crack into that top 2 contention? It would be cool, but I don't know. I think it's too early for that much of a change to have come to fruition. So for now, I think that our biggest things, what I am hoping for is obviously at the end of last season, we had MIBR versus Furia as our very last game. So there weren't really a lot of stakes on that game because we knew that they had both qualified. So I'm really hoping that we can get that a little bit earlier on and kind of get some more kind of stakes and you know, contested potential opinions and stuff coming through for the rest of the season here.
Feels like this round's being cleared up. Impressive from Danny that she's actually able to get 1 in that position. Mola was just a little bit late for Atrix on barrels, but overall a really good start for Gabby and kind of a great start for everyone on MIBR past that 1 blip on the pistol round. It's CT side overpass after all. I have seen more instances since this map has been added in the last month that it's been maybe quite even, or even like a T side gets a victory on one half, which in previous times have been unheard of. I think that's definitely just part of the parcel of a new map being added. Some people still getting used to it. But MIBR in this game, even though we've kind of hyped up Atrix as a team that is probably the main candidate to fight for the top 2, this should, in theory, still be quite a comfortable victory for Made in Brazil.
Yeah, I feel like so obviously Dynamic Smokes, it's the first time that we're seeing Overpass with all of these like big changes and whatever, and I think that that's obviously played like a really big part of it, because one of the things that's made this so CT-sided is how easy it is for CTs to just rotate basically uncontested. But now with kind of HEs that can clear smokes and stuff, you can get a little bit more cheeky with your T-sided plays, which I think does make... Has it been previously?
Yeah, because I remember with the XM, you could just come up bank and just shoot through the smoke and see everything. It was great.
Okay. That's fair. It might have been like a really short crossover, and maybe I just kind of blanked it. But ultimately, it was out for quite some time, so finding that balance, obviously still making that little bit of a difference here. All right, Atrix should have some guns now. There you go. Guns available, weaponry in hand, bit of util as well to try and crack them through. Do or die here, especially for that economy.
Yeah, first ever gun round come out. And it's going to be a heavy lean for Atrix over towards this B side of the map. This is where they've mostly been containing themselves. Short control's been taken by 11, and they're just going to flash out Monster. They are just going for this. MIBR not really in a position to fight, so they're going to just instant react by taking short. 11 falls, and as soon as she does, MIBR can focus and turn their attentions on the crusading Atrix players coming out of Monster. But now we sit in this lull position where the utility's been placed down. Atrix should get the bomb planted, but MIBR, they're so quick and ready for this retake.
I was about to say, MIBR are not ready for a response and instantly getting 2. I mean, they played that very, very well. And Olga, of course, it's so difficult. It feels like a battle of Olga and 11 at the moment. The two young, insanely strong gunners that have been brought into these two competing rosters. And we're really seeing them pop up quite consistently. 11 kind of had that multi-kill in the pistol round that helped to give them a little bit of space to work with and get that bomb planted. Olga, meanwhile, well, she's been a little bit quiet, and now it's been a good performance in this round to kind of help keep them in a fighting position. So it's cool to see that both of these two new players on their rosters are having an impact. That being said, Gabby and Danny, as usual, just phenomenal players in their own right. Always good to see them performing. Haven't missed a beat between Dallas and now.
It's interesting that you kind of bring up Danny, because she's obviously had very good statistics. That's without a shadow of a doubt. But to me, she was a player I wasn't quite sure about. And post Dallas, it was very evident there was going to be a change in MIBR. I was I was thinking that maybe Danny. I wasn't sure because she's very new, she's a very young player. So when you've got two young players like Poppins and Danny on the server, and especially on LAN, you could very evidently tell with this MIBR squad that there was a lack of confidence. And it was like, is Danny going to stay? But then on LAN against Furia, she has one of her best map series of her career. So for me, there was a lot of question marks over MIBR. Leadership wasn't one of them, but that's been changed. But it was definitely centered around Gabby and Danny. And to see especially Danny have the performance she did against Furia on that most recent LAN in Brazil really actually validates this MIBR roster for me going into the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is something I'm really looking forward to. And I'm also, so if we're right in our prediction and we're going to get to interview someone from MIBR a little bit later on, I'll be very curious to kind of get a little bit of insight into, you know, Olga's calling and what it's been like to have her kind of slotting in on the team. That would be cool. I can't remember if we have interviewed her before and if she was comfortable, but that would be pretty sick.
She's very good in English. I've chatted to her a few times. She's very good in English.
Oh, well, there you go. Let's try and get her on nice and early and find out how that's been going. Because, Younger from Narnia with the scout, ragdolling her enemies and not allowing those pistols to get any sort of value. There you go, clean round from MIBR. 4-round deficit, and it feels like these first 6 rounds have just kind of flown by.
Yeah, it's not a great sign for the future, I'll be honest, especially considering this is Atrix map pick. Like, we've seen 2 gun rounds and they've just kind of ended, but I don't know. To be fair, MIBR on the last gun round had phenomenal reactions, and that wasn't a deficit of Atrix. I think they did everything right. MIBR just reacted really nicely on that B bomb site, but we're finally going to see more of a fleshed out default. Atrix in the last gun round, they just went, we're going to take short and execute B, we're going to go. But now they're actually spreading their wings a little bit. You've got Reggiane coming, sitting outside B, 11's putting control in towards connector, and then you've got the main pack trying to work around A. Interesting enough, Little Z's on a scout on round 7. That feels like bad economical management to me.
Oh, it has been. I mean, they've been making some really strange monetary decisions, but it has been difficult because they've only had like what, 1 bomb plant this whole game so far.
They have max loss bonus. Like, if she just fully ecoed last round, she'd have a full buy. She'd have an orb. So it's on her specifically in that last round.
Very strange. I do like the way that MIBR has been playing the map as well. Like, they take a fair amount of early control and then kind of back away a little bit once they have that information and set themselves up for really good reactions.
Yeah,
that's
unfortunately, very odd read. They choose to go towards A, but then the 2 players on the B bomb site are just out in no man's land. Gabby and Danny just are in no position whatsoever to react to a hit. If Danny was further back in CT, they could have played a crossfire, and they could have just played a 5 versus 4 or 5 versus 5 retake. But instead, all of the emphasis comes down to these A players retaking in, and Reggiane does not let them pass. That is crisp and clean for her to give Atrix their first round since the pistol round.
And I must admit, it was a good post plant as well. It is a bit weird that MIBR gets such a wrong read because they had such decent early map control, and you'd think that they can respond off of that a little bit better, but I suppose they make that decision too early. And even though you have incredibly fast rotations as the CTs, you are somewhat limited in how you can retake. And so you've got all of these players kind of attempting to funnel in from the same direction. And it's a beautiful triangle setup and maybe a little bit of over-eagerness as they attempt to mount that retake. We'll very quickly run our way into this next round, and a lot of early damage taken here from Lil Z. I don't know how she's still alive, to be honest, but Reggiane, oh, she set herself up beautifully. She's going to get traded, however, but hopefully with that little bit of space given. The problem here is that 11, I mean, you could sneeze on her, Little Z as well, both of them in a position where they're going to struggle to survive terribly long. And any semblance of map control they could have gained early on has been lost with their numbers starting to kind of dwindle a little bit. So they have to make a decision about where to go. And of course, MIBR learning from previous mistakes not going to be over-committing to anything just yet. Poppins up close and personal. We'll have all of the sound cues. Gets that first, follows it up beautifully. Danny and Poppins in tandem. And the final 2 kills will come through in very rapid succession. Danny cleaning it up. And as soon as Atrix get around, it's pulled away.
Amusingly enough, they actually did overcommit. They played 3 players towards the A. They actually ran the exact same round as last round, but just with only 1 defender on B. And you can see how differently Danny's being utilized. And instead of being called out in that no man's land I was talking about in that previous round, she is sent to fight. She is sent with weapon in hand, go kill, and that is exactly what she does. And when I look at a play like Danny, that's how you utilize her, and that's why she's sitting getting, what was that, a triple, a quad kill without even breaking a sweat. And it's lovely support from her teammates, but we're straight back to a bit of a downer as Poppin gets caught out completely off guard.
It does give them an opportunity to try to fight back into this. Low and slow now off the back of that. Oh, Danny, so aggressive. There is an inkling, a suspicion, but not enough of one to stop her. However, with her dying so deep in enemy territory, that's a free gun handed over. So that'll help to bolster the forces. Oh my God, 11 just runs over Younger with the Tech 9. That's why I love that gun. She's picked up that AWP. The bomb's going to get planted. And with 2 players left alive now for MIBR, money not an issue for them. So they can certainly afford to go for this and to try to force a reinvest into the next round and keep the economy at least somewhat on a knife's edge. But it doesn't look like they're going to opt to do that. Instead, back away, ensure that they can keep their own economy nice and strong. A 3-round deficit isn't the end of the world. They can bring it back, but if these rounds continue to go 1 for 1, could get a little bit spicy.
I'm very glad they're saving, because even if they do take... Yeah, I don't know what Gabby's doing. I don't know what Olga's doing either. What are we doing? Because look at Atrix's money. This was a half buy for them. Who cares if they save an AK? They're going to be coming out of this round with 6 grand anyways, so it really doesn't matter. Look at MIBR. Sure, you have a purchase in this round, but even then, if I'm not mistaken, Gabby might not have full utility or whatever like that. But that just seems like a really... What was the point of going for those exits there? There's no reward and there's massive risk. And yeah, money in the next round's not going to be superb, especially if Atrix are able to continue the success from a really well-played low-buy round. MIBR maybe a little bit too overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of exactly...
That's your own Molotov.
Maybe she thought she was just on the edge of it. I don't know. Trying to get into a better position there, but yes, takes a ridiculous amount of damage off the back of that one. Ooh, the mini-map is having fun. I just saw a blue cross just bounce all around it. Oh, yeah. It's bouncing again.
It's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, it's very... That's fun. Earlier I saw it and I thought it was like util, but like a buggy image, but now I'm like, there's no way that we're just playing badminton with util. That's fun.
This is interesting. Look at how aggressive Poppins and Younger are getting. Over and towards Toilet and towards Banana, and 11 instantly cleans up Poppins. We were talking about how high impact she will be, and she's already provided Younger. Now just caught out on an iceberg in the ocean, drifting around with no support, and you can see that she didn't really know where to look because there was quite literally players all around her, and it feels like MIBR are forced straight onto this save without actually being able to attempt the round that much.
The number of timings there for Younger was like terrifying. She spots out 11, has to back away, re-peeks it, somehow gets the kill, turns her back, pulls like... I don't know, weapon change at just the wrong time. Like, it was so stressful. And it feels like they left Long completely just ignored, which was also really weird in and of itself. Like, they're allowing themselves to get encircled far too easily. Obviously, getting that early map control is important, but not at the expense of the rest of your map. So a bit of a weird one there.
Yeah, that was kind of the whole point, though, is when you've got two players on A like that, you go for an information play through Taurus and through Banana, you get that kill, you take that space, so when they come out long, you hold that primary zone, and you kind of bottleneck where their post plants would be. The issue is how they went about it with putting Younger and Poppins not playing trades, and also just 11 hitting that instant headshot. I actually think that play was very sound. It's just kind of the execution and the lack of the buddy system that I think was the ultimate betrayal of MIBR. Because if 11 dies there, MIBR have a player advantage and they also have a primary zone. And this retake becomes so much easier.
All right, now this is potentially a stressful scenario for MIBR. 6 rounds on their CT side. Surely you'd want to get a little bit more done here. And if they lose this round, they could be in a very stressful position in terms of what money they'll have into the next. Just a quick update, guys, over on one of our community streams, a couple of our community streams. Kremsauer Lass currently 10-2 up against the Dusty Roses. If you want to go check that out, Dusty Roots is streaming that for them. 10-2, very spicy.
Questions. Sorry, we were talking in the kind of proverbial green room. I was like, is Dusty Roses related to Dusty Roots? It seems like they are. It seems like it's kind of like a nice play on words for the women's team.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. 2 rounds left in the half here. This is going to be a pretty big one, I feel like, for MIBR if they don't want to go into the second half at an even kilter. Obviously, they want to try and go in with a much stronger position. They're playing a little bit more passive than they had in the last few rounds. While that did work really well for them in the first few rounds, Atrix has done a good job of kind of reading into that. We're seeing a lot of like contacty plays from Atrix as well, and I think that Info Starve has been a large proponent. They're so quiet. They're sneaking their way in. No utility, no footsteps, nothing to give away that position. And yes, you've got one player who's... Oh my God, how have you lost that? Okay, Danny shuts down Lil Zed, and that's going to be the call to arms. MIBR will come to reinforce, but they are going to have to be relatively quick. Finally, that util does start to come through. It slows down their re-aggress and should allow for that bomb to get planted. They're doing a really good job of stemming the tide, but Gabby's still in position, still managing to get kills, but her team is falling around her. They're not playing off of one another. That buddy system certainly not coming into fruition here, but it's been brought down to a 2 versus 2 with the bomb planted. 11 is still alive on the site. She will get taken down by Poppins, and now Regiane, last one standing, cannot clutch it for her team. MIBR making this a 7th and keeping that streak going.
Is Danny like Captain Marvel or something? Because I'm pretty sure she's just taken a AWP bullet and just spat it out. I was thinking Atrix, they've put contact over towards A. They've gone A in the last few rounds. Whenever they've thrown util A, they've gone towards A. This is actually a really nice read. And on top of that, MIBR have pushed double short and they have no one on the bomb site. This is like, the world is perfect for Atrix. Okay, Danny doesn't get the kill. Sorry, Danny has the kill, still a 3 versus 2. And I just don't really understand what was that a missed comm? Because Atrix seemed to never know those last 2 players were short until everyone died. So there seemed like a bit of miscommunication somewhere there. But regardless, that streak now broken. And when Poppins is tested in the final round this half, does eventually get bested.
She gets hers though. And I mean, an 11 for Poppins trade. Not terrible. I think that actually favors Atrix to an extent. 11's been putting up numbers, but Regiane has really been a huge piece. With her still alive. Oh my God, Younger! That had to have been a pixel. And the way that she's able to just slip away, not completely unscathed. She does take a little bit of damage there. Oh, but she will get taken out at last. Sophia trades that one. 3 versus 3 now. No space garnered, however, for Atrix. There's a little bit of posturing over towards long to see if they can get some space there. and obviously towards bathrooms as well. So a bit of a pincer to come through, but they are being wrapped on. Danny right behind. Bomb now lost once again, and they're going to have to try and battle back for this. But Gabby is also there to try and reinforce this with those shots being fired. Timing, she knows she needs to find that opening and find it. She does. And now all they have to do is babysit. Reggie-Ann cannot make a miracle happen. 8-4, and MIBR take the lead at the half.
anxiety's calling. You lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling, when everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start a replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away, I only wanna be okay. Tell me, why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the
On Atrix map pick, MIBR are showing why we herald them in such high regard. 8-4 at the half. It got a little bit hairy at stage in that first half, but ultimately they ended super clean.
Can they end the whole map super clean is the big question here. Now, of course, we're going to turn the tides a little bit and see what sort of a T side.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, no, bro, not like this. Okay, but we stabilize. We still have numbers. It's definitely salvageable, but Sophia's the last one left alive now to try and maintain. That's a terrible way for this pistol to have started. MIB already have made their way around the silo. Oh, Sophia, that would have been a clean kill for her. Ducking and diving, dodging and weaving. Oh, 2 crisp headshots. And it's a redemption arc for the way that that round started.
Of course, when she played the round perfectly, positioning sublime. They had no idea she was there. Missed the easy shot. And then as soon as it comes to when she's under pressure, everything's on the line. Boom, boom, 2-1 taps. It's like, yeah, because to be fair, we've all been there. We all know how it goes. She misses, what? That would have been 8 shots and then just boop, boop. Because obviously that, we've all been there. You miss the easy ones, you hit the hard ones. And that's really unfortunate because MIBR, they had 5v3. They had Gabby get a triple kill. Everything was going well for MIBR up until Sophia. And she's a player we haven't spoken about much for Atrix because we've been putting most of the focus to 11, but Sophia was the main highlight for me for a Plano last season. Very young, played super well during the season, and I think if she is able to continue that form plus more from last season, now with the addition of 11, that makes me very excited for Atrix.
I'm very curious about the spend from MIBR, given how that round ended up. But okay, the Hero AK does actually pay off massively. They get that first opening kill here, and now they're going to back away a little bit, give it a little space, and rethink what the next plan of action is going to be. I am also very curious about Atrix's buy. Some curious guns to come through there, but we'll see how it goes as the round progresses. Oh man, this is such a good spot, but is it unexpected? Is it utterly unexpected as it does appear to be? She could get in behind them. She could get a multi here. Is anybody looking for it? Does anybody even suspect? Gets that first, has to back away, however. Can't follow it up with a second. She'll be able to slip away into that good night and bring this to a more even positioning. Now they know that she's down there, so of course they'll go and deal with 11 on their way through the wraparound, making their way back towards that B site. And again, number advantage, but again, they slow down. Again, they're not quite committing. A little bit of push and pull here, a little bit of attempting to fake things out. But they still have the advantage. What they don't have is time. 30 seconds left. They now have to commit to something. And MIBR, for all the tricks and for all of the smoke and mirrors, they have not completely abandoned this A side. That is the right call to make. But again, they're being flanked on. Surely this time somebody's watching for it. No! A second time that they're just not looking for that flank, not looking for that secret, sneaky, extra player. Now Younger has to somehow make a miracle happen with 4 seconds left. It is impossible. She'll slip away with an MP9, but that round just... It felt like an overcook.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put the blame on MIBR there. I would put the massive positives on what an incredible call from Atrix, because I was thinking their T side had some really nice reads. I was really pleased with how they were playing that, and I think they had some really good mid-rounding. This is another prime example of that. They get Little Z active over towards that B bomb site. They put 2 players on A who are also in advanced positions to very early take contact to allow Little Z even further reign of dominance, and that is just such a perfect mid-round for Atrix, and it puts MIBR in a bit of a pickle because they've now lost both pistol rounds. They were looking like they were going to convert both second rounds, but now Atrix are going to be realistically making this a 1-round game, and Younger goes into the first gun round with only about $3,000 to a name unless the bomb goes down. So she's going to be on a Galil and like a smoke or whatever. So this is shaping up to be a little bit scary for MIBR on the start of the second half.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced by that force up in the previous round, and it does look like it's come back to bite them. They did a lot of damage and forced to reinvest from Atrix, but with this being yet another round that they should come out on top of fairly, maybe not dominantly, but certainly they should come out on top of it. It looks like they'll be able to build up some sort of an economic buffer for themselves. What really matters is that they're continuing to just keep putting rounds up on the board, and slowly but surely, MIBR's numbers whittle away. They'll at least get that bomb planted, so we may yet see that Galil come into play. But from here on out, it should just be cleanup. Poppin still does have an M4. Oh man, surely. There's no way the 2 rounds in. Okay. She does actually get the kill. I don't know how much more is going to be able to get done here, unfortunately, but at least this time around. What? I feel like I just kind of copiumed my way through that round. Just like, nah, there's no way, right? I mean, surely, like, it's not going to happen. Oh, they got it. It's fine. And then the 2 final pistol kills that just put the final nail in the coffin on a round that MIBR should never have won. That's
this kill
very
is
odd.
Crazy. How has 11 missed this? How has Poppins been able to do the 180 on 21 HP? And guess what? Younger's rolling in the money. I was actually thinking money's fine anyways, because she got to kill the SMG plus bomb down. She was sitting on a good grand with most likely 4 or 5k in the next. But this is really kind of dangerous for Atrix. You can see the repercussions of it on their economy. There's 5-7s, there's Deagles, but those aforementioned pistols are doing work again. This game is starting to make absolutely no sense as 11 gives Atrix the player advantage plus an AK into her hands.
I feel like I was just going through like the stages of denial in that, well, the stages of grief, you know. I just kind of stuck on denial for a moment. Atrix have opened up this round a little bit. And with those extra few rifles to their name, there's certainly a possibility here. And the fact that they've managed to get so much value with flanks, okay, in the previous round that they should have walked away with off the back of that flank, it did kind of end up in a very odd scenario, but nope, this time around, flank's not going to be getting the same sort of value. Olga positioned perfectly, a nice Molotov as well to deny Lil Z the space to try and refrag that. So that's going to allow movement for MIBR. They've learned from their past mistakes, but now it comes down to the battle on site. And 11 is still alive, and 11 is still kicking and screaming, but Poppin screams louder, don't we know it? And now Bokor, last one alive, has to contend with Olga and will not come out on top of it. Very close, down to the wire, but MIBR make it double digits.
Just run out of bullets there at the end. She entered that duel against Olga with only 6 left in the chamber. I think she just ran out. Good to see Olga winning a clutch, because I think overall she's had a pretty slow start to this game, a pretty slow start in the kills department than what we were normally used to, because we're seeing, you know, we're used to her as being top 2 player in the whole world. So that brings very high expectations, but obviously a different role change. You've got to keep that in mind. But a funny thing to pick up on there is the whole Poppins of, we start being like, 11. Oh no, Poppins. That's the second or third time that we've both done that. We started hyping up an Atrix player and we're like, oh no, sorry, Poppins still exists. My bad.
Can never count out Poppins, man. Ever since her debut in the ESL Impact League all those seasons ago, she's never someone that you can fully count out. And I mean, like anyone, she has days where she's a little bit quieter, but in clutch moments, she really does tend to come back to life, come back into her own. Someone that's really having
online, her stats are insane. There's that. I mean, that opens the whole conversation of like comfortability, because you can see what she's able to do on LAN, but it feels like she hasn't quite hit that stride 100%. But online, she's terrifying.
Yeah,
that's a flashbang and a half.
And so much value
gone. USPs.
My goodness. Yeah, that could have been a little bit scary if they'd had something more than a pea shooter.
Honestly, just upgraded pistols, not even armor. This is a 1v1.
But MIBR do manage to maintain their control, and that is the really important part here. I was going to point out that Lil Z has been having a bit of a slower day here, but obviously she is much more confident when she has the AWP in hand, and with the entire first half having gone the way that it did, hasn't really had that opportunity. So now she'll have it in hand. See if she can have a bit more chance to show up in these rounds. And it's obviously a lot of it's going to come down to where she does get positioned.
She's going for a peek. She's peeking middle. And Poppins is coming out. I will like to say, Little Z, obviously on the T side, is very hard to AWP on overpass T side. My critique was actually going to be towards Younger. I think she had 5 kills in the first half. And as a player who has been a staple of the South American scene, I was actually surprised to see that maybe she didn't have too much impact. And a lot of the rounds they lost was because of her overextension at times. But yeah, Little Z, not much time, not much room to work with. And it's going to be made even harder because her B defense has already lost a player. And that's very unfortunate because Gabby was fully blind. Atrix did everything correctly, and yet Reggiane still falls. 11, very exposed, meets that same fate. And now this B-bomb site lies in Bocca's hands.
Very unfortunate, right? Going for that kind of fairly standard mid-peak, and, well, no one was home, so the AWP doesn't have the opportunity to pay off, but the battle on site is proving to be highly contested, and Little Z will have an opportunity to show her mettle. Brings it to a 2-on-2 here. Gets forced off of her angle, and that means her teammate is isolated. Younger follows it up. AWP on AWP violence. But it's MIBR who come out on top of that one, bringing themselves to map point. And gentle reminder, this was Atrix's map pick, so a very devastating start to the day. 6 rounds lie between them and a potential overtime.
They do have CT side. Oh, sorry. Quite literally almost just knocked over my monitor.
I hit my mic a moment ago. Like, it's just been one of those days. That's a missed smoke.
No, Molotov. That's one of the major changes recently. This is so unfortunate. And that's just what Poppin does best. Charging him. There's blood in the water, and there's nothing Atrix could do. A lot of the storylines going today was MIBR are looking really clean. I don't know if I was completely sold on them. I still had the thoughts of Dallas in the back of my head. The other side of it was Atrix. Have these roster moves been enough? Certainly no, as a Olga-led MIBR dominate them on their own home turf 13-6, while also losing both pistol rounds and also one of the conversions.
Yeah, I must admit, I think that there's quite a few caveats on this one. Obviously, Lil Z didn't have a chance to kind of show up in the way that we expect her to. 11 also had a bit of a quieter game. Danny and Gabby were firing on all cylinders. Poppins had a bit of a slower start, but towards the end there, she really did step up. But yeah, I would say that it looked a bit more uncomfortable than what I had expected from MIBR. I actually expected this to be a little bit more of a one-sided affair, if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Any more?
I did. I really did. And it's not just about the score. It's about how close these rounds were. That they were, you know, very often allowing it to get to like 1vx scenarios. And sure, there were a couple of really impressive clutches, but I was expecting rounds to be that little bit more clean. They were getting caught off guard by some, what I presume would be fairly predictable situations, right? Like some of those wraps that they weren't even checking for. It's little things. And it might just be because Overpass is that a bit newer, quote unquote, in the pool. Maybe they still haven't developed full comfort on it. It was Atrix's map pick, and maybe we'll see the MIBR that I'm expecting once we move on to their own map pick. But I spoke about Gabby firing on all cylinders, ending off the map 21-10 with 4 entries. Yeah, she played some good CS today.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that Danny-Gabby duo have done really well this map, because by large, I thought they struggled, as you mentioned, looking a bit uncomfortable as the CT anchors on the B-bomb site. There were a few rounds I highlighted in the moment where I was like, that felt like it was Gabby and Danny who made the mistakes that led to the rounds being lost. But then they definitely were worth their weight in gold, because I'd say about 9 or 10 of the rounds they won were because one of those two. So there's a little bit of juxtaposition, I suppose. I think, as you were mentioning with uncomfortability and not looking super clean, it might be naive of me, but I am wanting to put it on Overpass as just being a newer map. And that's because of what I've observed in the kind of broader spectrum, that a lot of teams look stupidly uncomfortable on this map. But despite that, I do agree that MIBR didn't look amazingly comfortable. The fact they lose both pistols, a conversion, and they still won 13-6, to me, I think I can let them off the hook this once.
Fair enough. Well, we do have a head-to-head for you guys, and a big talking point for us has definitely been the AWPers. Now, I would probably have a little bit more surface level stuff to say on that one, but I'll let you take this one away, because I think you've got a little bit more meaty substance on it.
Well, Little Z I feel bad dragging her into this conversation because I think she had the AWP for one CT round. I don't know if she actually really AWPed that much. And I actually on the T side didn't have it that much either. Notoriously, T side AWPing on overpass is so hard. So the focus and the majority of this conversation, unfortunately, I'm putting on Younger. Still, 10-8, 13-6 victory. She did grand. You know, they did well. I don't think I ever saw her go for a pick. There was 2 rounds in particular. She got caught off over on that A bomb site. They weren't really in the right position. It felt like when she rotated, whenever she did get success, it was on the rifles. I didn't see either of these two really step up with the AWP, but again, I'll give the caveat to Lil Z, not much time on the defense. So for me, it was a little bit weird seeing Younger not perform, especially in a win this grand, because when the wins are normally this grandeur, that's when she does so well, because this is like when she really dominates, drops 30, for instance. So for a player who is alongside Car, has been over the last like 3 years in Brazil, been contesting for the best or second best player in the region. Her debut map in ESL Impact Season 8 hasn't quite gone the way that I imagine Younger has wanted to, and I just kind of boxed Little Z into that conversation as well with just like the AWP v AWP. Next game, if there's ever a chance for Atrix, if Younger doesn't perform and Little Z does on Dust 2 of all maps, that could be a big decider.
Yes, very looking forward to seeing how the AWPers do on that map. And again, this is going to be MIBR's pick. So very, very curious as to what the result is going to be. We are going to take a quick break, folks. Remember to grab a drink, grab a snack, and be back in the next few minutes because this is going to be a wild ride.
gusta como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Pues solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' allá, acá. Ya, really, de lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobré estos chiles. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy, la rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party, vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Hoy solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' allá, acá.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'll never ride for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the last time. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Love, I need
And welcome back, everybody, to ESL Impact Season 8. We are still busy, thick in the midst of Day 1, our first match of South America. MIBR taking on Atrix, both teams that have had a couple of changes between last season and this. And so far, MIBR seem to be coming out on top of the change war, I suppose. But maybe that's to be expected, Freddie.
Yeah, it wasn't comfortable, it felt like, for anyone on Overpass. It was kind of what we were saying of, like, despite it being a 13-6, there was definitely some teething issues, but to me that just shows how strong MIBR if the fact that we're commenting on the fact that there was issues and they still won 13-6, like I've still got in the back of my mind Dallas, and I think that was a pretty low point for this kind of lot of players, that Dallas went as poorly as it could have been. There had to be a change. It was interesting to see what the change was with the fact that Goddess was leaving. Maybe that was one of the main reason why there was issues, that Goddess didn't quite just have that fire in her belly anymore. So to bring in a new face to these players and a new mind of a new IGL, and then the individual stepping up, it feels like we've got that changed MIBR that I was so sorely looking for, and that makes me really excited for the rest of the season, because I remember when we first saw MIBR at the beginning of last season, if you remember, the Killers took a map off them, and that was a really kind of bad foreshadowing moment for the future, actually.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how that actually does play itself out. And of course, with that first map having been Aatrix's map pick, didn't go their way, unfortunately. Now we move on to Dust 2. And this is what we were kind of highlighting a little bit with that whole kind of AWP v AWP thing, in that, yeah, you kind of compare them, and we got a statistic from our stat man Nuke. Those of you that know, you should all know Nuke now, but he also does a lot of the back end stuff when he's not in his nook. I like to believe he's wearing a bow tie right now. I'm not sure, but I'd like to believe he is. Anyway, he let us know that in that map, Lil Z had 1 AWP kill, Younger had 2. And they were against each other. So it really was a very quiet AWPing map. But we headed to Dust 2. AWP is paradise, as they say. We might even get a second AWP if we're very lucky. Only time will tell, however.
I'm really intrigued by this pick for MIBR, because even last season, they didn't play much Dust 2. They played it 3 times in the regular season against Oplano. When Oplano picked it, they dominated them 13-4. Bounty Hunters as well, 13-4. Amusingly enough, that's 11's old team, so some familiar faces on the server for the Dust 2. But then the other 2 times they played it was against Furia, which is now Furia's Instaban, and they lost 13-6, and they also lost on finals, and that was kind of the glaring issue moment that I was talking about when they lost to FlyQuest Red on it 13-10, and that was FlyQuest Red's map pick. So the reason why I was mentioning that, they didn't play Dust too much. Nuke was their map pick, like it had been for the core of Goddess, Younger Poppins, and also Coach Darkside for the last, I don't know, 3 years, give or take. So to see them having Nuke still in the veto obviously means that they like it. I would be so surprised if they all of a sudden go, no Nuke. But the change in the map pick is a really just, it's another sign for change in a squad that obviously has undergone quite a lot since Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, just the sheer magnitude of some of those changes, right? We spoke a lot about Goddess and losing that bit of leadership on the server. Now, obviously, we did mention she's still involved with the team and with kind of that performance aspect of it. So she's still a strong voice in the team, but not on the server. And changing IGLs is honestly, it's no small feat. So I think that so far, you know, Olga does seem to be doing well and holding her own a little bit here. And with this being their first game of the season, it's definitely a bit of a warm-up in quite a few different senses. But here we go. Finally, we kick off this pistol round. And already Sophia with a nasty shot onto Youngher. But does get traded. And the site's already been overrun. Of course, they're playing a full retake setup here. All of their players running their way up through that tunnel. Lil Z to get the follow-up, which means that now, as a unit, they can start pushing their way in towards the site. Danny gets the kill from window. That means that the last 3 players have to make magic happen here, and magic does come to fruition. Danny now 1 against the world, and Little Z, no open hand, but she'll make magic happen nonetheless.
Wow. She got very hyped after that 3-piece on the dual Berettas.
Understandably.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty sick. I was thinking, as that pistol round was going on, that this is a must-win round for Aatrix, because they got 6 rounds on overpass. 3 of them came from pistol round and conversion wins. So for them to be already at that same pace is a good sign for them. And overall, felt like a bit of a messy post-plant from MRBR. Gabby gets all the information. There's 3 players here. And when they push Reggie Ann through doors, I was thinking, perfect. They've done a great idea. They've cornered the 1 player by herself. They've put it in 3 versus 3. And then those 3 players will take isolated duels on the stampeding Atrix players coming out of tunnels. So messy post-plant. Comms issues perhaps, but it's Atrix on the board. However, because of a bomb plant, MIBR, they're purchasing back in and they're already going for this short take.
Little Zed's gone for full glass cannon as well. It's Dust too. If there's any place where you're gonna do it, this'll be it. She's in a decent position to try to get some value as well with that util coming through. That should give away the game. And yes, she will get that first opener here. Trying to go for a repeat, but does get kind of shut out by that flash. However, Bokor there to back her up. Sophia does get shut down on her way in. This time around, a lurk to come through, but they are ready and waiting for it. 11 available to shut it down. 2 players remain. Bomb has been lost. Younger will get some value at least and will continue to keep this somewhat expensive, but that is a nasty shot onto Younger, leaving Gabby in an unwinnable scenario. Another round for Atrix, only losing 2 players. Not bad.
Is it a low blow to say Little Zed's got more AWP kills on this map already in that 1 round and going into round 3 than the whole of Overpass?
Yes, it's like when people say she doubled her kills because she got like 2 kills and she was on like, it's terrible, guys. Can we stop?
Okay, well, the more lighter note is that was a perfect hold from Atrix. No notes. Yep. That was Little Z taking contact. Bokor, the site player, then reacting off that contact. 11 being very acutely aware that there could be a lurk and trusting her teammates on the bomb site that they got that sorted. She doesn't need to come over just yet. She can focus on the lurk. Really nice site hold. And it's just all about making sure that it can be kept clean against the pistols, which was not a given. The flashbang was amazing. The set play was great. Somehow, Little Z survives after being fully blind and put in a corner.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some really great responses from the rest of Atrix though, right? Like instantly you've got a Molotov coming out and HE as well. It really does slow down their push. And sure, when you're on pistols, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to run through the fire anyway, because like, whatever. But there was a second player there. Here we go, Sophia ready for a cross. So it was really good teamwork here that kind of kept them afloat that a little bit longer. And all 5 staying alive is going to do wonders for that long-term economy as well. They're not going to have to reinvest into weaponry per se. So it does give them... Damn, they're just going to extend this bonus into infinity. They still got 4 for Masters on board, but Younger cracks open that duel again, winning out against Lil Z. Not the first time, and surely won't be the last. And with Atrix now at a little bit of a numbers disadvantage, it could give them pause, or give them cause for pause.
That's a tongue twister and a half.
Yes, that's why I messed it up the first time.
You are forgiven.
Thank you.
Sophia on the AWP, she's picked that off Little Z's dead body and very quickly dropped in almost an identical spot. Young has now matched the amount of kills she got on AWP in that first map. So I'm glad we highlighted the AWPs because it's already playing a massive factor in both of the, I guess, gun half by gun rounds that we've seen has been dictated by an AWPer. So far, MIBR in that pole position, but look at it. No one's looking for her. No one's watching the flank, and she hasn't pulled the trigger. Is this
she's gonna get flanked on now because Olga's right there. Olga's right there.
Oh, she's overcooked
What is happening? She's
They've got their knives out.
No, she hasn't. She's winning. She's got the first. She can't trade it off though. Danny
Everyone's
does
gone
trade
B
her
though.
out.
Look at Atrix. They've all gone B because of this.
Oh, they've completely
She's
changed.
overcooked it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. So often we praise players for trigger discipline, but sometimes it can absolutely bite you in the behind. Oh my heavens.
It's the awkward point where they're going into tunnels. It's like, do I just get that 1 kill and back away? Or do I send my teammates over towards B and try pinch them? I don't know why MIBR walked back here, to be honest. But it works. Don't know why they do that, but it works perfectly. And Atrix, they set themselves up around that flank, and unfortunately, it all comes tumbling down. Younger, 3 AWP kills in the first round she picks it up. You know that is only the start of something greater.
Game on. Part of me wonders if maybe Olga like heard something or had an inkling and called for the rotation. Tough to say. She was relatively close by and I thought maybe she'd get a backstab, but she'd pulled away. So very difficult to know without her POV there. Either way, good reaction. Now Bokor going to be running straight down. Olga gets taken care of. All right then, Danny can't quite get the shots to connect, so Bokor will pick up a second. And MIBR now, with all that information garnered, it's very clear that it's a move in towards this B site. They'll get the window player, so they should be able to get that plant relatively easily. And MIBR are still kind of, or rather Atrix, still kind of scrambling to get themselves into position, very far deviated from each other. Does allow that bomb to get planted. Is a difficult site to retake though, so I do understand the precaution being taken here. They know they've got a little bit of time on their side. Doesn't look like... No, they do. They've got kits, so there is possibility here. Scant on the utility, however. Beautiful smoke. There's a slight gap here, but not enough for Younger to be able to spot out anything. However, Poppins is there for the cross. Gets that first. Younger has time to reposition, and it's a bloodbath on the attempted regress.
What a perfect setup for a retake, and that just goes so horribly wrong so quickly. And you can see the difference in how MIBR approach these rounds and these tight, close post plants. Poppins takes that first contact in tunnels, and then she tucks. She plays for the contact from that window player. Look at this, gets the kill, tucks. And the reason for that is because she knows the other players coming out are gonna be staring at her, and that opens the pathway for Younger to then take the contact from Platt, even though she's been smoked. Really nice play there from MIBR, and it's sad because Atrix do everything well, but Sophia did have another flashbang. Maybe if she'd thrown that, that would have given a even greater entry path for Atrix coming out of tunnels. But that is a massive clinical round to be getting, as well as being on a player disadvantage from the word go. Two-player disadvantage.
And the real devastation here, of course, for Atrix is it's back down to pistols. And what looked like a really solid start for Atrix, as soon as MIBR got guns in hand, they have very quickly started to pull that momentum right back in their favor. Now, the last few rounds also did look somewhat labored, not terribly so. I'm not going to be too critical. I think that overall it was still pretty comfortable for them. But now with the scoreline being evened out, I'm really going to be paying attention to kind of how the rest of these rounds play themselves out. MIBR have put themselves in a very comfortable spot economically. They're really raking in, a lot of momentum for themselves. For Atrix, this is a very unfortunate round because you have to kind of complement with that one for Mars. Can't really get yourselves into a very strong position here. Utility not the best, still decent, but they have to still be somewhat conservative in how they use this. The aggression pays off. Double kill to come through here in towards mid and that lower tunnel. Nice pincer potential there. But unfortunately, they do lose Bokor, so now I have to take a moment to resettle themselves. Regian does get taken down. Sophia in the car position somehow sprays through for two. The flashes that come through are so beautiful, and she almost solo holds that site. Perfect timing for 11 to get there, but I mean, that felt like an uncrackable round.
Yeah, I mean, Danny makes that possible with a really nice headshot onto the Platt player. Could have been made a little bit easier if a Molo was thrown as the nade was being thrown into the smoke, but even though Sophia is the one that we're going to herald because she's the one who got that double hold, 11 does fantastic work. Atrix go for an aggressive play in middle, and it works because of 11, and then she is also rotating over to the first responders to that B-bomb side. She makes up for the mistake on that first gun round where the flank doesn't quite formulate tenfold in that round. So all of a sudden, that momentum by MIBR slightly hindered, and they haven't gotten away with murder like they did in the previous gun round.
Very quick update for everyone. It's currently 9-3 on the community stream. Kremsau Alas versus Dusty Rose. They are again in the driver's seat here. So looking very good so far for them. Staring down the barrel of a 2-0. But we focus back in here, and already All right, I thought Olga might actually just slip the needle entirely there, but no, does get spotted out and put down. And, well, this entire round has kind of fallen apart at the seams a little bit here. 2 versus 4. They'll at least get that bomb planted. Is there possibility for a hold here? Danny repositioning herself up in towards this window, waiting for that Molotov to dissipate. We'll get the shot onto Sevilla, bringing things down to a very contestable position. Atrix again, very similar retake setup as before, trying to get the same results as previously. But can they hold the line? Younger with an uncharacteristic miss. It gives Danny an opportunity. She gets a double. She has to pull out the pistol, but the pistol cannot get the results, can't find its mark, and Bokor will be able to clutch that round.
Danny almost just pulls rabbit out of the hat. Those shots were ridiculous. Really nice retake from Atrix though. If Younger had hit that first shot on the player coming out of door, most likely MIBR win that 2 versus 4. Very unfortunate, but it's another really great mid-rounding from Atrix to leave the B bomb site entirely, focus their attention on the mid-rap, deal with that cleanly, and just play the retake. Sure, it gets a little bit dicey, but they still win the round. That is ridiculous. That's the
My
second
scout
time.
doesn't do that, man.
Yeah, none of my AWP doesn't do that for a matter of fact. But that's the second time Younger's got a kill through the doorway at the start of the round. The third in total if you count mid rounds. So that's a bit of a dangerous thing for Atrix in the future. To be careful of that, they might have to put a smoke down to actually cross. But also a little bit scary for this specific round where MIBR have gone all in and they've only got 2 primary rifles, but they've now got the player advantage.
Would have been nice if that was a recoverable weapon, but, well, the shot was made with a scout, let's face it. Chances of that ever happening were relatively low. Now they have to really kind of pump the brakes a little bit here. 11's given herself such a solid advanced position. And, I mean, 11 has some godlike reflexes. So I'm very interested to see how this first contact is going to go.
Yeah, Younger's going to flash Poppins through. Oh,
no, she's not.
Too early.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Poppins, no, the flash not timed well enough. Maybe Poppins getting a little bit too eager. That's going to allow 11 to get a second. Gets a third as well with the USP, because why the hell not? And, well, that's all she wrote, folks. Well, maybe. 1 versus 2. There's a world. I don't know if it's this world, but there's certainly a world. Footsteps have been heard. Nah, okay. GG. We had a good run. That was... I'm gonna be real. That was all on Poppins.
It's a hard one because that flashbang, you're not expecting someone to be on that angle. You're flashing out to kill someone, maybe holding from pit, maybe holding just a little bit wider, right? So you're supposed to be ready to instantly swing out. So she's put herself in that position to instantly swing out, but that's the off angle that 11's holding. So it's easy to point the critique at Poppins, but that's just a really nice, aggressive, brazen off angle from 11. And it's also the second round now that she has single-handedly won by getting a multi-kill and just closing out the round. So we can keep on thinking about that first gun round where the flank didn't quite go her way, but she's won 2 rounds through triple kills and quad kills, and guess what? She's just pushed along and got an opening kill. So if this eco was hard enough, it's just been made even rougher.
She's sitting casually on a 3.0 KD as well. Just, you know, as one does. Little Z not to be outdone, you know. Got a little bit of a shooting range here. Obviously, it is a pistol round. So she's going to bring herself up to a 2.0. Everybody's got to have an opportunity to pad those stats a little bit. This is not looking good for MIBR. Atrix, do you know what? Given how that first map went, with that being their map pick, I was like, I'm unconvinced, but this has looked so good. MIBR, for this being their map pick, have certainly looked a bit lost.
Troublingly so. And then the rounds they've won is like, they won while being at a disadvantage, right? Like, I guess the first gun round, it was Younger getting a triple kill with the AWP and a double opener, but like even then that got scary, and then they had to win a 2 versus 3 hold. So the wins haven't been convincing, and the losses certainly have. Atrix are playing phenomenally right now, and last time MLBR lost a map in a group stage in South America was last season, and that foreshadowed a very dark future. Please don't let that happen again.
We've still got a little bit of time before that potential devastation comes to pass.
A very important gun round as well, right here, right now.
Yeah, with 2 rounds left in this half, these are 2 rounds that MIBR absolutely have to be winning. And unfortunately, with Olga going down there, that's the raid boss taken offline. Now, there will be some return fire. Younger and Poppins in tandem. Some beautiful work done there. Flash comes through. Nothing really off of that one, and MIBR will be thankful for that. It will allow them free and clear reign. Yes, there is a team kill in the mix there, so not great, but they do have that site free and available. Bomb will get planted. We know how difficult it is to retake on this site, and if we can just survive here just that little bit longer, the right call is made. Back away, never mind. Life given over. Little Zed brings it into a 2 versus 2. Another follow-up kill onto Poppins, and now Younger against the world. 1 versus 2. We cannot have another uncharacteristic miss. That first shot does land perfectly, but now the paranoia comes into play, but it will not take hold, and she will clutch that round out. Whew.
The whole of the post-first map was me talking about Younger and wanting more. That is exactly why. Rounds like that, a 1 versus 2, while also getting the opening kill with a no-scope, may I add, through middle, those are the type of rounds and the type of performance that I'm expecting to see when I see Younger on the server. That's why I was critical of her over on map 1, despite them winning 13-6 and her still going positive. It's I didn't see moments like that. Now I have, and what a time to also produce something of that caliber. This would have been a 3-8 scoreline, and most likely a 9-3 half for Atrix. Younger has saved her team like she has done so many times before.
If we can just pull that over into a 5th round, they'll go in so much more comfortably. Poppins was blind. This time around, she, will not be caught unawares by 11. Allows 11 to walk into her crosshairs, and that is a great opener because I talk about raid bosses. That has been 11 for a lot of these rounds. So take her offline, take away that long control. You've got a little bit more to work with. However, MIBR, or rather Atrix, will realize the gap in their line, and they'll have to try to reinforce that a little bit. Yeah, they go for some heavy control in towards short, and unfortunately, it gets snatched away from them within mere moments. A 4 versus 2 here. This retake with the last 2 players from Atrix making their way from short. Oh no, they're actually not going to push from short, but instead are going to push from below. Now, they do have an inkling that there might be a player on car. Keep in mind, they only have 2 little pieces of util to try to give them an opportunity through into this next, or into the rest of the round. Poppins has spotted the first, will com that over. Teammate there, ready to high-five, tag team in, will trade Poppins' death, and now Sophia position very much known, very much telegraphed, and that will be Gabby securing a 5th round, a much closer affair on our 2nd map.
Still see things in my glass unwind. You were standing right in front of me. A museum of our lost time, where you had me on display, yeah. All the while I wonder why never saw you in the daytime. You feel through glass, I almost tried. Now you keep me in your archives. Now you keep me in your archives. Now you keep me in your archives. Now you keep me in your archives.
After an extremely dominant first map from MIBR, we all put our chips in MIBR's corner. We thought on their map pick, it will be something similar. But Atrix come away from this half in the lead, 7-5, but that comes with a caveat. It could have been so much more. They let MIBR in, largely in part to a magnificent 1 versus 2 from Younger, and she's just continuing that form. USP at range is tapping away, giving them an instant 5 versus 3 advantage.
Younger and MIBR knocking at the door. But it seems like it might be a little bit more of a battering ram than a simple, hey, is anybody home? Still have
Not
two
so
rounds
polite.
to make up for. Yeah, no, not even the slightest bit. Although you were saying, right, pistol round and conversion, then you win the gun round and suddenly you're in the lead and it's more than doable. We'll see if they can bring that to fruition. So far, so good. Poppins follows up Younger's double kill with one of her own, leaves Atrix with only 2 players alive. Bomb is now in mid, trying to find some sort of avenue to get really anywhere. And I think at this point you kind of realize that the round is probably lost, and so you're just going to try and take ones and see if you can get a little bit of damage done. They're going to start trying to make their way in towards this B site. They will get wrapped on. 2 players bringing up the rear behind them to kind of pincer, and Lil Z, last one alive. She'll get hers, but unfortunately all she wrote, and that will be MIBR closing the gap to 1.
You know what? I really rate Gabby with no armor and 20 HP, just re-peeking window to the P250 like 5 times. She just kept on jiggling, and I was like, I respect that so much. But what I was to lead on to the point you were just saying there was the conversation we were having in that green room in between maps, was that this first half could have been so much more from Atrix. It really probably should have been an 8-4, 9-3 half. But because of that 1 versus 2, because of the dominant gun round then in round 12, the first half ended almost in favor of MIBR, despite it being them on the back foot. So now they've won their first pistol of this whole series, and they look to convert because they're up against an eco. Momentum is all in their favor, and if that first gun round goes for them, it's a massive swing round that I'm sure they're going to convert potentially to the rest of this map.
Oh, cheeky little double there from Gabby.
Ecos.
Not a double, a quad. He's just going absolutely ham. They didn't even give her the ace, man.
Would have been quite hard to. I would have loved to see them try. But that's like, you know, as much as I love to go ecos, it's actually quite important that 4 players stayed alive after the first death there.
Would have been nice. Felt like there was a possibility of trading that, you know, 3 of you. But que sera. I nearly said comme ça less, and then I realized that was the wrong
one.
expression.
Ooh,
Speaking of, they're currently sitting at 12-5. So yeah, looks like they're probably going to hit that 2-0 in their score line. So well done to them. Looking to see if we can get a similar scenario here, as MIBR have evened out the score line.
Ooh, there you go.
Had the smoke even dissipated? Was there even a pixel there? Or was it just like spidey senses?
Good setup between her and Poppins, who naded the smoke, and then Younger just activated it. And look at this from Younger. She's already, look how dynamic she's being. And this is, I mentioned it after she clutched up. I wanted to see more of this Younger out. She's been getting a lot of opening kills that are both on the T side and the CT side through those mid doors and onto Little Z, who she just hasn't allowed to activate in so many rounds. This being maybe one of the most important of them. So at a 55 seconds left on the clock, the last smoke has just been used for Atrix over towards the A bomb site, and I don't really know what they can do in this 4 versus 5. Pray for an opening kill on Olga.
Prayers go unanswered, unfortunately. And that should be that round slipping away from them. Also just want to point out, so I was kind of waxing lyrical about 11, who was sitting on like a 3.0 KD. It's messy. It's messy.
11 flashbacks all of a sudden. The first gun round as well.
Yeah. But she's gotten a lot quieter as well. All right, Younger in a very solid position here. Nice reaction from her to dodge the flash. She's so good, man. She's just incredible.
Both first halves when she's got the AWP out for the both halves when she's got the AWP out in the first round, she got a 3 kill and she got a 3K in both of them, including the opening kill. That is impact.
It's just to me, it's all about the split-second decision as that flash is coming over top. Repositions to dodge it entirely, re-peeks for the first, repositions again, waits for the swing, and can follow it up perfectly with a second. Like, Younger is phenomenal, and it's always such a pleasure to watch her perform. And she's just going to continue her reign of terror. And of course, this is it's another eco from Atrix, unfortunately, but just, yeah.
So what was 11 on 12 to 3? Was that the scoreline? That was the 3 KD for the 4
she
KD.
Was, yeah, she was 12 to 4, and it was,
okay.
I think it was like 6-4 was the scoreline, something like that. So it was a while ago.
She's died every round, got 2 kills since.
There you go. Okay, Gabby. That seems a little unreasonable, but fair enough.
That's a really important round to keep clean. Well, they kept 4 alive in the last, 5 alive in this. And then even in the one previous, it was 4 alive. So, 3 alive in the last because Danny died at the end. But MIBR have been keeping this super clean. Younger is in the form that I wasn't looking for, I was yearning for. And that's a stupendous sign for the future outside of this map. I'm scared for Atrix that this is just going to be a kind of a steamroll to the end, as MIBR seem to have really awoken now on the city side. And when I say MIBR, I mean Younger.
Yeah, Younger's turned into a little bit of a one-woman army on the second half so far. This is the MIBR that I was expecting an overpass, right? Like, your initial reaction when I said I expected more, you're like, really? And I was like, because it's so, uncomfortable.
It's just funny to hear 13s. It's funny to hear 13-6 and expect more. That's how good we think they are.
No, that's reasonable. And I mean, given the fact that this is shaping up to be a 13-7, there is a world in which Atrix gets more done, but it certainly does look a little bit more comfortable. Nice flash out there for 11 to get that opening kill. It's not Younger though. She's still alive and kicking somewhere afar afield. Oh, there she is, out towards short. Waiting for someone to kind of step into her crosshairs here. Repositioning herself into a good spot. And at Atrix, you can see that they're definitely feeling the weight of the last few rounds, and they want to be as clinical as humanly possible about this. There you go. Unfortunately, Sophia gets taken down. That's the pinch that gets removed. So it all comes down to these 4 players running their way up long. Somehow, beautiful shots from 11 just continue to rain down terror. You have to get her offline as quickly as possible, and finally, Younger will be able to do that, but she's dangerously low on health at the moment, and unfortunately, teammate lost. Regiane will go for the double, and there it is, that 8th round.
Ooh, that is a weird round because MIBR, they do everything well in that 4 versus 5. They actively leave the bomb site and go target well, not necessarily Sophia, but the mid lurk, right? And they do really well of getting that kill super cleanly and then able to go back and focus on the side. It's the util usage from Atrix, the mollo towards Gandalf, the clearing out of every single angle, nook and cranny, and not letting anything go askew. So first round the ball in the second half for Atrix, but this time it's not Danny being killed first. She's going to get that opening kill, and alongside that, MIBR not only have an immense amount of control in tunnels, but now a second kill. Atrix are going to respond, and they're going to try bound up short. This is the right play because Olga is the only one ready and rating, but she's just going to try and hold them off for as long as possible. Her surviving is paramount right now, so they can just play this 5 versus 3 retake. But Danny, as she tries to scamper away, she gets caught off guard. So Atrix are making this one work.
It's going to come down to a retake scenario here. They've still got the numbers advantage. The flash comes out. It kind of catches them both, but Lil Z does get shut down by Poppins there, and that's going to bring it to a far more doable scenario. It was already doable, but now we've maybe put that final nail in the coffin. Time ticks away here. Sophia is eating flashes, but she hasn't been caught worse for wear just yet. Spots out a player rotating across, gets that first kill, but Younger, be it AWP, be it rifle, she will show up when she's needed most, and she brings her team kicking and screaming up to double digits. She's 24 and 8, bro.
How many multi-frags has she got now? I'm losing count. It's hard to keep up with her. Like, I think I'm on it. There's another multi-frag coming in. Just simply put, what a phenomenal game from her, because in this round, she doesn't get the opening kill. She gets the second kill in the round, but it's also when Atrix knew that she was in tunnel, they heard her pushing in, they played more passively, and yet she still gets the kill. Atrix almost clawed that one back. They played the 3 versus 5 perfectly. Little Z hangs around for too long on short and gets kind of cut off, gets singled out, and then allows for that retake to happen in the 2 versus 4. So I guess 4 versus 2. So MIBR, as soon as they lose a gun round, they instantly claw it back and go, we are the superior force on Dust 2. We are going to win this CT side. And if there's ever a chance, Little Z starts playing to the level of Younger, which is a tall ass.
Oh, nade kill onto Bokor. Just that little bit of cleanup damage. Oh, if Younger had gotten that, I think I would have lost my mind. But even the fact that she survives that is impressive in its own right. But the field is now being overrun. Utility is being chunked out. That being said, they haven't garnered the space that they want. They're still kind of fighting tooth and nail for it. Finally, that bomb should be able to get planted now. 2 players making their way up short. No, how has that happened, Little Zed? How has she missed that shot? Poppins goes absolutely nuclear and continues to be such a thorn in the side. That felt like such a winnable scenario, and MIBR with an incredibly clean retake to bring it up to an 11.
Great sign that Poppins is able to still bring those type of rounds out onto display after having a rough map. This has not been the Dust 2 that I think Poppins would have hoped for. She's had a lot of very unfortunate situations. So to get a 4K in this moment, just leading the charge on the retake, doing absolutely everything by herself. Obviously, she has good support, and a lot of those players are low HP, but it's a round where finally Poppins can go, okay, I provided some help. More so, she won the whole round.
Two rounds stand between MIBR and going 1-0 in the series. Certainly not a tall ask for them. And this is going to be an important round for Atrix, because losing this one, yes, they do have lost max loss streak bonus, but they've invested so heavily into this round, it may yet leave them in a slightly more uncomfortable scenario. Time to see how that shapes up. And for now, MIBR playing this very patiently, not getting overly aggressive, not getting overly confident, holding their angles, holding the line. With great setup from them. And they're leaving to a large extent, they're leaving the ball in Aatrix's court, but they're setting themselves up for success in other ways, in terms of, you know, not taking early battles unnecessarily. But there's 11. I spoke about her ridiculous reflexes, exactly what they needed to open things up a little bit there. Until over top, not quite connecting. I say that, Younger was full blind, but she does get traded out. Of course, it's 11 to make that magic happen. Sophia to follow it up. And, well, MIBR, I said they were leaving the ball in Aatrix's court. And unfortunately, it looks like they just got served.
Yeah, timing was probably perfect for Aatrix there, because you could see that Younger was attempting to go and join up with Danny on long and take first contact for her so the pit play could be activated even more predominantly. But unfortunately, the hit comes in just before Younger gets there. Then Younger gets caught in this awkward transition move where she's neither here, neither there, commits the long angle, but Danny's already fallen. And 11 with not only that just phenomenal opening shot, but the instant trade without any hesitation, just instantly goes for that trade, and that's the difference maker. Is she gonna die to the bomb? Yes. Reggiane does survive, so every single player at MIBR dies, but only one survives for Aatrix. So all of a sudden, that round win, slightly undermined, at least the AWP gets saved.
And a stay of execution, it feels like, for Aatrix. I think that the pressure of how important that round was certainly did kind of mount on top of them. And even with winning that round, look at how scrappy this buy is. It's very kind of pots and pans. They're still bringing in Lil Z with the glass cannon, not full glass cannon, but close enough to, with the AWP in hand there, trying desperately to just kind of keep clawing their way in, and a timeout being taken. We have not had a whole hell of a lot of these over the course of the evening. I think now is as good a time as any, realizing that they're still heavily on the back foot here, but winning this round will not only give them a huge economic advantage and that MIBR will be basically broke, but it will set them up to, well, I mean, winning this one should secure them a 10th, or rather an 11th. If they win this, they get 10th. It should secure them the 11th, and then maybe they can sneak the win away, or at the very least, you know, pull themselves into an OT. This is a big round for them, so whatever was discussed in that timeout, it's going to have to pay off massively. Now, we've got a little bit of a change up to how they're starting out this round, with a bit of a heavier lean over towards this B site. A single player holding the line here. Beautifully positioned flash, but to Aatrix's credit, they hadn't overcommitted. Now, this has somewhat been read by MIBR, so they've sent a reinforcement in the form of Gabby, but that's going to be Aatrix deciding, in fact, we're not going to pull the trigger, and they're going to rotate over towards A.
That was a crazy read. Did I miss something? That Aatrix didn't even make any noise, and MIBR dumped counter-util and also rotated Olga, Danny, and Younger. They were about to go towards B. I don't know what that was, but MIBR just knew it. They just went, it's B. They were correct, but because of their heads-up play, it does force Aatrix to pivot, but MIBR are in a prime position to react off this. Bokol, the only defender in middle, has just got past everyone. So this is massive. This is actually so important that Bokka survives here, because she's wasting so much time and taking away the focus from the majority of MIBR, which allows Aatrix to scale up long and, well, isolates Younger. So sure, Bokka doesn't get a single kill, but she survives for so long, and now Aatrix have the bomb site. The bomb's being planted, but look how fast MIBR there to try and react. 11's even quicker. Olga tries to go for the sneaky play. The boost denied. That's a save.
11's reflexes are just unreal. And part of me almost wants to say that it's like the drawbacks of conditioning. I feel like because of the way that so many of these rounds have opened up for Aatrix, where they tend to take that little bit of mid presence, a little bit more over towards long, it's very seldom that you'll see them just send 3 people towards B without showing any sort of presence anywhere else on the map. And part of me wonders if that wasn't what informed part of the read. But either way, as you said, a fantastic read. And despite that, still weren't able to secure that round for themselves, because the pivot from Atrix to move over towards A and be basically entirely uncontested, like they got the exact results that they wanted. They wanted to pull attention away. But it's weird because they had so long to rotate. And yes, okay, you were talking about positioning Bokor in mid there, but did it really buy them that much time? It's crazy to think about. And now it has come to pass that, yes, MIBR, even with, you know, still being able to buy in relatively well, you've got Younger chilling on a scout. And, okay, you've seen what Younger can do with a scout. Like, let's not make it seem like she can't make miracles happen, even with the slightly inferior sniper rifle. But Atrix are on the verge of evening things out. MIBR take a timeout themselves now because they find themselves in a similar position where a win here, while it wouldn't do as much damage to Atrix's long-term economy, it certainly does put them on map point and series point.
MIBR they just don't care about long in the early rounds, or the mid rounds rather. They play early and then just leave. It's exactly what they've done for the last like 4 or 5 rounds. Ever since that Danny's died there on the opening, when 11 got that nice kill in pit, they've just abandoned long completely, and the read has paid off. But this time, if they want to have this aggressive stance, they need to get the opening kill sooner, as Gabby is very isolated on this B-bomb side. She has no support and only a HE to her name. If she gets mollowed out, this is round over. And this is exactly when MIBR needed to make an aggressive play, and they do. But Boca, once again in mid, it's her domain. Poppins falls, and Reggiane cleanly kills Gabby as the push comes through out on the B-bomb side. This has to be another save from MIBR. There is no chance they can go for this retake in the 3 versus 4. With only 1 kit, and Younger also just on a measly scout.
Ooh, I was just talking about how much better MIBR were looking in terms of comfort, and how, you know, it looked like they were getting much more solid rounds than what we'd seen on that first map. But Atrix, this has been a very good resurgence from them. I'm going to keep kind of harkening back to, I think that there's just still too much discomfort on Overpass. Dust 2, we know this map. We've played this map into the ground time and again. So stands to reason that it would be that little bit closer. But yeah, we've evened out the scores. Atrix certainly have given themselves an opportunity here. That map 3, very much a possibility. All right, MIBR, what have you got for this one? For Masters here, they have ditched the scout entirely and have opted for a slew of rifles instead. I don't necessarily think that's a bad call. See what Younger can get done here with the M4 in hand. Still have to contend with Little Z, and while she has been a little bit quieter, a lot of the power of the AWP really is just in the threat thereof.
Ooh. Well, we know where the AWP is for Little Z. It's confirmation for MIBR. Yeah, confirmation for MIBR that she's gone for that aggressive play towards B early. Atrix do love a little reset, and by the books, that was always the plan. Keep the attention towards B with the utility from Reggiane, but have the majority of the contingent making a play up towards A. Danny's got good space over towards long doors. You can actually see that she's playing towards that long anchor position, unlike previous rounds, and that could be very important, specifically in round 23, as 3 players look to come through long on this A split that's being set up.
They've drawn out a lot of the CT util as well. MIBR trying desperately to just kind of whittle down the time as far as possible, bringing it down to a 40-second mark. Atrix going to have to make a decision here. They are angling heavily out towards long. Beautiful shot from Danny. Allows time for a reposition. So Younger here to try and hold the line. But Lil Z, while flashed out, will still be able to get hers. And that's left Danny in the fire and the flames, trying desperately to survive. She will get overrun. 3 versus 3. As Sophia and company charge their way up long, looking for an opening. But Olga is here. She's already found herself in position. Poppins for the first. Olga sprays down beautifully for 2. And MIBR stabilize, bring themselves to 12, map and series point.
If I'm not mistaken, Gabby throws a double flashbang over Olga and Poppins, and that's the reason why that round is won, because this was a very awkward and messy altercation towards long, where Younger didn't have to peek. She should know there's probably an AWP posted on her because Danny heard a lot of commotion coming through. So they could have played a crossfire if Danny had just gone back to that deep position a little bit earlier. So there was this messy 3 versus 4 outcome, and Olga saves the day with her shots, with the connection of the player coming through smoke, but also the team play and the cohesion between her, Gabby, and Poppins in that final third. So MIBR showing why they're the team that dethroned Furia for the first time in 2 years in South America. In these late moments, it doesn't look clean. They're not going to look at this and be happy with the result if it ends 13-11, but they know they have that ability to dig deep and pull out performances like round 23.
Everything on the line now. Atrix 1 round away from a potential overtime. Be really cool to kick off day 1 of season 8 with an overtime. I'd be here for it. Well, I'd have to be here for it.
Oh, yeah, quite literally.
Yeah, well, you know, don't really have a choice. I mean, I do, but I obviously choose to be here. Why wouldn't I? It's the best place to be.
Because it's the best place to be. If you're not here, you're not living.
Hey.
This is, so far, a great read from RBR. Last round, they also put the majority over towards mid to B, and that almost came to bite them. This time, they're holding their guns, and they're committing onto that B bomb site. They've got 3 players there, and Younger's just been given this task of just holding A alongside Danny, and it's going to work perfectly. Atrix putting some commotion elsewhere. 11's going to try lurk out long. Danny gets the kill, goes, it's all clear. No one's there. No one's towards long. Younger's seen nothing out towards A. They're just staying regimented in their setup. The contact comes in. Gabby gets the first kill. Boca is going to trade, but then there's 3 other players here. Poppins can just pull out the sidearm, and Little Z is all left by herself. It's not clean. It's not how they wanted it to go, but MIBR are victorious on day 1 of ESL Impact Season 8 South America.
There's a little dance that was going on out towards long was giving me some serious anxiety. Danny and 11, who was going to come out on top, who was going to peak. And it's crazy because 11 had played that position so many times, but unfortunately she's alone. And it is a little bit of a 50-50 check, and she checks the most. It's called an off angle for a reason, and she doesn't check that one. And unfortunately, she does pay the price for it, and everything collapses like a house of cards from that point on. Another relatively uncomfortable one, it felt like. MIBR, the rounds that they did win were looking very clean, but the rounds that they lost looked pretty messy, and I think that it might just have to be back to the drawing board here, because with the changes that we've seen from them, we're still expecting big things from this team. We're still expecting them to be one of those top 2, and if they're going to put up a performance like this when they come across Furia, for example, I think that they're going to really struggle this season.
Yeah, well, because of what you're saying, coming up against Furia, I expected this to be a lot cleaner due to them playing against Furia in a different tournament on LAN and beating them 2-0, albeit it was on 2 completely different maps than Dust 2 or Overpass. So I assumed that they would come in today and be clean. And it's like, look, they won. Day 1 jitters, new IGL. Olga hasn't played ESL Impact for how long exactly? I think over a year.
Yeah.
Just under a year. About 11 months and a half. So it's been a long time since she's played ESL Impact, but then also even longer since she's played in this region. I will say, even though there was some excitement in the cams, Olga did not look happy after that win.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a much quieter map from her, and I think that there's still a lot of pressure on her at the moment. We've kind of spoken about this at length over the course of the series, but she comes in as IGL, and I don't know if she has a lot of experience. I'm pretty sure that in HSG, Ramona was still, or Jiffy was still, you know, doing the leading on that side, and she was there for about 2 years, and prior to that, I don't believe that she was IGLing before that either. There you go. So this is a really new position for her to be stepping into. Now, we are hopefully going to be having a chat with her in just a little bit, but before we do that, let's take a look at our Kadia player of the match. And guys, I know you probably wanted it to be younger, and if you were going with recency bias, it absolutely would have been, but Danny was the epitome of consistency. Through map 1, through map 2, she was always part of the conversation, and that's why when it comes to player of the match, it had to be her.
And especially considering that she was big side anchor, right? She was playing long anchor, and she was still able to have that impact on CT side of Dust 2, and then on Overpass as well. Even though she was anchor of the B bomb site, she was being mobilized elsewhere. There's like, you know, she was being utilized with utility perfectly, and yeah, it's really easy to sit here and be like, younger Kadia MVP, because she just had a redonkulous map 2. But then she also was at the bottom of the scoreboard for map 1 for her team. So it feels a little bit unfair to kind of go to younger there. And I think for Danny, like, okay, she wasn't getting these flashy 1 versus 2s. She wasn't getting loads and loads of crazy like multi-kills, but she was incredibly consistent in her anchor roles, and that cannot be understated.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's where consistency, really, that's the heart of consistency, because not everybody, in fact, hardly anyone is going to be getting multi-frags every single round. That is kind of an above and beyond scenario, and while we do kind of scream about it, we get excited about it because it's so fun to watch, you need those players that are quietly kind of keeping the boat afloat in those moments when our star players aren't getting these crazy rounds. They're the ones making sure that we don't fall back, that we don't suddenly regress into a position that we don't want to be in. So hats off to Danny. Really, really strong performance from her today. But you know, what does that say to us about the rest of the season, Freddie? I mean, what are we feeling about this new Atrix roster?
This new Atrix roster? I was prepping that you were going to say like, oh, for MIBR, but that's the easy answer. Exactly. Atrix 11 has some phenomenal signs. On Overpass, it was more flash in the pan. You know, I'm thinking of the first pistol round where I think she got like a triple entry, and I was like, I'm glad we spoke highly of her. I think this is the first time where I see 11 in a roster in the ESL Impact South American circuit, where it's a roster that can compete. And I mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, Bocca said to us with a lot of confidence at the end of last season, she was like, I'm here to win. And I think every team will always say that, but it was just kind of the way she said it. She was like, I know that we are good enough to fight for those top 2 spots. So it's a little bit unfortunate that week 1 is the day where they come against one of those 2 teams. And unfortunately, it doesn't get easier as you're playing the reigning ESL Impact champions, but it'd be really sad to see Atrix just continue to be third, because I think they have so much potential to fight for that top 2 spots, but we're just gonna have to see them get fleshed out a little bit more. And I will say, I'm really looking forward to see a stat check on 11 like halfway through the season.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm surprised it's taken this long for her to find a team that kind of picks her up into one of the more contestable rosters, if that makes sense. Because I feel like she's been really impressive for a lot of the seasons that she's competed in. So really cool to see that coming to fruition, but we'll have to just kind of keep checking in, do some vibe checks as the season goes on. But unfortunately, folks, we were not able to secure an interview for our post-match. So that's going to be Freddie and I wrapping things up here for the South American broadcast. Let's take a look at our standings before we finish up entirely. And, well, not terribly much has changed.
Wait, guys, Capybara is a top 3. Stop the count.
Oh my goodness, it's happened. It's finally happened, guys. James Bardolph is going to be over the moon. How long that'll last is unsure. Also, just a quick one. If you guys are looking at Equipa last, maybe you saw the notification on social media earlier today. They are playing under 4 Magic. So if you've been looking on like Wikipedia or something and you're going, who the heck are Equipa last? It literally got announced like 3 hours ago that they are now playing under 4 Magic. So really cool to see them up there as well, taking their first victory of the tournament over the Dusty Roses all the way down below. But yeah, I think day one, man, one game in, we can't infer too much from the scoreboard. So I'm going to snatch that and I'm going to say that's going to be us for South America, done and dusted. Now, of course, America looms on the horizon. We have a banger matchup for you guys with Shimmer, who made it all the way into the finals last season, playing under Supernova Comets. Now have reclaimed their name of Shimmer. They'll be taking on Black Mold, a team that did relatively well last season, but weren't able to really get the results that they wanted. However, it is going to be after a little bit of an extended break. So if you need something to do in the meantime, well, our good friend Darth Mike over on his stream is currently covering the Ghost versus FlyQuest Red game. And spoiler alert, Ghost are currently winning. So go check that out, but make sure, yeah, exactly, Freddie. Make sure that you are back here ready and waiting to go. All right. I'm going to throw this over. Excuse me. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching South America. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Enjoy North America. We'll see you soon.
Had enough of these bros. Said they wanna play ball, but they always get mad anytime we beat bad. They don't tell us so though. They pretend they got gold. We should put them on blast. The man can't stand such an upset. Your window's closing, you notice. You never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say we're taking over. We're made for this. We're taking over. You know what time it is. We're taking over. We're made to win. We're taking over. Woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000. Tell me how you feel knowing you get no love. Wait a minute now. Always no losses. Watch out in my cup. If you can watch me rise up to the top, you can learn how to pick it up. Pick it up now. Your window's closing, you notice. You never lose so bad. Hey, you should expect it. You know I'm coming up. I'm coming up. Hey, no time to run, no games. Your time has come today. Just stopping by to say.
something's gotta give. Settle for nothing less. Gotta go, gotta get. I take it as it is. The game is never ending. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride. So hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. I don't know if you noticed, but I ain't on it. If it don't got that buzz, stay awake, come alive, go hands up in the sky, and I love it how it was. We never signed it to life, but we're here for the ride, so hold on tight. We're moving fast and time don't slow, so we gotta let go. We already know we're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We got it all. We got it all. We got it all. We got it all. We're just living for the good times. Nothing better than the good times. Stay living for the good times. We're living for the good times. We're just living for the good times. Good times. Good
Everybody, I wanna see your hands. All right now, let's raise the roof, yeah. I wanna make it louder. Shake it up, come on, yeah. I can't help my feet from taking over. Just wanna dance the night away. I feel so good with you. I'm in the moment. Now I just wanna live it up. Oh, what a life. Oh, what a feeling, yeah. Oh, what a life. Now I'm feeling good, yeah. Oh, what a life. Oh, what a feeling, yeah. Gotta live that life, gotta keep that dream, yeah. Now, yeah. I wanna live it up. Wanna keep on dreaming. Gotta live that life with no regrets, yeah. Chase that feeling. I wanna move it up, yeah. Wanna make it real. Gotta live that life, gotta keep that dream, yeah. Chase that feeling. I can't help my feet from taking over. Just wanna dance the night away. I feel so good with you. I'm in the moment. Now I just wanna live it up. Oh, what a life. Oh, what a feeling, yeah. Oh, what a life. Now I'm feeling good, yeah. Oh, what a life. Oh, what a feeling, yeah. Gotta live that life, gotta keep that dream, yeah. Now, yeah. Now I'm feeling good, yeah.
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but are you using salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese man salpicando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Hacho, me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, lo que son tus amigas. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponme un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
Street lights turned on hours ago. You've been here 3 nights in a row. I feel like an afterthought, but still I open the door. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? Midnights are my only hope to see you, but it's not enough. I feel like an afterthought, but at least you thought of me. No matter how much you adore me, right before the dawn is when you leave. Oh, do I glow in the dark? Why do you call me? Only after hours leaving in the morning. Do I glow in the dark? Would it kill you to hold me? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling? In the bright of day, oh, can't you see me falling?
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. That's much too early to wake up. No, nobody gave me a warning. I wanna
Excuse me, señor. One moment, please. Yeah, disculpa. I know my English not good looking, but have you seen salt? Cause there's no flavor in this place.
Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Ese mangú no me lo como. Le hace falta sal y huele a mojo. Hay brujería en esa vaina, me hizo daño. Pues tu mamá se come un plátano muy extraño. Ya estoy cansado de estar picando por la plaza, amor. Quiero comerme un desayuno ahí en tu casa, amor. Dos huevitos con chorizo te cocino. No soy cochino, te lo cambio por tocino. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Es que te extraño como la cocina de abuela o la empanada de tu vieja. La nena dulce como la miel de abeja. Yo me muero pa' comer si tú me dejas. Diablo, nena, que tú sí estás fuera liga. Mango bajito, los que son tu amiga. Por eso que yo no me encaramo en almor. Gracias por el plato, pero es que le falta algo. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante. Dile al quien fue que cocinó sin el sazón que no se aguante. Dile no se aguante, dame. Ponle un poquito de cebolla y limón a ese picante.
nota como es. Muévelo, ¿quién fue? No te despistes que es lo que vine con mi pana, con mi catamara, mi dominicana, colombiana y venezolana. ¿Dónde están las mexicanas? Muévelo, muévelo, no veo a mi boricua. Sacúdelo, oh, 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 oh. El ambiente está fresco, el ritmo lo siento. Aquí se prendió el party, vente a mover el esqueleto. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela, vívete, vívela. Pues solo quiero disfrutar, la vida disfruta. Vente para mí, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena, déjala, déjala, deja la pena. Vente pa' acá, vente pa' acá, echa pa' allá, pa' acá, pa' allá, pa' acá. Ya, really, de lunes a viernes pa' librar los fines. Pásame un shot que cobra estoy chile. La paso bien gastando los miles. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Con mi combo no te metas, la familia no se toca, se respeta. Aquí estamos todos happy, la rutina siempre contra mí. Me relajo, cero estrés aquí. Vente a la fiesta, vente al party, vente al party. Los carros en la calle suenan pi, pi, pi. La pasamos bonito y el juego siempre puesto en la TV. Yo quiero gozar, gozar, quiero gozar, gozar. Vívetela, vívela.
ESL Impact is brought to you in part by Intel, Qiddiya, and DHL.
Lights fall in the golden city. Fire's out and the water's gone blind. You can run, but you won't get pity. Ash to dust will get you back. Tomorrow we will rise.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here to kick off week number 1 of ESL Impact Season 8 North American Division. And who better to be on the desk with than the one, the only Apples. How are you this fine evening?
I'm doing so well. I can't believe we have another broadcast. Apples Affinity Duo. We're here to stay for at least tonight. And I cannot wait for ESL Impact Season 8 of NA to get kicked off. And yeah, of course, I'm excited to be here with you. Who wouldn't be?
I mean, me. But I mean, we've got an incredible audience at home, and we have got incredible teams as well, not only here in the region, but across the board. And it has been a stellar day to start it off. But let's take a look at the groups across the board. It has been amazing to see that from the open qualifiers and to from then until the actual announcement of the groups, there have been so many orgs joined. There's been so many rebrands, but they're still the same players you know and love, and a couple of new faces. But that is how everything is panning out across the regions. But should we take a little bit of a look at the schedule?
Oh, of course. Let's talk a little bit of what you have seen today and what you're going to be seeing in just a little bit. We had Team Nemesis debut against Big Equipa, MIBR versus Atrix. If you didn't watch any of those two series, you need to go back. Both of them banger starts to the regions, and I cannot wait for NA tonight. We have Shimmer, the #1 seed in NA versus a Black Mold, and I cannot wait. This is going to be a banger match today.
It is indeed. It has been back-to-back fire series, and what a way to close this one out with. We were originally meant to be watching the FlyQuest Ghost game. That is, of course, being covered right now by our wonderful community streamers. I know that both Parkscast and the one and only Darth Mike are covering those games on their own channel. So if you have a second monitor, don't go anywhere, don't leave us, because this is the real series you want to watch. But if you have a second monitor, or if you've got a phone, you know, why not pull up a second?
Have two tabs open on one monitor. There's still abilities to watch both of those at the same time. They're both going to be great matches, and we'll have some score updates with you during this series. But I think right now they're still on that first map versus Ghost Gaming and FlyQuest. So it's been a little bit of a Interesting affair. Speaking of maps.
The veto. Now, first up, the train ban coming out. Actually, this is a huge win for Shimmer because train is usually their permaban. So the fact that Black Mold have taken it out of the map pool amazingly first is amazing for Shimmer. Maybe not playing the veto quite to the strength that they could there. I would have been seeing them maybe take out a bit more of a punishing pick here. Ancient going out, not surprised. That's usually the secondary ban for Shimmer, but they can take it out in the veto immediately. And they've really set the pace and the tone now for how this goes. And I'm praying for a nuke. Give us
it's
a nuke.
absolutely going to be a nuke.
It's got to be a nuke.
And Mirage. Okay, we're going to have Mirage come through, which is actually a bold pick from Black Mold. Nuke coming in from Shimmer. That secures at least 2 maps starting here. Maybe a third. I don't know what we're going to get here. Maybe an Inferno. It's going to be up to Black Mold. Also, guys, Overpass is in the map pool. I don't know if you saw that. That's a new update here for this new season. But yeah, we're going to be going to a Dust 2 for a Decider. And I'm going to be honest, this is very, very much in Shimmer's favor comparatively to their previous scores on these maps. Black Mold, they don't have much information to go off of, especially on HLTV, just to look on there, especially since they have a new player on their roster. So this may be a little iffy, but it is still just their first series of the season. They have a little bit of time to go through and figure out where they're going from here.
So fun fact, the 3 maps that we're seeing today are the only 3 maps that we've seen from this iteration of Black Mold.
Okay.
And they qualified through the second open qualifier. The only team that we've actually seen them play is Little Box, who is also qualified here as well.
Yep.
But the 3 maps that we have seen from them have been Dust 2, Nuke, and Mirage. So nothing new from them just yet. They can keep, those aces hidden up their sleeve for now. But I'm excited. The Nuke, we'll get to why the Nuke is exciting. I am incredibly biased about the nuke that we're going to see here. And there is a reason, and it is for the new Black Mold player.
Oh, yeah.
There's big things coming. All I can tell is buckle up.
Buckle up. But let's buckle up. Black Mold needs to buckle up a little bit here because Shimmer is the #1 seed after their final in NA, where they went up against Furia, almost winning that grand finalist of Shimmer. And wow, used to be on Supernova comments. Now they're back under the old org. Shimmy, shimmy, yay. Shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. How do you feel about this, Affinity? They're back. You think it's still going to work out for them? Are they still going to keep going?
I think it is. Now, I've got a couple of statistics to talk about here.
Oh, I like that.
They haven't changed their roster since season 7. So this has been the same roster now going into its second season. They have only dropped 3 maps total since this formation of the roster within the confines of ESL Impact. And they have all been to Furia. They lost the 1 best of 3 in the groups, and then they lost the 2 maps in the grand final. Those are the only 3 maps we have seen this roster lose. And additionally, coming out of that season, 4 of the team were in the top 10 players in the region, and they have had a killer offseason. They have not stopped. They have had the most officials of any ESL Impact team since the end of the LAN finals. So they have ended on a high, maybe not quite the highest peak. They didn't quite secure that first place, but I think they took that personally, and they have not rested.
It's not broke, don't fix it. Just keep working on it. I mean, they're able to get there. There's a lot of players on Shimmer. I keep looking at Supernova comments. I keep wanting to say that, but they are Shimmer. They're here to stay. And one player that's here to stay is Arcadia player to watch. It's going to be Raven. And this is a player that you don't see pop off too often. Obviously, their stats are a little low. They've been playing around on a bunch of different servers, a bunch of different officials, not just on ESL Impact. So the rating here doesn't look as great as it could be, but when Raven is in the server, Styx calls so well that whenever she has a moment that she could have some impact, it's always there. She always has the good vibes. It's always on top for Raven. So I want to watch her tonight. I want to make sure that she is up to par. And when she's on it, that means the entire team is there.
I want to hop in there. And part of the reason that we highlighted her, because a lot of people go, why not Empathy? Why not Forks? These 3-star players. Raven and the Shimmer team have just come off the back of Fragadelphia and Knoxville, where Raven was the 7th highest rated player overall, higher rated than Empathy, higher rated than Forks, with a 1.29 rating. So coming off the back of a LAN where she's been so stellar, she has got to be... That was 3 days ago. This isn't ancient news. She's feeling hot at the moment, but the whole team has just come off of a really good showing at LAN. So I'm expecting there to be a lot of that residual energy, and you learn so much from playing on LAN. There's a lot of that team bonding. There's a lot of... it's a very different experience playing on LAN. So I'm expecting things to just be sort of flowing for them at the moment, which is a scary prospect if you're Black Mold.
Yeah, I think they got almost to 8th place in Fragadelphia, which is a 32-team affair. So going up that high, you're basically getting Shimmer almost right after they got to that LAN finals over in Dallas. I feel like they still had that fire in them. And obviously it's carried through their entire summer off season, that they have not taken a break. They just keep on going and going and going. So this is a little scary for Black Mold to go up against. This team is here with a vengeance. Speaking of Black Mold, we have some players here that you will probably recognize. We have Kelsey here, who has been with ESL Impact since the dawn of ESL Impact, back on CLG
Season
Red
1,
and G.
yeah.
And now she returned last season, is coming back here with this roster, sticking with it. Napka, of course, then OG, has been in the scene for so long. I want to talk about the new player, 2011. Yeah. So there's a lot of veteran players on this team. There's a lot of veteran players that have been around on a bunch of different teams, but now they finally found this Black Mold core, and they've added on this new player, Pterodactyl.
Oh, yes.
STW for the win. Patero?
Yes.
Taro? Are we calling her Taro on broadcast?
I'm not sure.
That is so scary.
Taro is my favorite player ever. And I'm going to say it completely biased, and I will tell you why. So you know how I have a, pun intended, an affinity for the shotguns, right? Where whenever we see a shotgun, I'm like, that's my new favorite player. I watched during the open qualifiers, Taro here play XM only for the entirety of Nuke. And then they went on to Mirage, and the XM only continued. Genuinely, I was seeing her pick up AKs to drop over to her teammates, and then just rebuying an XM. It was, and you know what the scariest part was? It was working. And, you know, when you lose Mads, who is, you know, not only a huge firepower element for you as well, but also a key component of the group sort of dynamic socially and, you know, to the outward facing community, bringing on somebody with just as much personality is amazing to see. But I've got to ask you, Apples, predictions. I know where I'm saying. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and say Shimmer. Are you in agreement with me?
Oh, I definitely am. I would love to see the XM disrupt some of these Shimmer plays, especially on Nuke, Shimmer's home map.
Yep.
But it's got to be Shimmer. They're off of that land buff. They are still riding that high from last season. It's going to be them 100%. If a 3-map affair comes by, if Shimmer drops a map this early in the season, though, that could be cause for some alarm.
It could indeed. I mean, Black Mold were 4th last season. They've only made one roster change, and it was looking pretty good for them. But I guess we will find out in the server where the real test of metal is, and no better place than the hometown of Mirage to kick us off.
Mirage is the new Dust 2, is what they're saying. Mirage is the new Dust 2. Everyone knows how to play it. If you have some new players on your team, a little bit easier to slot into roles there. So that could be working in Black Mold's favor. But, you know, I'm kind of questioning, where is that XM going to sit? You think it's going to be under Palace? Ramp. All right.
Okay. So T-side pistol, what are we looking at? So it's likely to be a little bit of a bloodbath in mid. Empathy and Forks, they like to go window early, and for the side of Black Mold, they like to put a lot of heavy presence in mid. traditionally, maybe we see something completely new and a switch up coming into this. But that's what I'm expecting is mid to be the central hub of action going into this pistol.
And Julie's on Fox. Seen her yell with those before, and we have a lot of players running towards apartments. Empathy with the first blood of the game, of the season for NA. Six joining with her. A little bit of a lurk smoke to help Naka move up Cat, but Empathy sees right through it. The Julies are ready for this pop through apartments. Okay, a little messy, but they make it work.
They do indeed. The Forks Julies are a thing of a legend, and now you get to see why. Maybe a little bit messy at the start, but with the teammates to back up, absolutely no problem for them. That is going to be a victory on the board for the pistol round. Black Mold, no bomb plant, no kills really to speak of here either, so it is going to be going for broke on this one and allowing Shimmer to get a little bit of padding initially.
Black will definitely have a spot to disrupt their economy, though, if they're able to take this pistol. Just a single flash from Kelsey to try get this waterfall out of Palace. Only Raven really on site. A couple of them are close. The MP9 spraying down. At least one kill, having to switch to the sidearm and able to find the 2 kills needed. Just Kelsey left alone. Styx finds it, and
I don't know if I'm mistaken.
Blood spilled.
At the end there, did you see a jump with the knife on that last player in Sandwich? I'm kind of glad that they didn't get the kill, because I think it's a little bit too early for this level of shenanigan. But if they've got the confidence brimming this much, that's a little bit of a worrying sign. Sometimes we see them maybe a little bit too overtly confident. They have to rein it back in, but...
yeah.
I mean, what a way to start. It was only against pistols, however. This is going to be the real test now that the AKs are out. Sunny only on that Mac 10. We'll see how they want to use it. Kelsey is going to have problems very early on. They are getting aggressive early here.
Oh, I really like that push from Styx under, just to get so much space to the CTs. Now they know exactly what Black Mold were planning. Able to clear out a lot more of the space. Naka with a pop flash, and it's getting a little dicey in mid. Bungie finds a boosted up Empathy. Okay, able to find it. A little bit worrying on the ladder there for just a second, but Nopka falls. 3v4 though. Looks like Black Mold trying to redirect their situation here, pick the bomb up near spawn, and still so many unknowns. They know a couple of players were stacked over towards that B site. All that space is taken away from them. Max 2 over at A.
Yeah. It's going to be a slow one, and the planks haven't been broken, so there's no clue there's somebody there. STX has spotted ahead. There's an adjustment. Takes a second as well, just to see if anybody else is going to poke their head up. And now footsteps on, but Raven's already tucked into Palace. Bungie's got one, but it's short-lived victories. They are just going to converge upon her. She's second headshot. She's lining them up. They're allowing these 1v1s to come through.
Gets the bomb plant here, too. Serendipity just kind of running a little bit closer to her and able to get that headshot with a nade. A little bit of help. Black Mold. A little bit of life there shown, at least by Bungie, with a nice 3K this round. And a bomb plant. Just give them a bit more cash into this next one. But Shimmer, they are showing their strides here early on, and it's looking really nice from them.
I think it's also quite interesting to see is that they are going for these fights very, it's ugly early is the phrase, right? They're going for the aggressive swings, and they're not actually expending a whole lot of utility. As you can see, there is essentially 2 full pelts of utility left over at the end of that round, even with, throwing the HE over to try clear out that plant at the end. And that just means they're going to have so much money, maybe tripping over the bank a little bit here. But it's better to have too much than not enough. Styx smoked off in mid, and actually a very loose sight hold here is going to give way for Bungie to find an opening pick with that AWP and press forward a little bit. Now a smoke over towards Connector could cause some problems and make Shim have to retake this, especially with Empathy going down in mid. They've lost control of this site.
Almost everything Styx has to watch behind her, but is going to at least get a kill onto the site through the smoke. Nopka dropped down. Still not letting them take it that easily. Nice pop shot on over to Bungie. A lot of the T players here very low, but I'm afraid no one's looking at Kelsey. She has rerouted over towards Palace. This could be a really good angle for Black Mold to be able to hold down this site since all the CTs are over by jungle. Molly's coming out. Oh, Bungie in the Molly, and Serendipity able to find that last kill.
It's exactly what we talked about. Well, it's exactly what I mentioned last round, is how they save so much utility. It means that at the end there, they have mollies for everything they want to. You know, you throw a molly over towards Ninja, you've got HEs available, because they're not expending it early round, they're just going for those fights. And yes, they get locked out of sight, but it does mean that they fall back and they're in a position that they are near enough by that they can immediately re-hit the site and not allow Black Mold the time to set up comfortably into a post-plant.
It would have been a little messy and iffy for Kelsey, but if she kept that mid control instead of going into Palace, it would have been, I feel like, a little bit different for Black Mold. Then Shimmer wouldn't have had that safety behind them when they were pushing in. Oh, it's getting serious. Tetra has or Taro has an AK on her hands. No XM.
No, it's not CT side, that's why.
Oh,
just wait.
An AK kill. There we go. Spoken into existence here. Trades are going out evenly. Fox able to spot Kelsey, though. Some players falling now, all down to your favorite player. Not going to find the head. Six finds it first, and that's 5 in a row for Shimmer.
It is indeed lovely start here. They've got so much bankroll in the background, so that's not even something that we probably even need to mention or worry about. Side of Black Mold, they are having to drop down to those Tech 9s here. I'm expecting maybe something a little bit heavy towards mid. We see them like to take this mid control early on, so I'm thinking potentially we see a rush over on Catwalk, maybe something over towards B where they found a little bit more success. And there it is, straight over towards B, something pacey to try catch off guard. Kelsey going to be the one throwing the utility. Serendipity immediately just to back away, stay alive, and let them filter into her.
Oh, yeah. It feels like they played this rush ante so many times because all the kills come out. It's all down to Bungie just with a deagle on this A site. No damage done by Black Mold.
It's really nice to see that because there's that whole saying, you fight fire with fire. No firefighter that is professionally trained would tell you to fight fire with fire. They tell you to fight it by taking away the oxygen, right? You take away their ability to rush and overwhelm. Fight. Yeah, exactly. You take away the fuel as well. So you mean to deprive them of any picked up weapons from isolating and rushing one player. If you just fall back immediately, they lose any advantage that you get with a fast pacey round like that. And it's so well played there from Shimmer to immediately call to back away instead of trying to take those picks face hard.
You say fuel?
Yeah, fuel.
Sorry.
How do you say it?
I just heard, I heard fuel instead of fuel. Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice shot from Taro. Sticks in a little bit of a sticky situation. Has to fall back. So many players in mid. Another smoke just to keep them off, but all that control is taken. Shimmer just have to go back and fortify this. Kelsey, though, is on a little bit of her own journey. Could be able to catch Serendipity off guard, and that she does. Fox is on the other side, though. Watching this. This is a nice protected angle from her.
It is.
Kind of dancing around the other side. It's planted. Now Bungie's
Don't
near
peek
the
into them.
Ooh. Okay, 2 for Black Mold here. Sticks has to fall back here. Has an AK, wants to save that for the next one. Doesn't feel too confident in that 1v4 sense, but a nice take from Black Mold. Kelsey able to kind of fortify herself on the site away from the angles that she knows Fox loves to hold.
I think it's a really good call there, and you'll see this happen a lot for Black Mold when they do their B-side takes, is that they will send very few people out and they will just establish themselves in apartments. And I think it works really well for them because it's such a difficult angle to fight back into, especially when they're a team that takes a lot of mid-control as well. If you know that you're not really going to get pressed from Catwalk and that Market's only really the angle you've got to worry about, holding on to that apartment is so difficult to weasel out because there's just no angle that you have to peek. You just stand stand there and wait, and they have to play into you. So that's something that we'll see a lot, and we'll probably have to see Shimmer adapting to a little bit here as well, is that if they continue to let themselves get trapped out of sight with the only option to get back in being through market, they are going to struggle. So I'm expecting them maybe to send that AWP over, have a little bit more of a nosy and fight towards mid potentially.
Like to see that. We found a lot of map control taken by Black Mold. Even though they weren't getting that many kills in mid, it was just a little bit more towards the end that they were getting the kills once they got that B site down. They had all of that space that was just so freeing for them in comparison to the last 6 rounds where Shimmer has just been dominating. It was been Shimmer's pace only. Now we could see a little bit on the side, a little bit of a tech pause coming in. It's not NACS without tech pauses, just being honest.
No, it's been a little bit of a rough time for North America recently on the tech pause front, hasn't it? But very quick one here, so we'll count our blessings. And we are going to get straight back into the game. One round. That is the quickest North America tech pause we have seen possibly ever. And we're going to get right back into it, which means there hasn't been too much time. Of course, they're not allowed to talk during the technical pauses, but they haven't had much time necessarily to cool down. So straight back into the frame. We really need to see Black Mold convert this into a second here. You can't let Shimmer keep getting away with this. This needs to be more than just a speed bump, and they go for that. And look at that. We said a little bit more presence in mid. They go 1-for-1 in the kills, but it's Nuke, the difference maker.
Nuke. Okay, that's a really, really good start. 2 heavy hitters out of the server, at least for this round. Empathy and Sticks gone. All of mid can't be theirs, but still have Fox. She's kind of moved on over to this cat spot just to get a little bit more visibility on the movements here. The op could be tricky. Kelsey kind of poking and prodding, coming up Khan. You can see over there Raven has taken a little bit of a hiding approach over in Palace for the time being. Expecting an A play, but still lots of Shimmer players are a little bit spread out for a retake. It's going to have to be slow to get this down, but the bomb goes. We got to enter in some place here.
Have they noticed the Raven has been in Palace? Because she likes to tuck in there early. And she's been smoked off, but that's probably preemptive. They actually have no idea. But with Kelsey pushing Serendipity, this really falls apart pretty early. Missed shot, and that's it. Done and dusted.
What a headshot. I mean, Raven's still here. Could be able to get a couple kills, maybe some guns out of the hands of Black Mold, or maybe even Ninja defuse this. They're looking for her. She finds one. Op set up for another. Bungie finds it. 2 in a row for Black Mold. It all comes down to that early mid fight.
Yep, and mid was always going to be the hot spot. It's Black Mold, it's very much the linchpin for them. They've got a heavy focus on early round in there, and that's where we see, you've started to see a little bit of adaptation coming on through here with both, Empathy and STX now also having that little bit of a fight early in mid. They're not really committing the AWP to it necessarily, but the fact that Nuke finds 2 in mid immediately shuts down the reposition that they did specifically to try counter this.
Okay, this is a little bit messy in mid. At least Raven is there to help out Fox just to keep her alive just a little bit longer to be able to fall back. These T's, they are running up here very quickly. There's a lot of space. And oh my gosh, the ops are looking at each other. Missed shot from Bungie, but they have eyes. Moving back just a little bit. The smokes granting a lot of cover here. Bungie switched to the AK, leaving the op in mid. Gives her a little bit more mobility, and Empathy with this boost up has a lot of visibility here, but she could get peeked at 2 angles. Taro finds her, takes her down. That's almost all of Cat. Serendipity falls back to that B site. Wary where Black Mold are going to take this.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I worried when there was no real opportunity for Black Mold to leave mid. Oh, I think Fox just spotted a leg. Oh, dropped down. Sword hurt. Bungie's going to need to reload soon, though. That's going to be a bit of an issue. Oh, or not.
Oh, never mind. She gets it done with 2 bullets. But Raven, she was in window, was able to find at least 1 player. Now, kind of a winnable 1v2 here for Fox. She's able to isolate at least one of these players, but planted in the smoke. she going to be able to see this player right and get right? Bungie's been on one tonight. Oh, what a flick. Able to find it. Now Kelsey knows where she's coming from. Just has to hide and wait for this timer to go down. Lots of space granted. And a missed shot from Fox. That's not something you see every day. Switches to the sidearm. She needs to find this kill now. It's going to be Kelsey finding it against her. And a third for Black Mold.
Fox is going to be kicking herself at that missed shot. Usually 9 times out of 10 she hits that, and that's the round done and dusted. But you know, an uncharacteristic miss, it's unfortunate. It's a nice attempt to get back that first flick. You know, I've been saying for a long time now is not only do I think that this call was slept on a little bit last season, but I think Fox genuinely one of the top 3 ESL Impact AWPers just across the board.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And like, there's some amazing AWPers in EU, don't get me wrong, but I think Fox goes toe-to-toe with them most of the time. But yeah, missed shot there. It's unfortunate. It's, you know, usually you wouldn't see somebody stick with the AWP in a clutch situation. Fox much more comfortable with it than the rifle we see a lot of the time. So I can understand it, but unfortunately she is going to need to be hitting those if they're going to keep letting Black Mold take the site, because the retakes haven't been great.
No. She read this situation correctly. Op placed over at Ticket. Flash could disrupt this, and there it goes. Still going to be holding that spot. Raven is helping her out. She finds one and the second. All right, last round was out of character, but we're right back into it. Bungie just trying to get away from this. 5 players of Shimmer over on this A site. She wants to be able to keep this off. It's going to be hard. Raven chases it down and finds it. Shimmer very dominant next round after that 3 rounds in a row from Black Mold.
Fox heard us yapping and said, nope, nope, absolutely not. Atone for the sins of her past. But 7-3 already. And what I think is quite interesting here is that we saw Shimmer play against FlyQuest Red literally yesterday in ECL. And it wasn't amazing. Their start on Mirage, I think they were 2-10 down. They didn't end up winning the map. They had a rough start to Nuke as well. They ended up winning the series, but they did not have a good time on CT side Mirage. The fact that this is, you know, immediately, not even a day later, they're showing so much more prowess on the side that yesterday they just were disjointed on is great to see.
Hard to do that against FlyQuest. Mirage is like their map.
Oh, yeah. But 2-10 down was still, you know, not the start they wanted.
Oh, a leg onto Kelsey. Just a little bit lower, at least. Serendipity's able to finish that kill up for her. And a very quick trade here as Raven is just battening down the hatches over on this A site. Bungie left alone. Has the bomb, actually. Could go B and plant this. Serendipity is pretty close to that location, though. Would not be a free and easy retake.
No, free and easy is not going to be
never
words that we see for either of these teams.
Oh, I don't even think she's going to clear her. She's just going to assume that she's not at car. I mean, that is the position that you're at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the round. But that is a blunder there for Bungie. Could have been a little bit more money into this next round, at least with a bomb plant. It's the last of the half.
Yep, last of the half. And Shimmer had such an amazing start that they've kind of been able to sort of freeball off the back of that the entire time, which has meant that even when they've been losing rounds, they haven't had to eco once, if I'm mistaken. They have just been able to buy and buy and buy, which has made them very deadly here. 9-3 would be incredible. Once again, we see Black Mold going heavy into mid. This is their sort of signature strat, is to go and rush Catwalk, and with only empathy here, very easy chance to overwhelm. Goes 1-for-1. STX immediately there to trade, but look at that. Connector players activate.
There we go. Kelsey is kind of alone. She does get taken out over in apartments now, all down to Taro. The myth, the legend, the XM player wielding a MAC-10 here. The queen. XM queen. Down to 5 health. Not much you could do in this situation except just run. Raven finds that last kill. It's going to be a 9-3 half. We'll be right back in just a little bit.
that feeling, the demons under your ceiling, when everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a waste. And can you help me start a replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost. It's so far away, I only wanna be okay. Tell me, why should I stay away? If only dreaming can
Welcome back, one and all. 9-3 is the half that we were left with. Shimmer, a pistol round here could make this a very, very quick affair, but Black Mold, a chance here. A pistol round to try and get them back on the board to close this gap, and it all starts here. Empathy having a look. Impalace is going to take that initial contact, but needs to push a little bit further, and there is the storm through connector.
Oh, I really like this. A quick trade. Kelsey does take one player down, but Fox is running. Empathy's running. Okay, all these kills are through smoke and with headshots all down to Sunny. She does have a kit, can take her time here, but cannot isolate the players on Shimmer. Double digits found for them. It's looking a little bit desolate.
Yeah, because now this goes 10-4. There's not the money to... There was no kills coming through, so they don't have the money to even try and force into this one, which then concedes them 11 rounds. And then at that point, you're just teetering on the edge. If you can't win that conversion, suddenly, map point, it's all a little bit hectic here. There is a little bit of a buy coming through. Sunny P's being able to upgrade the sidearm a little bit, and there's a bit of utility, but Serendipity, look at the pace.
Ooh, an A stack here. Already
there was an A stack.
Down. Napka, all right. She stops, looks back. All right. Bomb planted. not much you can do here except try and find some exits. But these MAC-10s are trying to farm up that same amount of money that they had over on their CT side. Sunny at least finding one with that upgraded pistol you were talking about. Has some money in the bag from that. Six just fully confidently running up catwalk as the eyes were on Sunny P.
Yep, and that's a little bit of a difficult one. I think as well, the fact that they deny so many kills, that there's only one pick to be found, and additionally, there's no weapon to be recovered and saved, means that the buy here is going to potentially be the only buy they get in the rest of this series if they can't win this. And whilst it is technically a bonus round for Shimmer, it doesn't feel like it. The caliber of weapons is actually pretty even going into this one. So it is going to be a scrappy fight here. And if we have a look, it's straight through A that they want to head. Superior weapons for the long range, and they know it. They want to take these fights immediately. Look at the push off on the ticket booth.
Oh, yeah. At least Kelsey's able to find one before she's taken down. Does make it a little bit easier for Black Mold for this retake, but still, it's going to be Nopka, Sunny Pete left alone. Their 3 A-site defenders just dropping like flies. They're going to be able to get a little bit closer than they have in the previous rounds, especially with these weapons and some lower players. Okay, that's one. Sunny Pete with a lot of space, but Serendipity and Ramp has something to say about it. A little bit of missed shots, and the defuse at least going to try and go through. The spam through the smoke is taken down at match point here for Shimmer.
And we've not even really get to see them play much of a T side, and the T side is where they're notoriously stronger. And this is a team that, yes, they have a really cool strat book as well, but when they're feeling the confidence, and they're very much like sharks, when they smell blood in the water, a lot of the time, that strat book, it feels like it gets thrown out in place of just hunting. And that's what they're doing. They look unstoppable right now.
Switching it up here a little bit, still throwing that util over towards that A site to keep those players, but they're stalking their way through apartments. The bomb is here and they're getting out. Nopka very close quarters. Kelsey is going to help out at least with one kill, but the kills are going towards the side of the T's now. All down to Kelsey. She's all the way on the A site. 73 health. Full utility for Shimmer. This is going to be a Hail Mary if you've ever seen one.
I like that we saw a lot of trades coming on through. Yeah, they're already hunting. I mean, there's no reason not to. You find this kill, you end the game. And the trading game, the slight hope was okay from Blackmore, but they just didn't have the numbers to keep up with Shimmer there. And Kelsey must have been hurt there. Another Molotov is just fuel on the fire.
Oh, okay. At least a good tap there from Kelsey to end it out, but it's going to be a 13-3 victory on Mirage for Shimmer in the first map of our best of 3 tonight. An incredible affair from them. I feel like they were just able to run around on that T side and just do what they wanted, unfortunately.
Yep, that is the issue with Shimmer, is the confidence is brimming, you know, coming off of second place overall last season, coming in and not having to go through that open qualifier, being able to play so many officials against really high caliber teams as well. They've built up this confidence, and that's the thing is a lot of these players, they have that innate belief in themselves. They know that they can be the best. Empathy, you see it all the time. She says, we have what it takes to take down FlyQuest. We have what it takes to beat down all of these other teams. And when you get a running start like that into the CT side, there's nothing you can do to halt that flow.
Well, half of it is a confidence game. So if you have that confidence to do it, you literally finished second in the entire world in ESL Impact last season. You know what you're doing going into this one.
And I think what's interesting is that this is a Mirage where Forks' AWP is quite a staple. In fact, it's a staple of the whole team. When you've got a victory as dominant as this on a map where Forks wasn't bad by any metric, but when she's not playing up to the standard that we've seen, the unholy Kenny S level that we know from her, when they're still getting results like this with the AWP not being that focal piece, imagine what that's gonna wreak havoc like when it is activated fully.
Yeah, which is like really what I think Shimmer's strong suit is that if someone's having a bad game, a bad map, any other of the players can pick it up for someone else.
Also, Raven,
That's what we've seen. Yeah, we'll talk about Raven a little bit, but that's exactly what we see from Shimmer time and time again, and we've seen it on so many maps, and hopefully I'd love to see it on an overpass map in the future, but it's a little disheartening for Black Mold to be going after their map pick into the Nuke after this. It's going to be rough. If they haven't prepared exactly what they need to go into it, I'm a little bit worried.
Well, Apples, we've got a little bit of a head-to-head on our hands.
Yes.
Would you like to talk us through? Because you personally hand-selected these two players to compare. Tell me a little bit about what's going on here.
So I feel like both of these players had the same kind of role here, Raven and Kelsey. Kelsey was the firepower for almost all the rounds that Black Mold were able to get to the final, get to that win, get to the third. And even for the rounds that they weren't able to completely finish it out, especially like that last round, she was able to finally defend that A site and still had to run all the way to B to try and defuse that. I feel like both of these players have a very, very strong head in their game. How they activate on the server around their players may be a little bit different depending on placements, on maps, where they're going to be defending by, but they both have the same spots on that A site. They were both playing triple or default, so we'll have to see how they go maybe a little bit into the season if Kelsey is able to play maybe not the #1 team in the region, if we see her kind of activate like Raven has at least today, because Raven played so incredibly well, 21 kills, and what?
We said she was incredible at LAN 3 days ago.
Yeah.
And the fact, you've flown home, you've had official since then, and she hasn't cooled off yet. And Raven to play, again, you said it, that every single one of these players can pop off at a moment's notice. Empathy we've talked about being, every team she's been on has skyrocketed. Forks, a player who has, at least this season, it's the first time that she's been on the same roster 2 seasons in a row. And she's incredible. Raven wasn't a player that particularly caught our attention individually last season. She was good, don't get me wrong, but she wasn't somebody that we were like, that's who you should be keeping an eye out, that you'll see in the kill feed every single round. This season, though, when they've added a 3rd level of, star firepower, is off the charts for them. But Kelsey is that entry player and has been really successful in doing that role recently, and it will be more and more crucial to see her step up for the rest of the team to come around that going into the rest of the sort of veto here.
Absolutely, and we do have another map at least for you guys, and then we have Dust 2 after that, so we'll have to see how that... we did not pick Train. These are wrong. Don't look at that. Don't look at that, guys.
Don't worry
about it, guys.
We're keeping you on your toes. We're keeping you on your toes.
We're keeping you on your toes. Are you sure that was even right? Who knows what map we're going into next? It could be Nuke, could not be, but we will be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be with you guys in just a little bit.
I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree, I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
You called me the other night. Don't you know I've got no time? That's it, I'm never right for you and I. Don't you call me babe? Thought you had a chance dropping DMs on my page. You can stay outside, you can park it on the pavement. Waiting, I don't need a man that's cheap and basic. I'm ranking. Back up. I don't need another suitor, babe. Man up. Put your pouting on a Twitter page, yeah. And I advise you to take a deep breath, cause you gon' hold it till the colors in your cheeks left. Whoa, child, I don't mind. You can follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. What makes you think I want it when I treat you like a ghost? Take this man home, everybody else already knows. I'm the only one I need, you're the one that needs to grow. I ain't playing, boy, turn around and walk it out the door. You've got to go. For the love of God, for the last time. Watch, baby, I don't mind. Just stand home, yeah. Televised, you don't need to come by. From a distance, though. Whoa, child, I don't mind. Follow if you like. Just know I got no time. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Call me if you like. Don't expect me to reply. Don't expect no ride or die. Not for you and I, not for you and I. Only love I need to keep is from the mirror on the wall. I'll never let her fall, no.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with map number 2 of Nuke. My name is Apples. It hasn't changed, and I don't think Affinities has changed quite yet. You're still
Not
Affinity,
yet.
right? Okay,
I
good.
think so.
Not yet. Not yet. Still Affinity
Maybe we
here.
put a poll in the chat and people can vote to rename me. But yes, I am still Affinity, and I am very glad to be back from map number 2.
Okay, and we are going to nuke here into the second map after a very decisive victory from Shimmer 13-3 versus a Black Mold. And I feel like there were a lot of things missing from Black Mold's side, and we could have seen a little bit more if they had gotten some more CT rounds, but maybe we'll see it a little bit more coming up into this. We'll see which side they start on, and maybe we'll see an XM from Taro. Maybe.
Please.
Maybe.
I'm going to look like such an idiot if we don't see a single XM here.
Well, it was in her player card. It was her weapon of choice, the XM.
It was a weapon of choice, exactly.
so-
And she did exclusively use it for 11 rounds.
11 rounds.
During the
11
open
rounds.
qualifiers.
Okay.
So
well,
I'd be surprised. and I'm going to give you a heads up, guys. It's going to be in hut. Not on top of her, in hut. That's it. If it happens, that's where it'll be.
All right.
I'm
I'm excited for that. A little bit of an update on the other games in the region. FlyQuest do take the first map versus Ghost Gaming, and right now they are 8-4 in the second one. FlyQuest winning against Ghost Gaming. They're in a little bit of a halftime.
They're bringing
break,
that
so
close, though.
They are.
That's
bringing
a
that
lot
close.
closer than I think a lot of people expected. And I think Ghost Gaming, they are sleeper picks. I say sleeper picks. They're definitely, top 4 predictions for everyone going into the season. But I think that they've got a real chance to do some damage here.
Well, yeah, they have Seven Licious still coming back on over to play with them. So we'll just have to see maybe in the coming weeks if they come back onto the mainstream. We could talk a little bit more about that. But I am a little bit worried about Fox. There were a couple of shots missed that we didn't see connect. So hopefully back onto Nuke, back in their home ground. Not saying Mirage isn't, but this is their map. If you had to choose a map for every team in the region, Nuke is there. So I'm ready for some all-out brawl here.
Nuke just seems like a map that we're going to see a lot within the North American region. And now going into this T-side pistol, I am expecting an outside rush. There's a little bit of presence that they leave in towards lobby as well, but Empathy is going for this wrap around. They like to take this early space, and Kelsey just tucking in, maybe might be able to cause a couple of surprises here. Actually, they've already ducked into main.
Yeah, already flashed in. Bungie smoked out. No visibility from her. The bombs could be able to get planted. Empathy, though. Quick shots from Kelsey to take her down. Now, they have to fight this mini presence now. Shimmer, they take it down. Raven with 2. All down to Bungie, left alone. Raven's still on a tear here. Ooh, nice shot. Oh, okay. A second one found. Just 2 more players she has to walk through. Yeah, they just keep giving her these 1v1s.
They've established a crossfire here, so this should be difficult to break. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an interesting one. That's sort of a signature that you'll see it from a lot of Shimmer's T-side pistols, is that there will be outside presence. And the thing is, it doesn't stay outside for very long. They like to wrap around. Often we actually see them head towards lockers instead. So this one may be a little bit cheeky to head straight in towards A, something a little bit new that we haven't seen from them in a while. And now immediately, look at that. Is that an SG on round 2?
Oh my gosh, it is.
That's unhinged. And Forks, this is her signature position. Forks on silo is a staple of the Shimmer Nuke. And she is crazy. And hopefully if she can hit her shot, she is going to be unstoppable here.
Look at all this space that Black Mold is just letting Shimmer get
Look at that aura
outside.
farming.
They're all just kind of stacked and waiting here. And oh no, they're going to be able to take him down from behind. Kelsey finding 1 kill, but Fox able to take him back down. Bungie in lower could stick her way through and just kind of make her way through secret. Maybe pick up a weapon. That Raven dropped down. No one heard her.
And she saw everyone.
Lots of information. Empathy is outside. Could be able to find her, but she's docked in too many. Find a little bit of damage, but not a kill. Nothing like the first round.
Lovely timing to be found dipping into main there, but unfortunately just not the right weapon, not the right situation with, 1v4 there. But it's a good symptom to see early on that we've got these timings that Black Mold are going to be able to work, and that will be quite interesting to see from them. I am looking for the Bungie Kelsey answer to the outside problem. And now that we've got the orb online for Bungie, they are going to start dealing with that early, and you can already see there's going to be a little bit of a fight here, and that deep Molotov is going to cause them some issues, and Bungie's got the opening pick.
Okay, that's something to start them off here. Does fall back from a little bit of an angle. Could get overwhelmed here, and she does. Sunny not going to be able to help her out there. 2 kills, and it's over. Outside is theirs. Kelsey and Taro is inside this XM. It's going to start activating. You can start hearing
I told you I'm not crazy. I am, but...
crazy. You're a little crazy.
Jury's out. Ooh.
Oh, Fox is crazy. Maybe that was a choice that was needed.
Yeah, I got a little bit worried with Forks on the SG being left, isolated on Red Box out there on an island with no support and no real way to try peek off the back of this safely. But they managed to sort of bring this back. Lovely opening pick from Bungie. It's Kelsey that's usually this entry player, but outside where it's Kelsey and Bungie, they're both going to be going neck and neck for who can find the first kill.
Back to a save here for Black Mold. How are they going to deal with this outside situation is just by putting one person in mini, one person in heaven. A lot more space to be able to hide away once the T's start running their way through. Here we go. The wrap starts. Bungie, lots of information gained, but she's just going to fall back to this A site. Oh, nasty nade. Down to 36 health.
I'm absolutely loving that they've left Forks to throw utility on the other side as well. It's not Forks, sorry. I think they've left somebody to throw utility onto site for this execute for Empathy, but she doesn't even really need it. She's just peeking all of these dry. And look at that. They're lining up one by one. And there's another to the tally.
Wait, she wants the ace. She's on for the ace. Taro is still left here, and Hunt has not been cleared out. The 5-7 works for it. Picking up the AK, and she's just gonna get spammed through the walls. Nothing is safe for you here. Empathy denied the ace. Just wants to keep this AK. That's a big thing to hold into the next round, but Fox finds her around the corner. The 5-7 is really worth the money. I love that gun. Best weapon in the game.
Oh, it's happening. I said that it was happening, and I thought maybe that this could have been the biggest troll in the open qualifiers, right? And I thought maybe it was just the open qualifiers because they didn't really feel necessarily too much pressure. But no, Taro has bought another XM. It is happening. I haven't lost my mind. I am not trying to gaslight the masses that this is something that happened. You can see it
so
here.
You're not,
and she's
you're
just
not
gonna
a crazy
stack
person.
her. I am a crazy person. I think this has been well established by my reaction to a shotgun, but the issue is it's not a retake weapon, and Nopka is going to get pressured heavily here.
Oh, everyone's looking at you. There's nowhere to really peek safe, and Raven's already holding down the masses in hell.
Oh,
a nice 3K. They all line up for her. No damage onto Raven. A little bit of damage, but still nothing to write home about. And Taro left alone. Maybe could farm up some cash with this XM if she's able to isolate Fox or someone. Just gotta hide around the corner here. I'm jumping around. Find that headshot. Oh, okay. Finds the one. Fox right around the corner. Denied.
I don't think Forks took too kindly to the shotgun there. And I mean, it's a difficult one. The issue that Tara has is, whilst I sing the praises and I joke a little bit about how much I love the XM buy, and it's a niche, you gotta have a brand identity, right? The issue is that she is usually playing Hut, which means if they don't head A immediately, she's in a whole world of trouble. You see, she can go into main and she can find one kill in trophy, but that's all she can really find with that weapon, is she has to be in the right place and they have to push her early round for her to have this impact. But monetarily, big money moves, right?
She's just the bank for the team. Ooh, Sunny pushing a ramp here early, getting a lot of information. Hold up with Nopka here. Keeping Serendipity out of lobby. It's a space game for Black Mole. Playing this a little bit slower than they have in the past. Kelsey with a little bit of visibility, almost going to find that shot, but Raven seeking better of it. Nade out.
Lovely nade.
The nades have been insane. Can't wait for like later in the season when we get all the utility damage information.
Damage, yes.
There we go. Another nade. Empathy does go down. Sunny is working here, but Raven, oh my gosh, she's everywhere where she needs to be and more. Finds a second kill. Now just has to isolate the rest of the players that are around the site, but actually Serendipity is going to be there to help her out.
Nopka has the element of surprise, but that is about all she has working for her, and Raven's even accounted for it. But I love the push for lobby, because something that we see is Serendipity gets left to hold that lobby very passively, you know, just to make sure that her teammates, when they push outside, they don't have to worry about that flank, right? Is that they've got somebody watching in case there's a push outside of, you know, secret, but you just have a little bit of passive control over lobby. You don't need to expend your life for it. You're just a bit of an early warning signal and sort of a placeholder, right? But by taking that early control, you deny them that ability and you deny them that comfort. And it's a good move to make, but they can't spiral into a round. And, you know, Tero's only gone and done it again, guys.
Yeah, a weird buy from Black Mold here. Looks like Bungie's going to want to try and save up for something. But okay, the Deagle is speaking. Saying 2 kills here. At least Styx is able to take care of one of her other teammates. Where she's walking. Can hear someone on the other side, and 2v4 quickly given on over to Black Mold. Be a hard one to fight back with limited resources here. Could spell 6-1 half once again. 6-1 scoreline. Nopka right behind them is going to be able to take care of Serendipity. The lurk is activated, and Styx is about to get ran down.
Yeah, not really much that you can do there, and that is a round on the board. Again, it comes quite late into the round. I saw them hover over the XM for a second. I'm glad that, you know, they didn't pick it back up. It's not going to matter, is it? But good round to find.
She bought it.
Oh, yeah. Was there ever any doubt, Apples? Were you at any point questioning whether there would be another XM bot? But the fact that they get it done there with the pistols early round is really great to see. I love the proactivity, because we said that's going to be where they really catch off guard Shimmer here, is by, you know, they like to wrap quickly round to lockers. If you can wrap the wrap, they are often not expecting it. They're too tunnel visioned on forward. Forks, there's the opening pick, hungry for more, doesn't want to stop there, has bought the room for her teammates to run down ramp, and Tero is going to hit the footsteps, but is not going to be awarded the fight that she is craving.
Just going to slow it down just a little bit. Lots of information at least given, but Empathy going to take it down the player in secret, is going to force them to start acting now. Ooh, okay, nice shot from Kelsey just to eliminate that player. And now the retake is on.
Nice.
Definitely doable, but with Fox with it up on ramp, it's going to make it ever so more hard. Nice shot from Raven, and she gets the second. Going to disrupt the up, but Tero is in the bench. She's ready to use this XM. They cannot isolate her. They cannot get these shots. And there we go. It had to be a spam through to find that kill. Oh my God.
This is something. This is a statement piece from Shimmer to start off week 1. You know, they weren't expecting to be on the stream, and I think this has only kind of fed into that confidence a little bit more with the world watching them. But the fact that they are running away with this so quickly, and Black Mode being one of their strongest opponents, you know, they've taken down FlyQuest in almost every series they've played versus them in the past couple of months. If you can come in and take down one of those top 4 contending teams from last season early on, it is just going to put the fear of Forks in them.
Fear of the Fox.
Fear of the Fox.
It's a correct fear. Would love to know the actual word for fear of Fox. Oh, okay.
Let me have a look.
Styx was a little bit afraid of Fox. It looks like we had a little bit of team damage here. All good. Nopka left alone, though. Denying
Phenecophobia.
Phenocophobia.
Fear of foxes, phenocophobia. And I would be, I mean, exactly like the fennec fox.
Oh, yeah. Prefixes and suffixes, my friends.
Etymology for the win. You see, we're learning
all
out
of
here.
it's from Latin. It's all Latin. Everything is Latin.
Black Mold are learning that Shimmer are not to be trifled with, and we're learning what the correct term for foxphobia is. Empathy has taken a lot of damage jumping down here in, quite honestly, situations where she hasn't need to. It's sometimes to be in to pick up a bit of, extra utility or weapon, but you can tell there's sort of a very blasé attitude going on right now.
The thing is, even though they did have a team kill, you can't even tell with how they've spent their money. They have so much in the bank here, Shimmer. And it just feels like Black Mold are running on empty. Whoa, what a shot from Fox in response. And Bungie at least trying to find one. She does get a little bit of damage down and a kill, but Fox so quickly is able to find it.
Fox.
It's too early for that. Is it too early for the Zeus? I think
it's always too early for the Zeus.
She switched back. She switched back. It's okay. Oh, not too early for a no scope. She's here and ready to show the world that Shimmer is still on top for now.
Nopka is in a world of hurt here. I mean, absolutely silent. We talked about it. Serendipity's very passive lobby control. And the exact reason is that when her teammates break onto site, she doesn't need to be involved in any of the executing. All she has to do is execute any of the players that walk by on the escape, on the retake. She does not even need to see the bombs. She'll go entire maps without seeing the bomb site. Her job is just to hold space. Fox is fed up of trying to kill opponents. There's only 5 opponents, and there's 4 other people on your team. So, the more kills, the merrier, right?
Do team kills count towards your total in HLTV? No, probably not. No. Oh my gosh. It's just everywhere she is. Able to find that op shot, but okay, Bungie answering it back with that up buy with the second. Okay, nice sharp shots here. Empathy does get the trade and the second here onto Kelsey for Garage. Now, once again, she's down to Nopka. Double digits found for Shimmer. Not many more than we've seen with Black Mold have last half. That was a word sandwich. Do you understand what I just said? They did not have that many at the half last
Very
map.
quickly, update from the other game. It is now concluded. That is a 13-7 to FlyQuest Red, which means they close out the series 2-0. Ghost Gaming put up a good fight, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Still went on a little bit longer than I think any of us were expecting.
Yeah. Which is a good sign. It's a really healthy sign that the NA scene is looking fierce and fueled coming in.
Oh my gosh. Raven into some sticky situations. A flick from Fox. Not going to get that kill onto that Heaven player, but information gained, and she does look down. Oh my gosh. Kelsey's able to find that shot back. Kelsey with a nice 2K, and now isolated the 2 players from Shimmer outside. All down to Serendipity. 1v3. And this half on a high note for Shimmer, or at least for Black Mold, to make it a little bit easier once they switch on over to T side.
That bomb is in a really ugly position, though.
Oh, yeah.
Low HP on both of the remaining players, but also low HP on Serendipity. If she can get the drop here, potentially needs to catch a timing, but has to be so silent. Actually, she might find this first one. Oh, looking the wrong way. Just looks back at the wrong second. It's a messy spray, and that needed to be the pick.
She's relocated. Now they have this crossfire set up. She just gets one of them and switches on over, but no, it's going to be Kelsey. 2 rounds for Black Mold, and we'll be right back after this quick break.
It's 2 a.m. in the morning and your anxiety's calling. You lay in your bed, but it feels like you're falling. Do you recognize that feeling? The demons under your ceiling, when everything hurts and nothing is healing. Yeah, I don't even wanna be awake, cause every second that I live is like a wasting. Can you help me start to replace all the memories that stand in my ways? You know what I really hate the most is that happens to me is like a ghost, it's so far away. I only wanna be okay. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. Some better days. Some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. It's too late in the evening. I should probably get some more sleep, but I just can't seem to set my mind at ease. I can find an escape. There are many doors I would take, but I can't make one of them become a way. So I'm drowning myself in the media, cause I don't wanna face what I'm fearing, yeah. I am scared of fighting this alone. I've tried to turn on the light, but my demons know how to hide. Lately there is just no end in sight. Tell me why should I stay away? If only dreaming can erase the pain. Tell me why should I waste another minute staying in this critical phase? I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. Some better days. Some better days. I'm just praying for some better days. That's how we like it. That's how it goes. Come on now, baby, let me ease your soul. That's how we live life. Live it up to the top. Cause once we start, you know we're never gonna stop. We own it. We're winning every time. We own it. Pushing every day and night. We own it. We don't do compromise. Yeah, yeah. We touch down every time. Every time.
Tomorrow we will rise, but rise to the occasion right now is what Black Mold needs. They do not have any leniency. They need this pistol round. Otherwise, series point stares them in the face. It's now or never a T-side pistol. They've got a flash on Sunny. They've got a couple of upgraded weapons. It's gonna need to be sharp. It's gonna need to be snappy, and it's gonna need to be now.
They have all of that, but a missed mini smoke as well. Unfortunate there. Ivy going to be moving at the clock with that information given. Okay, early shot, Sympathy able to find that kill, and just seems easy for them. They're just sitting and waiting for them to walk into their crosshairs here. Ooh. Able to find a spot, another player. Oh my gosh, she's just on it like everywhere she needs to be. Kelsey at least able to get that traded out, but a 2v4. Have the bomb. Just got to get into this 8 site. Julies are already there, and Sunny walking into a shooting range, a gallery, if you will. Gallery of shimmering blobs. Shimmy, shimmy, yay.
Shimmy, shimmy, yay, indeed. But that's their usual sort of setup there is, you know, Empathy outside, Raven and Forks holding down the fort over on A. And it is just such an indestructible fortress, especially with Empathy finding those 2 first picks, because not only does she have the whole of outside under her thumb, she dips back into main and finds a pick onto Squeaky as well. It's, you know, everywhere all at once. There it is.
All right, that's already a peek. Already a pick found from her. Black Mold It's been 10 seconds into the round, and they're playing a 4v5 now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the pistols. They are saving everything. Well, I mean, I say saving everything. They've had no investment here. Everything all on the line, do or die in that round 15 at series point.
They're just dropping like flies. It is like a horror movie here for Black Mold. Anywhere they turn, it could be the end. Empathy finding another Raven, picking it up. Match point. They have one investment on this T side to make it last. And please don't buy an XM. Okay, she did not buy an XM. Or a Nova. Would it be Nova on T side for her?
Although we haven't seen a whole lot of their T side.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was the shot from Empathy?
That's unhinged. That's crazy.
Like, how do you defend against that? It's like
this is right. I
flashes,
coined this term.
Smokes, etc. Like,
do you remember the term I coined last season about empathy? It was
I will let
how
you
do you
describe to the chat?
How do you contend with instant death? Is being my motto for empathy. Because it's just a level of mechanics that goes beyond what we normally see. It's genuinely horrifying to play up against. And I have friends of mine that, you know, queue and pug with her for that reason, you know? And how do you deal with, you know, 3 bullets to the head, back to back to back, before you can even pull out your utility? It's something else. And now it has to be here, a timeout call, all on the line.
Oh, okay. A quick trade, though. Naka able to get a little bit, and also a second kill found for Black Mold. This outside is in deep contention here, and Empathy still at the helm. Not an instant death quite yet. Oh, at least for one, that spray transfer could have been a kill. Very quickly, all the dominoes are falling for Shimmer. Black Mold to find their third.
You can tell that they've done their homework because when they're pushing outside, they are already predicting for that sticks on top of Garage. That's her signature style. That's her signature position. She likes to sit on top of Garage and pluck people off from the heavens. The fact that they run in already crosshairs waiting for up there, you can tell they're from Terra watching, waiting. It is so good to see that they've done their homework because that's brought them around. That's brought them, albeit a very small lifeboat in a very vast ocean, but it isn't the series over. And another timeout called immediately to try capitalize off of this because you've got 3 available. We haven't seen them being called. We haven't seen them being used. Raven, I think, wanting to give a little bit of Terra's own medicine to her there with the swag 7.
I mean, they have 9 rounds to play around with this. And it's going to be, it has to be 9 rounds of complete perfection from Black Mold.
Like, it's got to be lights
against Shimmer, which I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's possible, but I love to be proven wrong. I love it.
See. A bit of a switch up. Sticks now not on a signature position. A little bit of an off angle here, and they just beat into her, and it's a bad omen.
Okay, at least a little bit of the ramp push is shut down here from Kelsey, and Bungie is going to even up the score here, and Kelsey is already walking towards this bag 7. Nope, that's going to be it. AK picked up. Oh, Sunny able to catch Empathy on off guard. I guess money on the next round.
If there is a next round.
If there is any.
Ooh, Sunny might have a nice timing here.
She does. That indeed. It is dropped down a little bit low. They're going to be able to fortify this site. Serendipity not wanting to walk all the way to heaven to give, obviously, that sound cue, but also the fire is in her way. She picks off the lower ending player, but I don't think she sees them. The spray just underneath her, and Sunny with an incredible round after a little bit of a slower first half for her. It's going to grant them their 4th. Now, they have a little bit more rounds here than they did on Mirage. Just need to keep doing that 8 more times to bring them into overtime.
12 is all they get, you know? The age-old adage.
Yeah.
We're going to map 3. Maybe not, but it's not over till it's over. And we have seen crazy comebacks. And Black Mold is a team of, we talked about it, incredibly veteran players. We've got players that have been playing in women's events since 2011, 2016. And, you know, it's unfortunate that it sticks with an opening pick like that. That's not the way you want to lose, not to an eco. But these Deagles are lethal when they're wielded by individuals who have shown so much mechanical prowess like this.
I'd be afraid to be in front of that. And oh my gosh, Bungie is. At least Terra is able to pick up the pieces, get that trade. Damage is done.
The weapons aren't recoverable. That's the best part about here.
Yeah.
Is that they've managed to keep the weapons out of being really recovered. Yeah.
Just kind of playing around with it. Just wanting to get this round over with. But Serendipity is in an interesting spot here. I don't think Taro has kind of seen her, but just around the corner, able to get that kill. Fits for Black Mold, and slowly but surely making their way back up. And now this is when they have to get a little bit scared. Almost full buy coming in from Shimmer. Not going to be an op, but still everything that they need to disrupt the Black Mold momentum that they have built up right now.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. And it's good to see them holding on. When you're at that serious point, it can be daunting. You can, you know, feel that, you know, is it, you've got to get so many in a row, you know, maybe it's over soon. But no, the fact that they are still determined, they are still digging deep to try bring this back. They're not going to let this go without a fight. I'm seeing the org on Forks again, really favoring these scopes. And she had a really hit and miss, quite literally, first map. Second map, you know, Nuke here, really good start, but she's really favoring these scoped weapons wherever she can. It's the Orgs, it's the Kriegs, it's the Orps. We haven't really seen all too many just rifle rounds. Not that we've needed it.
Fox picking up a rifle? Never.
Never. I do miss the empathy Orping days. I mean, she hits crazy flicks, but also I think she's much happier rifling. And Forks, you know, it's never a dull day when you get to see an Orp in her hands.
Cross smokes formed here. Six able to see above them, dropping down just in the nick of time. Spam through the smoke's gonna be hard for Black Mold to stay back away from.
Oh, look at this from Raven as well. Pushed out so far and is gonna be able to catch Bungie out on an island.
Kelsey's right behind her, though. Okay, that's a little bit of a QB sneak there from Kelsey. Serendipity does trade it on the other side of the map, but that is a spot claimed.
One
so
go
comes
down
through.
Yeah.
Still a 3v4 retake. Has to be an insane retake here from Black Mold to be able to hold this down. Kit, take their time here. Fox finds the first blood. Oh, they slow it down, wait for Black Mold to retaliate, but not much is going to happen. A nice flash dodged by Kelsey, but Serendipity's going to make quick work of it. 2 kills for her. Taro not able to stand on her own, and that's going to be 13-5 for the final on Nuke for Shimmer.
And you can tell they are battle-hardened warriors. There's, you know, a couple of smiles here, but just business as normal for them. They're like, week 1, get it over and done. We've got 6 more weeks. We're going through the motions. And I'm sure we'll get to ask in a second about their opinions, whether they've already got their minds and hearts set on that plane ride over to Stockholm. But what a way to kick off North America than our reigning champs, showing us why they are not to be underestimated.
Oh, absolutely. An incredible round from Shimmer. I feel like all the other teams are going to be watching this and be like, okay, let's not pick Nuke. Let's not pick Mirage against these guys because they know what they're doing. Just been incredible from all players all around. And I feel like even when we have seen Fox drop off a little bit, we've seen other players pick up some more. We saw Empathy pop off a lot more on this map. I mean, Outside is her doing on Nuke, but we didn't see her that too much over on Mirage. So it just depends on where you're playing, what map is going to be happening, who's going to be popping off for Shimmer. As the name of the game is just W's for them, is what it seems like.
Now, I say let's see if anything stands out to us here, but there's so much to pick apart. The entry kills on Forks looking pretty good. We talked about Bungie and Kelsey being those entry players on this map where outside was going to be the wood chipper, the blender, the battlefield. But there's just such individual skill coming out here from Shimmer. The kills, the fact that they're not even too unevenly distributed, I think is really important to talk about.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I feel like them all being together like that, Empathy with 124 ADR, not as many entry kills as Styx or Raven, but still a lot that you can go home and talk about that. She was able, like I said, outside was hers. There was nothing getting past that. Just for a couple of rounds when Black Mold were able to kind of, all right, let's figure this out. But other than Empathy, is there any other players that kind of stand out to you, maybe?
Well, I am so glad that you asked, because our Kadia player of the match is none other than Raven. We sung her praises coming in, we sung her praises throughout the series, and she finishes with an absolutely incredible 1.94 KD at the end there. Unstoppable turret. And we said she was incredible at LAN the other day. She's had an amazing off-season, and she's come into the season going, you know what? No, I don't want Empathy and Fox to have all the spotlight. I want to be the fifth star player in this roster.
I mean, when time goes on, you get to be a better player. That's how we've been seeing it in NA. All of the teams have been getting better and better and better. And it feels like Raven is right in front of that alongside the rest of her teammates. It has been incredible watching her tonight. And I feel like we predicted it by having her be the player to watch, the Kadia player to watch earlier. You were like, oh yeah, let's do Raven. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's different from Fox or Empathy or anyone else on that team, because those are the players that you always expect to pop off. We've reiterated this time and time again. But Raven really popped off tonight. When she needs to, she does. And it just felt like she was everything and everywhere that she needed to be, especially on Nuke. She was just behind, getting the lurks, getting the kills that she needed, especially on T side. It's just beautiful from them. And I'm so proud of Shimmer tonight. Just incredible game played from them.
Yeah, they are proving why they are not to be taken lightly. Black Mold, they have gone up against arguably the toughest opponents now. So hopefully all uphill. I mean, FlyQuest is still to come. Ghost Gaming is still to come, right? But it's hardest opponent out of the way. There you go. You could see all of the teams. You can see the rankings so far. Now we've had all of our games for day one. Little Box, Legacy, Lotus, Waves, and Nocturnal will play tomorrow, and then we'll get a proper idea of how things are shaking up early round. But FlyQuest and Shimmer at the top of the leaderboard, starting early, and we expect this trend to continue. Ghost Gaming at the bottom, Black Mold at the bottom. Unusual, but again, super early days. This is all going to get shaken up by, the end of next week.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be an incredible journey for this season. I cannot wait to see all of these new players, new teams. I can't wait to see Taro go ahead and use that XM like crazy on that map. I cannot wait to see that. You have been talking it up time and time again. When is it going to happen? Maybe in a little bit, but oh, do we have someone on the line? Oh my gosh, it's Fox.
Hi.
Welcome to the broadcast. How are you doing? How are you feeling after that incredible 2-0 victory?
I'm doing great. I don't know what else to say. We were on fire.
Yeah, you guys absolutely were. Now, I've got to ask you specifically, you have been in the ESL Impact scene for a little bit now, but you've been jumping around every single season, a new roster, a new team. What has it been like, staying on the same roster for 2 seasons in a row, not having that change, not having that switch up? How has that changed preparation coming into the season for you now that you've had a little bit more stability?
It's actually pretty awesome because most of the time when you're jumping rosters like that, you spend a lot of time relearning fundamentals with your team and just making sure everyone's on the same page. But we're already on the same page because we played together for so long. You get a lot more time to look more into the other team you're playing against. You can look into the future, like LAN, because we're expecting ourselves to get to LAN again. And then, you get to focus more on yourself and your shooting rather than thinking so hard about where you're going to be or what you're going to do. It's awesome.
That's fair. And Affinity brought up this stat a little bit earlier in the broadcast. So you all played 39 maps in the off season, at least. At least those were the HLTV ones. So it's been an insane grind for you to come back to this season. How is that?
It's great. It's great. Yeah, it's actually a nightmare. I'm not gonna lie. We kind of were just joining everything that we could because we could, and that's what I've always been used to. That's what everyone's used to. But at this point, we get invited to so many things that we're realizing it's really hard to play everything. It's like really draining. There was a period of 3 weeks where we had a match or 2 matches every night, and we didn't even have time to practice that entire 3 weeks. It was pretty bad. Everyone was like completely mentally cooked. It was bad.
Oh no.
Well, I've got
we
to
played
ask
it
off the
okay
back of
though.
Perseverance points.
Well, yeah, you guys have been off the charts. But I've got to ask on that one is that you've played in so much. You've played against so many opponents, some of whom being really quite high caliber as well. What have been the biggest things that you've learned from all of these off-season games that you can bring into Impact now?
The biggest thing that I've learned is that I have to play more myself. You know, when you're playing Impact, you're kind of just focused on, like what I said, getting used to your team or whatever. I'm starting to realize that my mechanics, while they're like good, they're not as good as I want them to be. And I think the entire team is feeling that same thing. Lucy aim trained for 3 hours before the match today, so
we could tell. It looks so sharp.
I don't know how she does it. I would lose my mind. 60 seconds every single scenario and playing that for 3 hours. Oh my god. But yeah, no, my mechanics, and also that there's a lot of things that teams do that we don't, that I feel like we could easily incorporate once we get back like on the footing, because we're still coming up from that those 3 weeks where we played a lot. You know, maybe like improving our flashes, improving maybe some strats, incorporating more strats, because new maps, new pool that we've been playing, stuff like that. That's basically all I can think of.
All right, so you've
I'm proud
already
of my
said,
team.
I'm proud of them too. They've been going incredibly well. So I have a really important question. So you've already said that you're expecting to go back to LAN. Out of all of the regions, what is the one team that you are worried about going up against, or you feel confident about everything?
It's gotta be Furia. Playing against them, you really understand how good they are at pointing and clicking. I don't know. It felt so different from every other team we played against. Furia is just scary. They're just scary. And,
I think the world would agree with you there, yeah.
I want my revenge. I'm not satisfied until I get my revenge.
Okay.
Well, that leads me on to my final question for you now. Talking of revenge, talking of the big stages, you know, people can't sleep on NA anymore. You guys maybe a little bit of a sleeper pick. Some people worried that, you know, going into the final, making as deep a run as you were was a bit of a fluke. Then you took second place overall. The world cannot deny NA any longer. Do you have any words of confidence for yourself, for the region, going out to everyone, to all of the doubters, to all of the haters, to everyone about how great North America is going to be this season?
Yeah, actually, when we were going into Impact, the LAN, I'm not going to say that I didn't believe in us, but I didn't expect us to get that far. And getting that far made me realize that there's so much talk, and everyone always says NA is so far behind EU. NA is so far behind everything. We're at the bottom of the fish tank or whatever. We're not. We're really not that far away. And if you just give yourself the opportunity to try your best and go in with some confidence, you'll be pretty surprised at how well you do. I think that, you know, whatever 2 teams make it through, people can't ignore anymore. We've proven that.
Well, Fox, it was awesome talking to you. Congratulations on your incredible series win. Cannot wait to see more of you this season, but thank you for coming on and talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Whoa, I am loving what I am seeing coming out of this.
So
North
much confidence.
America is looking more fierce than ever.
Well, yeah, I feel like since the last 2 years, since we've kind of gotten out of that COVID area of everything being online, we have so many more LANs that people can go to, meet people, get teams and everything. We have so many more teams coming out of the woodwork, new players that have just been streamers before, have been going on into this. It's so exciting to see it, and I cannot wait to see it all culminate here in Season 8, and it's just the first day.
Well, talking of culminating, we have hand-picked, hand-curated 5 of the best plays today, just for you guys at home, if you were wondering what they were. So in number 5 is Astra's incredible 3K on that Inferno B side, holding down the fort, the absolute turret that she is, slotting perfectly into her new team.
Look at this. Beautiful shots from her. Excited to see how Nemesis go about the rest of the season. But number 4, we have Henka. It's a 1v3 clutch here, also on Inferno. And they'd open that smoke, and okay, nice headshot.
Final kill coming on through, part the smoke. It's absolutely perfect. Henka, the legend for a reason. Now, it's a bit of a theme going on here because number 3 is none other than M Stands 4K over on Nuke. And as you can see, this is a team that looks to be taking the world by storm. Not even just in today's match, in the top 5, just generally, they are looking so prime.
Yeah, I'm really liking how Big is looking. But let's look on over at none other than Poppins. It's a nice 4K on Just 2. Able to clear it out with ease. And do you expect anything else from Poppins here?
Oh, no, absolutely not. An incredible series. It's Poppins. Enough said. But that does leave us with our number 1 slot. Back once again to the Nemesis. Big game. Rams in the 1 versus 3 4K on Nuke. The clutch to end all clutches.
Starting off with an op shot, too.
Let's get a bit of everything in there, you know?
Yeah, you get a little taste of everything. Started on B site, went all the way up to A. You get the whole story with that number 1 clip. But Affinity, it has been an incredible first day with you. I'm so excited to see where Season 8 goes from here. Congratulations to Shimmer. And I'm happy to be here. How are you?
I'm happy to be here as well. You're going to make me cry if you're not careful. Genuinely, I am so excited to be back. I watched all of the open qualifiers, and we say this every season, and this season more so than any, I think we really mean it. The caliber is unrivaled. The teams are looking so good across all of the regions. I don't think there is a single team that doesn't have the capacity to genuinely impress and overwhelm here. So the fact to be back, it's my 5th season. I don't know why they keep bringing me back. Somebody's made a mistake there, but I'm so happy to be, and I'm happy to be back with you. North America has become our little child over the past couple of seasons.
Little baby.
Is our little baby.
It's my 4th season, I think, actually. So we're maybe 4th or 3rd. Who knows? I can't count. But I was excited being with you here today. We cannot wait for the rest of this season. Thank you all for watching here. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back here tomorrow with more ESL Impact games, starting with EU, then South America, then North America tomorrow night. So we got more CS for you coming up. Don't go anywhere, or go sleep before you do that. Go sleep. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Go 100%. Start
you say they're valid. Take me to the party, buy me drinks, I guess I'm lucky. Pull me apart, like when I'm broken. I don't wanna wait for you to make me cry. Turning black and blue from the world you fought.